Under a vast, star-dusted night sky, a sliver of crescent moon hangs low, casting a gentle glow. Below, the city lights shimmer, reflecting off the water as a grand bridge spans the distance, a silent testament to the bustling life within. Meanwhile, a hand holds a smartphone, its screen displaying a news article about a Korean medicine clinic that gave someone the scare of their life, followed by comments from users like Bchiltingwaisland and Mijamam, warning others to avoid the clinic due to insects, and IHATDUPLSENKMS, noting the clinic's frequent name changes. A broad smile spreads across Han Li's face as he lets out a soft laugh, though his thoughts quickly turn to the unexpected scale of the situation, wondering why the coronavirus had to break out before he could even open his own clinic. He had become a Korean medicine doctor, yet found himself buried in debt, his business failing to thrive 3 years after opening. And then, the coronavirus had to break out just as he opened his clinic, leaving him to wonder why people were leaving such comments, as if his good deed had led to infection, when he had only cured one infected person. A crash echoed as he stood by the water's edge, a thought forming in his mind. It wasn't like he wanted any of this to happen. Suddenly, a rustle, and his eyes widened in shock as he looked down, uttering a bewildered, "What?" He plunged into the depths, the world turning upside down as he questioned, "Why is the sky under my feet?" A splash marked his full submersion, and at that moment, everything changed. Bubbles rose around him. As he reached out, unable to comprehend what was about to happen. He never would have believed that he, a normal Korean medicine doctor, was about to experience such a profound shift. He continues to sink through the dark, murky water, bubbles rising around him as he descends further into the unknown. His mind races, a fleeting thought of a novel he once read, where he was destined to be a divine physician, a stark contrast to his current predicament. Suddenly, a series of system messages flood his mind, announcing the activation of an HP system that allows him to gain internal organs through treatment, unlock skills, and summon creatures. As he slowly regains consciousness and wonders, "Where am I?" His eyes snap open, catching sight of a figure above him, prompting a suspicious thought. Who is this guy? Suspicious personnel. A moment later, a wave of realization washes over him, and he deduces, "I guess he's here to rescue me after I fell into the Han River." Despite the bizarre circumstances, a pragmatic thought forms in his mind. Well, I can just start again as long as I'm not dead. His hand twitches, a thought echoing in his mind. It's better to be alive, even burdened by immense debt, than to simply die. He slowly opens his eyes, the unfamiliar surroundings prompting a realization that this is certainly not a hospital. His gaze drifts to an ornate window, sunlight streaming through, making him wonder about the strange furniture around him. The entire setting feels as if he's walked onto a film set from the Middle Ages. A voice cuts through the silence, sharp and sudden, asking, "Can you see me?" The man nearby recoils in terror, a cry escaping his lips as he exclaims, "Fuck, that startled me." Han Li, noticing the man's distress, wonders if he's crying, then cautiously calls out, hello." Still reeling from the sudden shift in his voice and the man's terrified reaction, Han Li can only stare as the man recoils, demanding to know who he is, while internally chastising himself for not being more careful. The man's face contorts in fear, a chilling thought crossing his mind. He wonders if his master no longer recognizes him, but quickly reaffirms his unwavering loyalty. With a desperate plea, the man introduces himself as Garden, the Crown Prince's personal doctor. Han Li, still processing the bizarre situation, is utterly bewildered by Garden's words. Ignoring the strange outburst, Han Li simply asks for some water. Garden, moving with astonishing speed, immediately presents a small, ornate box. Han Li's attention is drawn to the box's contents, a sudden thought striking him about the glittering stones. He observes their intense sparkle, wondering if they are truly genuine, like 10-carat diamonds. He takes a long, deep gulp from the ornate goblet. As he gazes into the mirror, his reflection stares back, a silent observer in the opulent room. The intricate details of the goblet catch his eye, its craftsmanship exquisite. But it's the face reflected back that truly holds his attention, a visage sparkling with an unfamiliar glow. He continues to stare, the ornate cup still held to his lips, his eyes wide with dawning realization. With a soft gasp, he reaches up, his fingers tracing the contours of his own face in the mirror, while Garden watches from nearby. This is him, yet it isn't his face at all. A sudden, sharp exclamation of disbelief escapes him. As he stares at his reflection, his white hair and glowing blue eyes a stark contrast to his memory, a profound sense of confusion washing over him. Then, a familiar name appears on a screen, Raquel Adria Magentano, described with white hair and blue eyes, the main character of a novel he once read. He remembers his past self, lying in a hospital bed, engrossed in that very story, the day before he went out drinking. A chilling realization dawns on him. He has become a character from that novel. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a voice calling out, a simple, direct address. Turning, he sees Garden, who respectfully asks, confirming his new, elevated status. Han Li, still reeling from the shock, questions the reality of the situation, while Garden reacts with wide-eyed astonishment at his words. With a sigh, he resolves to take matters into his own hands, as Garden reaffirms his loyalty with a deferential bow. A soft rustle of sheets accompanies the thumping of his heart. As he clutches his head, the full weight of his new reality crashing down. His personal doctor, Garden, stands by the bed, a look of deep concern etched on his face, asking if he is all right. But the question barely registers. Isn't a dream. He squeezes his eyes shut, the truth undeniable. A manic grin spreads across his face as the full implication hits him. He is the crown prince of that novel. And that means, in his mind's eye, he sees the crushing mountain of debt and interest that comes with the title. He had accumulated so much debt from his Vegas clinic business, but now, a sense of profound relief washed over him. He felt as though he could finally live his life free from those gripping debts. But the moment of peace shattered as a torrent of gold coins, representing the crown prince's true financial burden, rained down on him, leaving him utterly shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling up as the crushing reality set in. A sharp, cracking pain gripped his chest, a physical manifestation of the overwhelming debt that now bound him. He sat on the opulent bed, his hands and feet feeling strangely weak, as if bound by an unseen force. A voice broke through his daze, filled with concern, addressing him with deference. He struggled to form a coherent thought, his entire body feeling weak and drained. He finds himself thinking that this new body is far weaker than that of a person in their 40s. And a wave of disbelief washes over him, as he realizes the full implications. His expression contorts in distress. For Rakiel, the crown prince, was merely a side character in the original story, destined to appear only briefly. At the young age of 22, he dies. A sudden thought pierces through his panic, causing him to call out, "Garden?" The doctor, standing nearby, responds calmly, "Yes, Your Highness?" His eyes widen in shock as Garden's words echo in his mind. "You're 21 years old." The realization of his impending doom causes him to curse internally. Shit. He stares ahead, his mind racing with the implications of his new reality. A single, terrifying thought echoes in his head. 1 year. He wonders how everything went so wrong, how he, a man burdened by debt, suddenly found himself an extra in a novel, believing he could finally escape his past. As the crown prince, he had envisioned a comfortable life, free from worry, a chance to simply enjoy himself. But the crushing reality was undeniable. He only had 1 year left to live. Even the original crown prince, despite receiving the best medical treatments available in this world, could not escape his fate. He had even received the emperor's blessing countless times, yet it was all in vain. The story clearly stated that he still died in the first half of the narrative, unable to overcome his illnesses. This grim realization left him with only one conclusion. There was only one answer for him now. He vows to be more careful next time, a dramatic realization dawning on him that this opulent room is certainly not a hospital. As the personal physician, Garden stands ready, a syringe clutched in his hand. Addressing the crown prince, he respectfully asks, then adds, "I've got something to discuss with me, Needles." Misinterpreting the statement, the prince demands that the size doesn't matter, only that he be brought as many needles as possible. A fierce determination hardens his gaze, his blue eyes burning with resolve. He internally declares his unwavering commitment to protect this new body. Outside the grand, castle-like palace, a low hum resonates through the night air. Back inside, a soft gasp escapes his lips, a quiet sigh of realization. Sitting up in bed, he ponders the true nature of this body he now inhabits, wondering what could possibly be so wrong with it. Han Li, now inhabiting Rakiel's body, begins to assess his new physical state, focusing on the subtle rhythms within, identifying an intermittent pulse and a skipping pulse as he meditates. He delves deeper, recognizing a boiling cauldron pulse, a flicking stone pulse, an untangling rope pulse, and a leaky roof pulse, all indicative of severe internal imbalances. Further analysis reveals a swimming shrimp pulse and a sparrow pecking pulse, each a distinct sign of underlying illness. These, he realizes, are collectively known as the 10 strange pulses, and the presence of even one symptom points to significant internal injuries. A sigh escapes him as he considers the profound weakness of this body, acknowledging the tough life Rakiel must have endured. Just then, Garden approaches, announcing he has gathered all the needles as ordered, causing Han Li to react with a surprised, "Huh?" He quickly regains his composure, instructing Garden to lay them out nearby. A collection of fine acupuncture needles is carefully arranged on a surface. Han Li observes them, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips as he contemplates their potential use. He holds the needle, observing the opulent surroundings, and thinks to himself that this place is more like a club than a hospital. As he examines the fine clothing, Garden approaches cautiously, asking what His Highness intends to do, to which he only hums in response. Still contemplating his next move, Garden presses further, his voice laced with concern, inquiring about the needle in his hand. A slight smile plays on his lips as he considers his answer. He calmly explains his intention to carefully use the needle on himself, eliciting a shocked gasp from Garden. Garden's voice rises in a desperate plea, as he drops to his knees, begging His Highness not to harm himself, while Han Li calmly prepares the needle. Tears welling in his eyes, Garden implores him to calm down, fearing the worst. Still kneeling before the crown prince, Garden's voice trembles with desperation, reminding him that he is the sole heir to the imperial throne and that such reckless talk must cease. The prince simply watches him, a faint, almost mocking smile playing on his lips as he replies, "I'll be more careful next time." He knows this is his only chance. If nothing changes after he inhabits this body, then all his efforts will have been in vain. Turning back to Garden, his expression softens slightly as he declares, "Then I want you to trust me from now on." With a steady hand, he prepares the fine acupuncture needles, the candlelight glinting off their sharp tips. Garden watches, his face a mask of profound worry. As the prince turns his back, beginning to unbutton his shirt, Garden, resigned, finally concedes, "If you insist, then I shall." With his back now exposed, already dotted with the inserted needles, the prince reassures the distraught doctor, "Put my trust in you. Don't be too worried." With a resolute conviction, he had declared that no one would regret his decision. And now, the moment of truth arrived as the first needle prepared to pierce his skin. Already, several were embedded in his chest, targeting the most vital breathing organ, for he knew he needed to breathe properly before attempting anything else. To achieve that, he had to stimulate 3 specific meridians, with the one most directly connected to the lungs being his primary focus. A faint rumble echoed as he identified it, the lung meridian of Han Tying. As he inserted another needle, a sharp, crackling blue-green energy flared around his hand, and a pained gasp escaped him, wondering if the unfamiliar body was amplifying the sensation. Now, multiple points glowed with vibrant, interconnected energy, specifically targeting the lung 1 acupunct and cloud gate acupunct points, his body a conduit for the surging power. A final spark of blue-green light erupted as he focused on the upper arm meridian acupunct, meticulously completing the sequence. Sweat beaded on his brow, reflecting the fading glow, as he mentally declared, "One down." A soft, resonant chime echoes within him, and he opens his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he tries to comprehend the sudden sensation. Internally, a system message confirms his body is reacting positively to his precise acupuncture skills, with the functions of his lungs and other organs already showing signs of recovery. Within his chest, the ethereal image of his lungs glows faintly, surrounded by shimmering particles. A sudden surge of energy bursts through his meridians, a powerful, internal crash resonating through his being. Another chime rings out, accompanied by a triumphant message. His lungs have begun to function again. His eyes widen in shock, the realization of his success washing over him. A sharp, tingling sensation, almost like a jolt of electricity, pricks at his eye, a single drop of blood appearing. Despite the pain, a vibrant, sparkling energy swirls around him, a clear sign of the successful meridian activation. Internally, a pair of animated lungs begin to spin and twirl, a visual representation of the body's healing process. As a brilliant flash of light erupts, signaling a successful recovery, the animated lungs reappear, now giving a triumphant thumbs up. Followed by another bright glow and a system notification confirming his lungs have granted him too. The message clarifies, "Thumbs up, your lungs have given you 100 HP. Lying in bed, Han Li stares wide-eyed at the sudden influx of information, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. A thought bubble appears above him, questioning, "Huh? Mascots?" A game-like interface flickers into existence, displaying the title, "The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine," as a voice echoes, "I'll be more careful next time," before the realization dawns. Wait, this isn't the hospital. His eyes snap open, revealing a young man with an expression of utter bewilderment, a faint blue glow emanating from his head. He reaches out a hand, still processing the strange environment, a soft "huh" escaping his lips. From nearby, a concerned voice calls out, "Your Highness?" The Crown Prince's personal doctor, Garden, watches him with a furrowed brow, his expression etched with deep worry. Both men reach out towards an unseen phenomenon, Han Li questioning, "What is this?" Garden's voice, still laced with concern, suggests, "Is it something like a status window?" The doctor covers his mouth, his thoughts betraying his deep distress. "Our crazy Crown Prince is so pitiful. What should I do?" Still reeling from the sudden appearance of the system window, he mutters to himself, promising to be more careful next time, while Garden, his personal doctor, looks on with growing concern. Garden dismisses his words as mere overreaction, but Han Li is already questioning the doctor's proposed acupuncture treatment, especially the use of needles. Despite his initial apprehension, he decides to take matters into his own hands, carefully positioning a needle against his skin. With a soft, almost imperceptible sound, the needle pierces his chest. Immediately, a system message appears, confirming his accurate performance of acupuncture on the Yunmen acupoint. Another message follows, indicating that the tight feeling in his chest has been alleviated a little. A tingling sensation spreads across his arm, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He winces, his expression betraying the discomfort. As he lets out a pained gasp, realizing the procedure hurts more than he anticipated. A deep frown creases Garden's brow, his concern evident as he watches over the Crown Prince. He mutters to himself, a low, indistinct sound. The weight of his new reality, the madness of his royal lineage, and the mental strain of his circumstances press down on him, threatening to push him over the edge as a faint red aura pulses around his hands. Slowly, his eyes flutter open, revealing a moment of quiet contemplation. He stares up at the ceiling, his gaze distant. Then, turning his head slightly, he looks to the side, a new resolve hardening his expression. He decides to push through the pain and finish what he started, his determination unwavering. His focus narrows to a specific point, the Xuanji acupoint, the target of his next action. He visualizes the intricate network of points across his body, preparing for the precise application of his skill. As he continued his self-treatment, his skillful acupuncture began stimulating various acupoints, creating a sensation as if his lungs were being massaged in a comfortable chair. The internal energy flowed, manifesting as a peculiar image of his organs relaxing. He couldn't help but wonder, why does it feel like a massage chair? And more importantly, why isn't it giving me any HP? Finally, he moved to the Shiai's acupoint, carefully inserting the needle into his hand. With a soft ping, the acupuncture for the left lung meridian was successfully completed. A rhythmic tapping echoes, a sensation of movement and energy flowing through his body. As a foot lightly touches down, followed by a soft thud. Suddenly, two identical, energetic figures burst into view, their blonde hair and green tracksuits vibrant against a shimmering backdrop. A system message flashes, declaring his lungs are doing a tap dance, leaving him utterly bewildered. The energetic figures continue their synchronized movements, their forms blurring with speed. They leap and spin, their movements punctuated by a sharp thump, as if landing on an invisible stage. He slowly comes to, lying in bed, as large, glowing numbers count down around him. The numbers continue their relentless march, a voice from the system confirming he's not sleeping and urging him to wake up. His eyes snap open, revealing a tired, confused expression, his once jet black hair now a striking reddish brown. He stirs awake, a thought forming that he should be more careful next time, but the luxurious surroundings quickly make him realize this is not the hospital. As if on cue, a vibrant internal world bursts forth, two figures exclaiming that they are going all out with the noise. Another, sharp-eyed figure demands to know what they think they are doing. Amidst the commotion, a figure in traditional attire holds a glowing scroll, while a spiky-haired, goggle-wearing entity cries out, asking why it's being left out. A figure with long, braided reddish-brown hair sits, its body undulating with a rhythmic gurgling. As the two smaller, blonde-haired figures from before joyfully participate in the chaotic rhythm. A system message appearing to confirm that his large intestine is perfectly in sync with the rhythm, demonstrating impressive wave movements. He watches, bewildered, as the system then announces that his large intestine has granted him 100 HP, and his lungs an additional 200 HP. As the system continued its revelations, a new display materialized, showing his current HP total at 600. He could barely process the previous information when another message appeared, announcing that even his large intestine had now manifested within the system's view. The system paused for a moment, then added a simple, ominous, and before revealing that the HP he possessed had reached a level capable of unlocking skills, with the specific abilities depending on his current knowledge and inherent talents. It then prompted him to view a list of these unlockable skills. The word echoed in his mind, a question mark forming around the concept of skills. The system clarified, illustrating how stats like strength increased sword and axe proficiency, while dexterity enhanced bow and spear usage, just like in classic games. He couldn't help but exclaim, wondering if these were truly the classic fantasy abilities he'd always read about. Of course, he wanted to see them. With his enthusiastic confirmation, the system prepared to display the comprehensive list of unlockable skills. As he watched the interface, his dark hair, once jet black, now shimmered with an ethereal white-silver hue, a silent testament to the profound changes unfolding within him. A list of skills materializes before him, each one a testament to his accumulated knowledge and experience, prompting a soft chuckle as he realizes these are all abilities he has already mastered in his previous life. A wry smile plays on his lips, his newly silver hair gleaming as he considers the possibilities. This, the system declares, is the true beginning of all treatment. It is the definitive diagnosis. The man known as Director Li Han sits poised, ready to embrace his new path. He makes his choice, selecting pulse reading. The system confirms his decision, announcing the skill unlocked at stage 1, with a fee of 500 HP, leaving him with 100 remaining. The system continues, explaining that his knowledge and experience are the true catalysts for these new powers. A new skill, pulse reading, has been successfully unlocked, its acquisition heralded by a surge of blue energy. The system explains that at level 1, this ability allows one to roughly estimate a target's health condition by feeling their pulse, with a basic overall health check report available for detailed results. Lying in bed, Han Li considers the implications, deciding to review his own overall health check report once more. As the system initiates the pulse reading, a scanning progress bar appears before him, slowly filling. Blue energy lines envelop his form as the scan reaches 85% completion. Finally, the process concludes at 100%. The overall health check report materializes, revealing a stark F grade for his general well-being, a damning assessment that echoes with a sharp sound. The system's overall opinion flashes ominously, labeling him as SS-rank trash with a heavy, impactful sound. His expected life expectancy is then displayed, a mere 91 days, leaving him utterly stunned. A heavy sigh escapes him, the rain outside mirroring his internal turmoil. He knew his body was weak, but the system's cold pronouncement echoes in his mind. Only 3 months left to live. 3 months, he thinks, a duration even shorter than a temporary job contract, the realization burning in his glowing blue eyes. He mutters to himself, a defiant question hanging in the air. Do you think I'll just die like this? With a surge of resolve, he prepares his needles, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand as he considers the reinforcing reducing method. He carefully inserts them in a clockwise direction, focusing intently on his breath, the blue energy tracing lines across his arm. Then, with equal precision, he extracts the needles using the supplementary and draining method, a quiet determination settling over him. His gaze sharpens, the blue light in his eyes intensifying as he completes the intricate procedure. A system notification flashes, confirming his success. His life expectancy has increased by 1 day, now showing 92 days remaining. He stirs awake, his mind still reeling from the previous night's desperate gamble, only to find himself in an unfamiliar, opulent room, far from the sterile hospital environment he expected. As a system window flickers into view, a crucial detail catches his eye, concerning his very life expectancy. A wave of relief washes over him as the words increased, confirmed the impossible. His self-treatment was effective. The memory of the delicate needlework, the precise insertion points, still fresh in his mind. A faint blue glow, a residual energy from the treatment, still lingers, confirming the profound effect it had on his body. He stares intently at the system window, the confirmation of his success now undeniable. However, the cost of such a drastic measure is evident on his bare torso, marked by numerous acupuncture points and traces of blood, a testament to the strain his body endured. A new system message appears, a stark warning that his body is experiencing significant stress from the recent acupuncture. The system explicitly recommends performing acupuncture only once every 3 days to avoid further harm. He stands, his body etched with glowing blue lines, a shriveled, dark object clutched in his hand, a monstrous shadow looming behind him as he realizes, acupuncture isn't a cure-all. The sheer devastation of the process overwhelms him, sending him collapsing to the ground, racked with pain and trembling uncontrollably. A patient needs immense strength to endure the stress on their nerves and meridians during acupuncture, but his body right now is in a state of very low health, to use gaming terms. The message he just received confirms that acupuncture is indeed effective, yet it demands 3 days of rest to recover the strength needed for just 1 session. If he were to perform acupuncture once every 3 days, assuming his life. Each session promised to extend his life by a month, but Han Li knew that wasn't nearly enough, since he was still going to die soon, and he needed a more effective approach. The fastest and most certain method, he concluded, would be consumables. That meant potent tonics. A confident smile spread across Lakiel's face as the realization dawned. Tonics. Suddenly, the concerned voice of Garden broke through his thoughts, asking if His Highness was all right. Lakiel, now composed, turned to his doctor, requesting a favor. Lakiel, still in his bed, reflects on his past actions, acknowledging a need for greater caution, before realizing his surroundings are unfamiliar. Standing now, he questions Garden about the palace's ingredient storage, wondering if they possess more potent components than those typically cultivated. Garden, taken aback, repeats the query, his expression betraying a hint of concern. Lakiel clarifies his interest lies in poisonous ingredients, to which Garden hesitantly confirms their availability, albeit with reservations. A slight smirk plays on Lakiel's lips, pleased by the confirmation. He then specifically inquires about wolfsbane root, his gaze fixed on the doctor. Garden confirms its presence, explaining that while this isn't the main palace, it is still the Crown Prince's official residence. With a radiant, almost unsettling smile, Lakiel issues a direct command. He wants the ingredient brought to him immediately. Garden, clearly perplexed by the unusual request, hesitantly asked for clarification on its intended use. A chilling smile spreads across his face, as Lakiel declares with unsettling intensity, "I'm going to eat it." The words hit Garden like a physical blow, his face contorting in utter horror. With eyes glowing an ethereal blue, Lakiel confirms his intent, a manic glint in his gaze. The shadowy forms of the potent ingredients seem to writhe in the dim light. Within the grand, silent walls of the palace. Clutching his chest, the doctor pleads desperately, "You mustn't do that, Your Highness." His fist slams down in frustration, unable to comprehend such a reckless act. Still reeling from the Crown Prince's shocking declaration, Garden desperately pleads with him, reminding His Highness that the treatment he's undergoing is already a dangerous gamble, and that adding poison would be an act of madness. The doctor's face contorts in anguish, his hands clasped in a silent plea. He tries to reason, to argue, but the words catch in his throat, his eye reflecting sheer terror at the prince's resolve. A soft sigh escapes Lakiel, his hand resting on the bedsheets. He calmly dismisses Garden's concerns, explaining that he simply cannot forget the taste of wolfsbane root, a memory that seems to haunt him. As Lachiel rises and turns away, he adds that the root is often used in medicine, leaving Garden to question his sanity. There are 2 types of wolfsbane root, and among them, the one he desires to consume is the most potent. Even the smallest root, known as the daughter root, contains aconitine, a substance so lethal it can stop a heart. His gaze remains unwavering, a chilling determination in his eyes. Still reeling from the prince's shocking declaration, Garden can only manage a hesitant but. A faint smile plays on Lachiel's lips as he confidently asserts, I know of a method to neutralize and detoxify the poison. He continues, his gaze unwavering. I can turn that deadly poison into a medicinal herb. As if to illustrate his point, a vision of the wolfsbane root appears, its dark energy shifting and transforming into a vibrant, glowing plant, a testament to his claim of turning deadly poison into a medicinal herb. Garden's eyes widen in utter disbelief, the words echoing in his mind. Turn a poisonous plant into a medicinal herb? The prince's explanation continues, accompanied by another ethereal image of the transformed plant, revealing that this process is known as detoxification in other lands. A close-up shows Lachiel's hand, glowing with subtle energy, as he demonstrates the delicate process of detoxification, water droplets shimmering around the plant. The plant, now submerged in glowing water, undergoes its final transformation, its toxic properties neutralized, making the wolfsbane root medicinal. The result is a small, unassuming root, now harmless and potent. A desolate field of weathered stone markers, resembling ancient tombstones, stretches into the distance, a silent testament to countless failures. As the conversation continues, Lachiel presses the issue, asking if Garden is now convinced. Garden, his hair now a striking white, looks utterly bewildered, admitting he's honestly not convinced at all. He confesses he's never heard of anything like this before, and expresses deep skepticism about the information's origin or its trustworthiness. Despite his doubts, Garden's expression softens with resignation, acknowledging that if it will help improve Lachiel's health, he will bring whatever has been ordered, his hand confirming his reluctant agreement. Lachiel, his white hair a stark contrast to his former appearance, remains silent, lost in thought. His Highness's body deteriorates daily, Garden laments, his gaze fixed on the ailing prince. He walks away, the weight of his concern heavy on his shoulders. We were in despair since none of the medicines worked, he recalls, standing amidst shelves of forgotten remedies. Detoxification. I guess it'd be okay to give it a try, he muses, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. With a determined rustle, he reaches for the prepared ingredients. In return for his efforts, the detoxified wolfsbane root now sits ready. Gazing at the now white-haired Han Li, Garden declares, once that detoxification process is over, I shall eat it myself first, to ensure its safety. After the arduous detoxification process, a radiant smile graces his face, his once dark hair now a striking white, and his eyes gleaming with a vibrant blue hue. The remnants of the powerful concoction bubble and shimmer, a fiery glow still emanating from beneath the surface of the liquid. A quiet kitchen stands ready, its shelves neatly stocked with plates and bowls, while cooking utensils hang poised above a large, empty pot. Soon, a dark, bubbling liquid fills the pot, its strange aroma prompting Garden to remark, Your Highness, it smells really strange. Han Li, seated on his bed, responds with a slight smirk, Are you not convinced it's safe? Garden, however, remains unconvinced, stating, Well, that's because you made it. A disaster is imminent. His face contorts in worry as he whispers the word, poison. He then pleads, his hands clasped together, Please retain this. His expression of utter despair is clear as he implores, Please, Your Highness. Still reeling from the unsettling concoction, Garden lets out a frustrated sigh, his voice laced with genuine fear as he exclaims that the situation has truly startled him. Han Li, however, remains unfazed, almost amused, suggesting with a slight smirk that if Garden is so concerned, he should simply try the substance himself. The thought of it, however, fills Garden with a golden, overwhelming dread, a silent scream echoing his absolute refusal. His face contorts in a mixture of horror and desperation, his eyes wide with pleading. Han Li's gaze, now a piercing electric blue, remains fixed and unwavering, a stark contrast to the chaos in Garden's expression. The collar of his pristine white shirt frames his neck, suggesting an underlying composure despite the tense atmosphere. His eyes, now glowing with an ethereal blue light, hold a depth of power and resolve that belies his calm demeanor. In the original narrative, Garden was always portrayed as fiercely loyal and devoted, a steadfast companion to the crown prince. However, his initial role was not that of the assigned family doctor, but rather as a humble assistant, working his way up through sheer dedication. He stirs awake, a soft thud echoing as he shifts on the unfamiliar bed, a question escaping his lips about his previous carelessness. His mind races, realizing with a jolt that this is certainly not the hospital. In the past, even the most confident doctors who initially attended to Rakiel eventually abandoned him. But ultimately, Garden was the sole individual who remained steadfastly by Rakiel's side, a testament to his unwavering loyalty. He was the kind of person who would diligently check on a younger Rakiel. But in the end, that same loyal Garden was tragically framed for the Crown Prince's death and subsequently executed. A soft clatter echoes through the opulent room as Garden stands by a bookshelf, his gaze fixed on the figure resting in the bed. He thinks to himself, that Han Li is such a genuine person. Observing the white-haired man, he believes someone as good as him truly deserves a good life. But a darker thought stirs within Han Li, as a viscous liquid begins to bubble and boil in a pot. His eyes glowing with a cold, blue light as a sinister smile spreads across his face. He declares he won't share such good stuff with anyone. The pot continues its furious bubbling, the liquid darkening to a murky, ominous hue, before finally dripping out as a thick, golden substance. The mysterious golden liquid swirls, its surface rippling with an unseen energy, as a potent concoction known as a Ephedra aconite ashram decoction is prepared. With his new white hair and glowing blue eyes, Han Li declares the medicine complete, though it still needs to cool before consumption. Garden, eager for the remedy, asks if he should drink it immediately. But Han Li calmly instructs him to wait, understanding his urgency. A flicker of concern crosses Garden's face as he acknowledges the need for cooling. And a sudden realization dawns on him. How could Han Li possess such intricate knowledge of this specific medicine? Meanwhile, Han Li's expression turns subtly sinister, his glowing eyes betraying a hidden agenda, knowing full well that Garden's loyalty is to Rakiel. It would be problematic if Garden ever discovered his true identity, he muses, contemplating his next move. He stirs awake, a jolt of confusion running through him as he realizes his surroundings are unfamiliar, a thought echoing in his mind. This isn't the hospital. Garden's voice cuts through the silence, a hint of skepticism in his tone as he questions the strange tale of a mage in a dream. Yet, despite his doubts, he offers a simple, unwavering declaration of trust. Han Li, however, can see through the facade, knowing the other man's true feelings. He dismisses Garden's overthinking, his own electric blue eyes glowing with an inner resolve, signaling that the time for action has arrived. A steaming cup sits ready, its dark surface reflecting the quiet intensity of the moment. His fingers twitch with anticipation, a subtle tremor of power. Standing by the window, he gazes out, a soft clink echoing as he reaches for the cup. He takes a deep gulp, the liquid a bitter prelude to the challenges ahead. As Garden expressed his intent to be more careful next time, a faint huh escaped Han Li, his glowing blue eyes widening slightly in surprise. A moment later, a more pronounced wh left his lips, his expression shifting from mild surprise to genuine bewilderment. He looked down at the empty cup in his hand, the realization dawning on him. He had consumed every last drop. The perfectly prepared Ephedra aconite ashram decoction, infused with dodder root, had now removed all coldness and sores within him, boosting his metabolism to an unprecedented degree. Deep within him, a vibrant, glowing red heart pulsed with newfound energy, a clear sign that something monumental was about to unfold. As the system message flashes, announcing the awakening of the Azrahan core energy, Han Li's eyes widen in disbelief, a question forming on his lips. The system continues, explaining that this Azrahan core energy is a potent technique, created by the legendary Grandmaster Knight Javier Azrahan, and passed down only to the direct descendants of the Magentano imperial family. It was a symbol of their power, and the noble Lloyd Frontera once served the crown prince who possessed it. Since the original owner of his body was indeed the crown prince, he must have learned about this powerful Azrahan core energy in his youth. As the Azrahan core energy skill unlocks within him, Han Li stands in the quiet room, a profound transformation rippling through his very being. His body begins to process and increase the mana absorbed by his soul and heart, circulating the newfound energy throughout his system, boosting his current mana by a staggering 120%. Deep within his chest, his heart glows with an ethereal light, a sensation like a slippery donut circling the vital organ. He can feel the energy coursing through his entire body, even without consciously breathing, a subtle glow emanating from his chest. Gazing at his outstretched hand, a faint blue luminescence begins to coalesce around it. He finally comprehends the nature of this power, realizing, so, this is mana. The blue energy intensifies, enveloping him in a vibrant aura as he stands, his hand glowing brightly, a testament to the potent force now awakened within him. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the power, he can only utter a single, awestruck word, wow. A smirk plays on his lips as he holds a glowing device, the sheer power coursing through him making him declare, this is fucking awesome. But the surge intensifies, a deep, resonant dump, echoing from within his chest. As an internal barrier shatters with a sharp zang, he clutches his chest, the initial excitement replaced by a sudden, agonizing pain, his heart feeling as if it might give out. Inside, his heart pulses with an overwhelming, fiery red energy, a powerful SHWAK, resonating with each beat. His eyes glow crimson as he screams, the intensity of the mana making him feel as though his very core is about to burst. Red energy radiates from his tightly clasped hands, still pressed against his chest. Amidst the chaos, a new realization dawns on him. There is a distinct circle forming around his heart. As the mana surge continued to rack his body, Han Li found himself on a bed, his personal doctor, Garden, leaning over him with a look of profound worry, exclaiming his title in alarm. Garden could only sigh, his face etched with concern, muttering about the chaotic situation. His distress was palpable. Meanwhile, Han Li's eyes widened in a mixture of pain and dawning horror as a series of urgent system alerts began to flash before his inner vision. A stark warning appeared, indicating that the mana circle was exerting far too much pressure. The alert intensified, screaming danger, and specifying that the growth balance between the mana circle and his heart was critically off. The final, chilling message confirmed his worst fears. His heart was at risk of stopping entirely. Clutching his chest, Han Li could only voice the system's own words, questioning if the growth balance truly was off. He pondered the dire implications, wondering if this meant the mana circle and his very heart were fundamentally incompatible. Rakiel, who had been sickly since childhood, never had the opportunity to train his mana. And now, his newly formed mana circle felt like a weapon that simply didn't fit. It was violently constricting his heart, a powerful, rhythmic pressure building within him. If so, he clutched his chest as the mana surged painfully. Realizing there was only one answer for this predicament, the blue energy around his chest intensified, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve as he focused on the very cause of his heart's torment. Engulfed in a brilliant blue aura, he prepared for what must be done. Han Li focuses intently, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, determined to expand the mana circle. As his power surges, his hair seems to float, imbued with the same vibrant energy. He reaches into the swirling chaos of conflicting energies, attempting to control the volatile forces within him. Standing resolute within the expanding blue circle, he becomes a beacon of focused will. The world around him fades into an absolute void, leaving only his singular purpose. A sudden, violent crack echoes through the void as he pushes his limits even further, resolving to accelerate the process. His hands clasp together, channeling the immense blue energy, while the chaotic red forces continue to churn beneath him. The blue energy forms a powerful V-shape around him, a desperate attempt to stabilize the volatile mana, knowing the dire consequences if the circle's rotation ceases. Engulfed in a blinding blue aura, his eyes burn with an unwavering resolve, pushing through the pain to achieve his goal. Waking in an unfamiliar, opulent room, Han Li's mind races, a desperate thought escaping him that he'll be more careful next time, before the stark realization hits. This isn't the hospital. A surge of brilliant blue mana flares around him, his eyes glowing with its power as he curses his situation. The pain he feels is immense, yet it pales in comparison to the crushing weight of his past failures in Korea, where rumors of his family owning a corona-infested property had spread, leading to his downfall. His once thriving medical practice was forced to close down, and he even started losing his hair from the stress. He sits hunched over a desk, surrounded by the remnants of his ruined life, as rents, loans, and interest kept piling up, forcing him to downgrade his own home just to try and pay off the mounting debt. He screams, a raw, guttural sound, as brilliant blue mana erupts from his body, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The surge intensifies, his mind fixated on the painful memory of his lost home, a silent cry echoing through the torrent of power. The energy builds, a silent, overwhelming force. Don't, he pushes outward, a wave of crackling blue energy radiating from him. Underestimate, his voice strained with defiance, the mana swirling violently around him. His hand glows with an incandescent blue, the raw power coalescing around his fingers. Extending up his arm, a conduit of pure, unbridled energy. A powerful kick, imbued with the same brilliant mana, slices through the air. As deep within him, his very heart pulses with an unnatural, vibrant glow, connected by tendrils of light. As the surge of mana courses through him, he finds himself reliving a past regret, a silent vow echoing in his mind, to be more careful next time. The memory intensifies, a raw scream escaping his lips as he recalls the crushing burden of being a self-employed business owner in Korea, a life that ended in ruin. Deep within his chest, his heart glows with an unstable, vibrant blue energy, pulsating with the immense power now awakening inside him. The blue light extends, enveloping his entire form, even his feet radiating with the potent mana. As the internal turmoil subsides, he finds himself on the floor, disoriented, while Garden kneels beside him, offering a steadying hand and a concerned gaze. He struggles to catch his breath, his expression a mix of exhaustion and lingering shock, the lingering effects of the mana surge still evident. An abstract vision of glowing blue structures seems to solidify in his mind, a testament to the positive stimulation that has now fully awakened his heart. The opulent room features a small, elegant table, currently holding a light meal. A bare foot, pale and slender, steps onto the polished floor with a soft thud. As Han Li, now with striking white hair, finds himself sprawled beside the grand bed, a dark-haired attendant quickly kneeling at his side. The kneeling man, Garden, his face etched with concern, asks if His Highness is all right. The white-haired youth, his eyes now glowing a vibrant red, stares back in utter bewilderment. A sharp, ringing sound echoes in his mind, followed by a sudden, overwhelming sensation washing over him, a powerful surge of energy confirming that his internal organs, particularly his heart, are now fully awake and stimulated. The sensation intensifies, manifesting as a brilliant, ethereal glow that fades into darkness. A new scene unfolds, as heavy footsteps echo across a brightly lit stage, a voice announcing, "The king has arrived." Each step deliberate and powerful. The figure's muscular shoulder, adorned with a distinctive heart-shaped tattoo, catches the light. As the stage reveals itself, a grand chest surrounded by a phalanx of muscular men, all bathed in the intense glow of spotlights. A subtle creak signals a shift in the environment. And then, the king himself steps fully into view, his purple hair vibrant against the stage lights, his powerful physique evident. His confident stride continues, bringing him to the center stage, where he raises a microphone, ready to address the unseen crowd. As he prepares, a burst of vibrant pink and purple energy erupts around him, sparkling with magical particles. A blinding flash of light erupts, accompanied by a vibrant purple energy, signaling a powerful presence. From within the radiant glow, a muscular figure with spiky red hair emerges, his form radiating an intense, almost ethereal aura. The energy coalesces around him, a powerful manifestation known as Rakiel's heart. Below the stage, a subordinate with orange hair snaps to attention, saluting with fervent loyalty, exclaiming his relief that his boss is safe. Another subordinate, blonde-haired, joins him in a mocking laugh, dismissing someone as a shabby person appearing in a shabby place. Their laughter echoes as the orange-haired man taunts, "Hi there, shabby brats." Meanwhile, in a different location, Han Li, now with white hair and piercing blue eyes, holds a glowing blue interface, muttering a self-deprecating apology for his shabby body. His electric blue eye focuses intently on the holographic display, which reveals a crucial message. The growth balance between his mana circle and his head is now perfectly aligned. A system message flashes before his eyes, declaring him the first in history to obtain a mana circle slot. The message details slot 01, 0L/10L, prompting him to wonder, a slot? Like a game item slot. He stares at the game-like inventory screen, a tropical island background behind the grid of empty spaces. While nearby, Garden hesitantly calls out, "Maybe, Your Highness." The doctor stands with a worried expression, as Lloyd Frontera kneels respectfully on the floor, both observing the crown prince, whose white hair and blue eyes now radiate a vibrant energy. Garden remarks with astonishment, "He suddenly looks so full of vitality." He continues, explaining that Han Li had been in great pain from the medicine's side effects, to which the crown prince casually replies, "Oh, I just choked on some pills, man." His mouth forms a wide, almost comical shape as he adds, "It hit me like this." Waking up in an unfamiliar, opulent room, Han Li finds himself sitting on a lavish bed, a sense of confusion washing over him as he mutters about being more careful next time. His internal thoughts confirm his disorientation, realizing this grand chamber is certainly not the hospital he expected, while Garden recalls the grave danger his master had been in. Still reeling from the memory, Garden asks if he truly wanted to drink again so badly, his concern evident. Han Li, however, dismisses the gravity of the situation, casually telling Garden that if he doesn't want to drink, he should clean up the mess and take a rest. He adds, almost as an afterthought, a cryptic "oh," and before flashing a disarmingly bright smile, thanking Garden with an air of complete nonchalance. Garden's face contorts in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend his master's casual attitude after such a harrowing experience. As Han Li turns to leave, he mutters to himself, "Never mind if you didn't hear it," a hint of something unspoken lingering in the air. He walks away, leaving Garden to ponder his words, while the thoughts of others confirm the crown prince has been in his room all day. A powerful surge courses through him, a vibrant blue aura radiating from his form as he clutches his chest. And with a soft thud, he takes a deliberate step forward. He realizes he might have acquired something truly incredible. His white hair and glowing blue eyes reflect a confident smirk, a testament to his newfound power. This is a technique that allows material to be mixed with mana. He observes a floating interface, each slot capable of holding 10 liters, a silent contemplation of its potential. The system clarifies that he can store it by consuming it. This means he can store it simply by eating it. With this new understanding, he takes another firm step, ready to explore his incredible new abilities. Having just discovered his unique ability, he immediately considers its practical applications, wondering if there is anything he can consume. He moves through a corridor, perhaps searching for suitable materials. Finding himself in a laboratory, he muses that water would be perfect for mana experiments. He estimates a quantity, roughly 2 liters, as a system notification flashes, displaying the term median lethal dose. The system elaborates, explaining that it is a term used in toxicology to describe the amount of a substance that can kill 50% of test subjects, a critical factor in assessing toxicity. Simply put, there is a 50% chance of dying from it. Undeterred, Han Li pours the liquid, the system warning him that even if he survives, he could experience immense pain or become a vegetable. The system provides a baseline. For a standard weight of 60 kilograms, the median lethal dose of water is 5.4 liters. Considering his own weight, the system calculates his personal median lethal dose to be around 3.9 liters. Han Li grunts with effort, his body straining as he attempts to lift the massive, ornate pitcher, finding it surprisingly heavy. He curses under his breath, frustrated by the weakness of his current physical form. Then, with a flash of blue energy, he channels his power directly into the pitcher, his eyes glowing with an ethereal light. The intense blue radiance emanates from his gaze, a clear sign of his ability at work. A sudden realization dawns on him. He can store the water he's consuming, and a system notification confirms his thought. A holographic window materializes, displaying a number 1 slot, with a capacity of 1 liter out of 10, shimmering with the essence of water. Despite the system's confirmation, he feels no sensation of fullness, a perplexing outcome. Intrigued by this new development, he decides to continue drinking. As he does, more identical pitchers appear, each glowing faintly, ready for consumption and storage. Having just consumed a liter of water, Han Li feels nothing, his system window confirming the full 10-liter capacity of his water storage slot. Suddenly, a system message flashes, indicating a discharge of 0.1 liters. A refreshing sensation washes over him, his water storage now at 9.9 liters, confirming the successful discharge. He muses on his newfound ability, feeling like a human camel, capable of storing vast amounts of water. The thought solidifies, he can discharge any amount of water he desires. A mischievous idea sparks, wondering if he could discharge all 10 liters at once, perhaps into a pitcher. But the thought quickly turns grim, knowing attempting to discharge that much water directly into his body would surely be fatal. Sitting on the floor, a sense of frustration washes over him, questioning if there's truly nothing more he can do with this power. His feet rest on the cold floor as the weight of his limitations settles in. Waking up, he finds himself in an unfamiliar room, a thought crossing his mind that he needs to be more careful next time. Looking around, he quickly deduces that this is not the hospital, and a small bottle in his hand sparks an idea, realizing he has found a solution. The answer lies within the Azrahan core technique. This ancient method specializes in storing, amplifying, and discharging mana, allowing him to focus on amplification and discharge. With newfound determination, he decides to discharge the mana outside his body instead of risking internal harm, a brilliant blue energy beginning to coalesce in his palm. The mana amplification surges, a powerful current of energy. And then, with a focused push, the amplified mana discharges as a torrent of water, shimmering with ethereal light, cascading outwards. Still surrounded by the faint blue glow of his mana, Han Li reflects on his previous attempt, realizing he needs to be more careful next time, as the room around him confirms this is certainly not a hospital. Focusing his will, the raw mana begins to coalesce, forming a vibrant, intensely glowing blue sphere, shimmering with countless water particles. A triumphant thought crosses his mind as the sphere stabilizes, realizing his technique worked perfectly, and now he just needs to find a way to contain this potent energy. Carefully, he begins to transfer the shimmering blue sphere into a small glass bottle, the process requiring immense concentration to move it slowly and precisely. The contained mana then erupts from the bottle in a brilliant, upward-shooting beam of pure blue light. Its intense glow momentarily filling the space before fading into darkness. But the pressure proves too great, and the bottle shatters violently, sending fragments flying as the blue energy bursts outwards. Shards of glass rain down around him. But Han Li quickly regains his composure, extending his hand to reform a perfectly stable, glowing blue sphere of mana in his palm. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the room, startling him. His eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips as he processes what just happened. He stares at the shattered remnants of a bottle on the dresser, the reality of his uncontrolled power sinking in. This wasn't the intended outcome, he muses, having expected a more stable result from his mana manipulation. Undeterred, he focuses his will, and a stream of water, glowing faintly with mana, begins to flow slowly, almost like tap water. The liquid cascades into a waiting glass, filling it with shimmering, controlled energy. He sighs, a hint of exasperation in his voice, wondering why his attempts at delicate control always seem to escalate into a powerful, almost cannon-like discharge. A loud noise suddenly erupted from the Crown Prince's bedroom, prompting his attendants to immediately burst through the doors, with Garden leading the charge, calling out in alarm. His face etched with deep concern, Garden demanded to know if His Highness was all right. Meanwhile, another attendant, eyes wide with shock, could only wonder if a terrorist had dared to attack the Crown Prince. Sitting calmly on his bed, Han Li quickly clarified that it was nothing of the sort. His expression was a mix of slight embarrassment and mild annoyance, while a mischievous smile spread across Garden's face as he pondered what elaborate story he should concoct to explain the commotion. Han Li could only stare, a flustered so, escaping his lips. He then admitted, with a slight sigh, that he had simply gotten a little angry and slammed a bottle on the table. He looks down at the shattered bottle, the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, two guards stand by, their expressions etched with worry. A frustrated thought crosses his mind, wondering if his attempt had failed. He admits to himself that even he found the noise quite loud. But Garden, ever composed, reassures him with a slight bow. The question of injury catches him off guard, as he dismisses it as a mere scratch. A wave of disbelief washes over him, realizing his attendants had accepted the fabricated story. Garden, orchestrating the cover-up, instructs another to escort the prince to a different room, promising to attend to his supposed injuries shortly. The scene reveals the aftermath. Several guards lie incapacitated on the floor, victims of the prince's uncontrolled mana, while he and Garden remain standing amidst the chaos. He reflects on the quick thinking that saved his reputation, a rather suspicious excuse that somehow everyone believed. Meanwhile, Garden carefully carries him through a grand hallway. He wonders if this level of unquestioning belief is simply because he is the crown prince. Garden gently lays him down onto a luxurious bed, a soft light filtering through the windows. He muses internally, questioning if this is yet another perk of royalty. Garden, standing over him, advises him to get some rest as well. Sitting up in the opulent bed, he looks towards Garden, his expression thoughtful. His thoughts drift back to the recent incident. The core and medium around his heart, a torrent of mana, continues to surge. The raw power of the mana outburst, which had surged through his shoulder and arm, was still a vivid memory. It had been an overwhelming force. And now, lying in the opulent bed, Han Li's newly silver hair contrasted sharply with the dark thoughts swirling in his mind. He knew he needed to rest, to avoid any further incidents. And soon, his eyes drifted closed. But even in sleep, the urge to understand and control this new power lingered. A secret he intended to keep from everyone. A low rumble echoes as a mysterious, glowing orb pulses with raw energy, suspended above a circular platform. Then, with a sudden flash of light, a voice questions if Rakiel has been acting a little strange recently. Far from the source of that power, a grand, imposing castle stands silhouetted against a stormy, moonlit sky. Inside its opulent walls, a detailed stained glass window hints at the ancient power held within. An imposing, silhouetted figure sits upon a massive throne, its presence radiating authority. This is Emperor Estelian Testarossa Magentano. Before him, a kneeling subordinate reports, confirming that the crown prince has been locking himself away with needles. An ominous aura surrounds the next revelation, that the crown prince has also been drinking poison recently. The emperor's thoughts turn to Rakiel. Suddenly, a colossal, shadowy figure with piercing red eyes looms into view, its form indistinct yet menacing, as a deep voice rumbles, "What on earth are you doing?" A soft groan escapes him, a silent promise to himself to be more careful next time, as the realization dawns that this opulent room is certainly not the hospital he remembers. Meanwhile, a maid diligently stirs a pot on the stove, the rhythmic clatter of her ladle filling the quiet kitchen. Nearby, a knife rests on a cutting board, while the contents of the pot bubble gently, drawing a subtle, knowing smile from Han Li. Turning to his companion, he asks, "Garden, can you leave the room for a minute?" Garden's expression shifts to one of confusion, as he replies, "Pardon? Why do I need to do that?" A mischievous grin spreads across Han Li's face as he begins to explain, "Because you'll faint if you." He sits up in the opulent bed, a faint sound escaping him as he considers his next move, knowing he needs to face this challenge alone. From the side, Garden's voice cuts through the silence, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he questions the prince's continued consumption of the mysterious liquid. He reminds His Highness of the last time he fainted after drinking the decoction, the memory of the potent brew still fresh. The prince dismisses the concern, claiming it was merely a choke, but Garden's worry deepens, knowing their supply of the precious decoction is dwindling. Han Li reassures him, insisting it's all for an experiment, and he only intends to drink a small amount. He gestures with a hand, explaining that he simply doesn't want to waste all the effort Garden put into making it. Garden can only scratch his head in exasperation, his concern warring with the prince's stubborn logic. Han Li then adds that he couldn't possibly drink all of it anyway, to which Garden mutters that only a nut job would even try. A booming laugh echoes through the room. His laughter echoes through the room, a sound that sends a shiver down Garden's spine, who can only point a trembling finger at his own head in disbelief. Before Garden can even process the situation, a swift kick sends him sprawling out of the room, a sharp command to get out, following close behind. He lands on his hands and knees, utterly bewildered, a silent question mark hanging over his head as the door begins to close. The last thing he sees is the door clicking shut, leaving him alone in the hallway. Inside, Han Li stands by the bed, a faint whoosh of air accompanying his turn towards the now-closed door. With a determined stride, he walks away from the bed, heading towards a large pot simmering on a nearby table. His hand reaches for the pot, a dark, viscous liquid bubbling within, the sound of a heavy thump indicating his grip. Taking a deep breath, he prepares himself, muttering about the unexpected weight of the concoction as he begins his task. He lifts the heavy pot, tilting it back as the dark liquid begins to pour down his throat. A steady stream of the concoction runs down his chin as he continues to drink. As he drinks, a system window appears, indicating a number 1 slot currently empty. But in an instant, the slot fills to its maximum capacity, glowing with a vibrant energy. Finally, the pot is empty, and he sets it down with a soft thud. A satisfied burp escapes him, his new white hair and blue eyes reflecting his contentment as he remarks on how good it tasted. Holding a small vial, he considers his next step, knowing he just needs to pour the liquid out bit by bit. The grand chamber remains quiet, bathed in the soft light filtering through its tall windows. As he walks away, a system message confirms the discharge of the ephedra aconite aloe decoction. Han Li sits on the edge of the bed, initiating the discharge of the ephedra aconite asarum decoction, a process that will release 0.1 liters of the powerful liquid from his system. Later, stretching languidly in the morning light, he wakes up, feeling the subtle changes within his body. A system notification chimes, confirming his heart is loving this new state, granting him an additional 100 HP, while his lungs are dancing with joy, adding another 200 HP to his total. Even his large intestine is skipping with his sphincter, contributing another 100 HP, bringing his total health points to a staggering 500. Despite the impressive gains, he sits, deep in thought, a finger pressed to his lips. The system's assessment of his progress appears, but his expression suggests this isn't good enough for his ambitions. As the system continued its calculations, notifications flashed across Han Li's vision, reiterating his urgent need to increase his life expectancy while detailing the precise discharge of the ephedra aconite asarum decoction. Each chime of the system confirmed another precise discharge of the potent concoction. In a lavish chamber, Han Li lay in a grand bed, while an attendant stood nearby. Stirring from his rest, he inquired about the day's meal. The attendant, with a dutiful salute, informed him it was the ephedra aconite asarum decoction. The thought of more decoction lingered, prompting the question of tomorrow morning's regimen. A flicker of irritation crossed Han Li's face as he uttered the word decoction with clear displeasure. The attendant, however, remained cheerful, confirming that the ephedra aconite asarum decoction was indeed on the menu for tomorrow as well. Suddenly, a stark system warning appeared, declaring that his internal organs were growing sick of the ephedra aconite asarum decoction. As he lies in bed, a memory of the attendant's firm instruction echoes in his mind. Even as a system window appears, confirming the decoction's discharge from his body. Later, Han Li sits at a grand dining table, calmly eating a meal, as a maid approaches with a fresh cup of tea on a serving cart. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as another system window materializes before him, revealing an astonishing increase in his life expectancy. He turns to face the maid, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, unaware that he has just crushed the teacup beneath his foot. The maid gasps, her own surprise mirroring his as she stares at the shattered porcelain. The sound of the teacup shattering echoes through the opulent room, leaving shards scattered across the floor. Han Li looks down, a flicker of concern crossing his face, as the maid attendant immediately drops to her knees, bowing so deeply her forehead nearly touches the ground. Trembling visibly, she apologizes profusely, her voice laced with terror. Her eyes squeezed shut, tears welling at the corners. Han Li, bewildered, wonders why she's apologizing for a broken cup, then asks if she's hurt. As he reaches out a hand, she flinches, begging him not to whip her again, as he did last time. Han Li, still processing the maid's terror, attempts to reassure her, promising to be more careful next time. But a chilling thought then makes him ask if he had ever whipped her before, prompting the maid to desperately plead for it not to happen again. She manages to stammer out a denial, confirming he had not personally inflicted such pain. A wave of relief washes over him, yet he presses further, asking if anyone else had been subjected to such cruelty. The full, sickening truth of the original Crown Prince's nature crashes down on him. He repeats his question, his voice laced with disbelief, as the maid hesitantly confesses to a minor transgression, spilling a little tea on his sleeve. A surge of raw, purple energy erupts around him, a visible manifestation of his profound disgust and anger. His eyes glow with an intense, violet light, his resolve hardening. He considers simply abandoning this place, but a deeper sense of responsibility takes hold. The maid, still trembling, expresses her gratitude, her relief palpable. A maid rushes away from the bed, her mind racing with the desperate thought of being more careful next time. From his position on the bed, he observes her, a thought forming in his mind. She looks as if she's just been released from prison. He then calls out, "Sir Garden." The doctor immediately responds, bowing deeply, "Yes, Your Highness?" Han Li gestures, his expression thoughtful as he asks, "My memory's been hazy lately. Tell me, what kind of a person am I to you and the servants?" Garden hesitates, then begins to speak, only to be cut off by Han Li's internal warning. "Well, of course, you are. If you start flattering me, then I'll cut your tongue." A wave of fear washes over Garden, causing a faint purple aura to shimmer around him as he thinks, "I'll drink all the poison in front of you." His fear is palpable, his internal monologue continuing. It can't be helped then. He reflects on the Crown Prince's usual demeanor. "You are usually." A chilling, echoing laugh reverberates through his mind, a haunting reminder of the past. The sound, both familiar and terrifying, continues to mock him, a cruel echo of a self he barely recognizes. Meanwhile, in the opulent chamber, a maid carefully places a tray of refreshments beside the bed. Where Han Li sits, his back to a line of kneeling attendants, his new white hair a stark contrast to the dark room, the weight of his past still pressing down on him. He clutches his head, a desperate internal cry escaping him. "Rakiel, what the hell have you done?" A memory flashes, two men discussing his former self, one remarking, "Now I see why he moved to exile earlier." The answer, a bitter truth, echoes in his mind. "Because I was crazy to begin with." Now, composed and seated on a grand chair, he addresses the unseen doctor. "But, Sir Garden." His gaze falls upon a single red rose, a silent question forming in his thoughts. "Why aren't you scared of me?" He reflects on the past, acknowledging that the person closest to him must have suffered the most. Turning his gaze to Garden, he states, "Because I trust you." Garden, in turn, questions, "Trust me?" A moment of silence passes as Garden processes the unexpected words, his expression unreadable. The scene shifts abruptly, plunging into a memory of a grand estate under a heavy downpour, rain lashing against its ornate facade. Standing alone in the deluge, a figure with dark, wavy hair watches the building, the rain plastering his clothes to his form. His gaze is intense, a hint of something cold in his eyes as the water streams down his face. He remains motionless, a silent sentinel against the storm, his presence dominating the desolate landscape. Nearby, a young, white-haired figure stands with head bowed, clutching a small, ornate object as the rain falls around them. A flashback unfolds, showing Garden in a lavish room, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His expression is one of deep concern, a stark contrast to the opulence surrounding him. The memory fades into a soft, glowing haze. Before returning to the present, where Garden stands beside a bed, addressing the white-haired youth, he expresses his conviction that healing their wounds will restore their true self. Garden then adds that his trust has recently been rewarded, to which the youth simply replies with a quiet, "Thanks." A soft smile plays on the youth's lips, their light eyes reflecting a newfound contentment. Garden, with a hint of playful exasperation, asks if they like how much he's changed. The youth, now fully visible on the bed, looks up at him, and Garden readily affirms, "Of course." With a playful tone, the white-haired youth then declares, "Okay, here's a reward, eat one pastry." As a maid approaches with a tray of pastries and fruit, she begins to address her charge, "Your Highness, I." Meanwhile, a silent resolve forms within Han Li, a deep-seated vow to live well and learn from the past, to ensure a wiser future. He carries the weight of a promise, never to let anyone bear the fatal blame for his own demise. With a fierce glint in his blue eyes, the white-haired youth declares, "I'll survive." His hand clutches at his chest, a silent testament to his unwavering will. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes from the doorway, growing louder as someone approaches with urgency. And the maid bursts through, her voice filled with alarm, "Your Highness." He mutters a promise to himself, vowing to be more careful next time, but a sudden realization washes over him. This isn't the hospital. Before the man can utter another word, Han Li's hand shoots out, clamping firmly over his mouth. Struggling to breathe and speak through the grip, Garden manages to gasp out, "Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned you." His eyes, now sharp and focused, reflect a sudden, intense seriousness. Han Li wakes in a lavish bed, his mind reeling with a sudden, disorienting thought, muttering to himself, "I'll be more careful next time," before a stark realization hits him. Wait, this isn't the hospital. A gentle breeze rustles through unseen foliage, carrying the soft sounds of the outside world. Beyond the window, a magnificent, sprawling palace stands under a clear sky, its grandeur hinting at a world far removed from his own. He stands, the rustle of his unfamiliar, opulent clothes accompanying his movements, as he takes in the luxurious surroundings. His footsteps echo softly on the polished floors as he begins to explore this strange new reality. His gaze settles on a grand, ornate door, a silent question in his eyes. A close-up reveals his striking new appearance, white hair and piercing blue eyes, framed by the intricate gold embroidery of his regal attire. With a newfound resolve, he speaks, his voice clear and resonant. "I, Crown Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano." Bowing deeply to an unseen figure, "Pay my respects to your majesty, the sole son of this land." As he remained in a deep bow, the emperor, seated on his grand throne, simply hummed in contemplation. This was Adelborn Gianrova Magentano, the formidable emperor of the Magentano Empire. A moment later, a surprised gasp escaped him, his eyes widening slightly. A vibrant blue aura, crackling with energy, suddenly flared around the bowing figure, a manifestation of what was known as the Karma Core technique. The emperor's thoughts raced, wondering if this display of power truly came from the supposedly frail crown Prince Rakiel. The blue energy continued to pulse around him, a silent testament to his hidden strength. Observing the crown prince, Adelborn mused that he seemed unusually nervous in his presence. Perhaps he had been mistaken about him all along. Meanwhile, Han Li, still bowing, frantically urged himself to quickly say something to break the tense silence. Still deeply bowed before the emperor, he internally asserts his ability to rise, while Adelborn Gianrova Magentano, from his throne, inquires about his life in the side palace. Rakiel offers a simple, "Yes, your majesty," prompting the emperor to suggest they seriously consider their recent conversation. Adelborn's gaze sharpens as he reveals rumors of Rakiel harming himself with needles. The emperor leans back, his imposing figure radiating authority. He continues, his voice laced with accusation, asking if the reports of Rakiel drinking poison are true. Rakiel flinches, a gasp escaping him as he tries to deny the emperor's words. The emperor's expression hardens, his voice rising in a furious reprimand, questioning Rakiel's right to be considered a descendant of the imperial family. Yet, his tone shifts abruptly, reminding Rakiel that he is a proud member of their bloodline. Adelborn concludes with a final, stern admonition for Rakiel not to lose his dignity. Rakiel remained kneeling on the plush carpet, absorbing the emperor's stern words. The emperor's voice echoed through the chamber, questioning if he could truly withstand the immense weight of the crown, given his supposed fragile health. He suggested that perhaps a wise decision would be to step aside. A flicker of defiance crossed Rakiel's face as he subtly turned his head. From his imposing throne, the emperor repeated the phrase, his gaze piercing as he challenged Rakiel on this wise decision. Internally, the emperor harbored suspicions, convinced that the crown prince, whom he mentally labeled a snake, had another motive for this unexpected meeting. Standing at the foot of the grand staircase, Rakiel met his gaze, declaring that he would not beat around the bush. The emperor's face remained unyielding as he revealed his true demand. He wanted Rakiel to relinquish his position as crown prince to his younger brother, the second prince. The intricate golden embroidery on the emperor's opulent robes seemed to underscore the weight of his imperial decree. He stirs, a thought drifting through his mind that he must be dreaming. When the emperor's voice cuts through, demanding forgiveness, but before he can finish, Rakiel's response is a stark, unwavering refusal. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. The emperor's hand clenches, a single word escaping him in disbelief. His voice rises, incredulous, questioning Rakiel's audacity to defy him. The emperor's fury erupts, his imposing figure radiating raw power. Yet, Rakiel remains calm, confirming his defiance. He feels the immense pressure of the situation, yet he knows he need not fear. It's obvious to him why the emperor is acting this way. The emperor's stern gaze holds a calculating glint. Rakiel understands that his majesty doesn't need his consent to strip him of his crown prince title in the first place. The glowing crown hovers, a symbol of the power at stake. And the true reason the emperor asked for his abdication is because he wanted Rakiel to bow and relinquish the title of his own accord, acknowledging his brother. He also desired to present a son worthy of receiving the crown prince title among his elder brother. As the two figures stand silhouetted before a silent audience, Rakiel concludes that it's quite a shrewd political move. Though he might still be perceived as weak and untrustworthy, he resolves internally that he will not surrender without a fight. Meanwhile, the emperor muses on the crown prince's current state, believing him to be deeply anxious. He questions if the prince truly appreciates the consideration shown to him, and how much the crown prince title truly means to him. The emperor's voice rises in accusation, demanding to know if the prince will only be satisfied after bringing shame upon him and the entire imperial family. Seated upon his throne, the emperor's presence is imposing. Rakiel, however, dismisses the emperor's words internally, reflecting that he never truly cared about the title itself. His true desire is to focus on other aspects of his life and simply enjoy it. He considers the weight of the emperor's proposal, a decision that could change everything, thinking, but if I accept his proposal? The implications are dire, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. This country will go to shit. And the blame, he knows, would fall squarely on one person, all because of that second prince. A bloodstained document lies discarded, next to a book titled The Emperor of the Demon's Sword. As the internal monologue continues, acknowledging that while the Emperor of the Demon's Sword, the second prince, is seen as diligent and capable, there's a deeper, unspoken truth. The sky above darkens ominously, a monstrous silhouette soaring through the crimson clouds. A stark visual confirmation of the impending doom, an age of chaos, is looming. Rakiel, the second prince, stands in his royal attire, his expression thoughtful as he internally criticizes himself. The second prince is a frustrating fooler who is too weak to handle such turmoil. He knows the consequences of his perceived weakness, concluding that his reign would be a disaster for the empire and the imperial family, and resolves, I must do whatever it takes to prevent that from happening. Though he feels a chilling weakness in his body, Rakiel assures the older man by his bedside that his mind and wisdom remain intact. For him, the mere title of crown prince holds no true significance. What truly matters is the prosperity and peace of their imperial family. The elder listens, then remarks that he is speaking nice words. But Rakiel's gaze hardens, insisting, these are far more than mere pleasantries. Rising from his bed, he declares that this conviction is precisely why he wishes to make a proposal. The older man's expression shifts slightly as he echoes the word, a proposal? With a determined look, Rakiel implores for a chance. He had made his intentions clear, proposing a direct challenge to determine who could truly bear the burden of the crown. The grand palace stood as a silent witness to the unfolding drama, as a servant respectfully greeted him. Inside, Garden, still reeling from the previous conversation, couldn't contain his curiosity, demanding to know why the emperor had summoned him. With a casual air, Rakiel explained that it was nothing significant, merely the emperor's desire for him to pass down the crown prince title to the second prince. The revelation struck Garden like a physical blow, his face contorting in disbelief. A slight chuckle escaped Rakiel as he gestured expansively, enjoying the doctor's stunned reaction. He then dropped the true bombshell, adding that he had also suggested a sword duel with the second prince. A brilliant smile lit his face, his eyes glowing with an almost mischievous determination as he gave a confident thumbs up. He stirs in the opulent bed, a soft sigh escaping him as he admits he'll be more careful next time, while Garden stands by, observing. Garden, meanwhile, is already packing his belongings, explaining that he needs to get ready to leave. A close-up reveals the meticulous care with which he handles his items, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions, "What did you just say?" From the window, Rakiel gazes out, a thoughtful hoe, escaping him, while Garden, looking down in contemplation, recounts the emperor's desire for a crown prince more deserving than the second prince. Rakiel's gloved hand rests on the window frame, his expression unreadable, as he wonders if the second prince truly possesses such a hidden side to him, and Garden internally accepts the audacious proposal, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Turning to face Rakiel, Garden can't help but ask how he can remain so calm, to which Rakiel simply responds with a confident, echoing laugh. The grand city of Busung unfolds beneath a clear sky, its sprawling architecture and vibrant life a testament to imperial power. With its majestic bridges spanning crystal-clear waters, and the imperial crest proudly displayed on banners fluttering in the breeze. On a grand balcony overlooking the city, a multitude gathers, their anticipation palpable. As the emperor, a man of imposing stature with a regal bearing and a flowing gray beard, observes the scene. A fanfare sounds, and in the midst of a vast, cheering crowd, Rakiel stands, a solitary figure bathed in the light of his recent triumph. The onlookers gaze upon him with adoration, whispering amongst themselves about how handsome Prince Rakiel is, and marveling at the amazing victory he must have achieved. His feet touch the floor with a soft thud as he slowly rises from the bed. Looking around the unfamiliar room, he murmurs to himself, wondering where he is. A voice cuts through his thoughts, addressing him directly. Crown Prince, you don't need to do this. The speaker is Theodore Palermo Magentano, the second prince of the Magentano Empire. Theodore continues, his tone laced with a subtle challenge. I hate to say it, but you know how this will end, right? Rakiel listens, his expression unreadable, before responding with a hint of defiance. How this will end, huh? Are you saying you've definitely won? The second prince shifts slightly, his gaze unwavering. He then reveals the weight of the situation, stating, His Majesty said. He listens intently as the second prince reminds him, You proposed this duel. Theodore continues, explaining his motivation, to give me more legitimacy to the throne. Rakiel, still processing the situation, wonders what context the prince is referring to. The prince then asserts, As you know, the result will be the same. He adds, with a hint of concern, I don't want you to jeopardize your health just for that. Theodore stands tall, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his posture radiating an unwavering confidence. Rakiel listens, as Theodore continues, I won't stand for this. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for me. Beneath his words, a predatory smile stretches across Theodore's face, revealing a glimpse of his true, calculating nature. Rakiel internally muses that both of them seem to be mistaken about something. Now dressed and standing before Theodore in a grand hall, Rakiel offers a quiet apology, but sorry. With that, he turns and walks away, his decision made. A chilling silence falls, broken only by the soft, rhythmic sound of something dark and viscous dripping downwards. Before a sudden, violent impact erupts, sending jagged bursts of energy outward with a deafening qualm. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers in modern attire stares in wide-eyed shock, their expressions a mixture of fear and disbelief. In a grand, opulent hall, two distinguished older men, clad in noble garments, observe the unfolding events with grave concern, their wisdom etched into their solemn features. Suddenly, Rakiel is caught in a surge of brilliant, ethereal light, his form suspended in a dynamic, almost otherworldly ascent. A different young man, with striking blue eyes and dark blue hair, looks on with a serious, almost calculating expression, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Back in the midst of shimmering energy, Rakiel's resolve hardens, his electric blue eyes burning with fierce determination as he declares, I don't intend to lose. With a powerful surge of blue energy, he delivers a devastating kick, shattering a dark, imposing barrier with a resounding quang. A faint smirk plays on his lips, his glowing blue eyes reflecting a quiet confidence in his victory. The city sprawls beneath a clear sky, its buildings clustered tightly together. As whispers begin to circulate among the populace, the crown prince is so weird, one voice remarks, a sentiment echoed by many. A crowd gathers, their attention drawn to the white-haired figure of the second prince, as another voice adds, don't you agree the second prince has an Abraman core with a single circle? The murmurs continue, and he's also learned swordsmanship from a famous knight. The subject of their discussion, the crown prince, stands calmly indoors, unaware of the widespread speculation surrounding his unique talents. Elsewhere, a man with a dark beard and green eyes looks on with a thoughtful expression. As the public continues to dismiss the crown prince's capabilities, the crown prince doesn't stand a chance, always up to his antics. The bearded man, however, maintains a different, more resolute stance. I already told you I'm serious about this. In a grand chamber, he faces his attendant, who declares with conviction, I intend to win. The attendant, Garden, then addresses him respectfully, but your highness. All right, no one expects much from me. Let's keep things that way. Garden continues, his words laced with a subtle challenge. Of course, I believe you'll win. You're just lying though. Meanwhile, in a different location, a bearded man muses darkly. Your teeth now, huh? Back in the chamber, the crown prince looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he considers his strategy. His internal monologue reveals his resolve. If I manage to block 3 of the second prince's attacks. He thinks, a confident smile spreading across his face as he holds up 2 fingers, indicating his certainty. His conviction solidifies. I'll win the fight. A silent plea or deep desire echoes within him. Please. Waking in an opulent room, he finds himself in a lavish bed, a bearded man observing him from the foot of it, and a sudden realization hits him. This is certainly not the hospital. Kneeling, clutching a shield, a desperate plea echoes in his mind, begging for someone's safety. His stance is firm. As the grand arena fills with anticipation, a voice booming across the stands, declaring the fight is set to begin today. From his ornate throne, the emperor himself presides, his decree clear. This contest will determine who is worthy to ascend the throne. The crowd murmurs, awaiting the details, as the simple rules are laid out. For the crown prince, victory hinges on 2 conditions. Either he endures the fight for 5 minutes, or he defeats the second prince outright. With his shield held steady, Han Li stands resolute, prepared for the impending challenge, his gaze unwavering. He stirs awake in an unfamiliar, opulent room, a soft bed beneath him, as a man in a vest stands nearby. A thought flashes through his mind, realizing this isn't the hospital he expected to be in, and he mutters, I'll be more careful next time. Now, in a different time and place, his hand grips the hilt of a sword, his gaze sharp and resolute. Across from him, a young man with dark hair and piercing red eyes, also armed, addresses him with a chilling resolve. Brother, now that you've gotten this far, I'll put an end to your suffering as soon as possible. As the command echoes through the grand arena, the contest is declared to commence. The 2 figures stand poised in the center, surrounded by a sea of expectant faces, ready to begin their fated duel. His boot shifts slightly on the polished floor. The glint of his sword reflecting the arena lights, a silent testament to the battle about to unfold. From his royal box, the emperor, a stallion, watches the proceedings, his bearded face impassive, his gaze fixed on the combatants below. He blinks, his mind still hazy, wondering if the contest had already concluded. A gentle hand holds his own, as a voice laments, what a truly horrible sight this was. Meanwhile, in the grand arena, the second prince stands before a vast audience, his presence commanding attention. Han Li, now seemingly present in the arena, looks out at the spectacle. As the second prince's voice rings out, challenging him directly, asking if he was giving up on the fight. He felt a strange unease about his memory of a sick person, but then a wave of relief washed over him, as if a burden had been lifted. Despite his confusion, he knew he couldn't simply concede, not in front of such a huge audience. From a high vantage point, Emperor Estelian watches, his expression stern, muttering about the disgrace brought upon the imperial family. Han Li's thoughts race, considering whether to reveal his true identity, but quickly dismissing the idea, knowing the second prince was unwell and that his father was watching. As the duel commenced, the second prince raised his large shield, a defensive posture that seemed to defy the expectation of an immediate offensive. He held it firm, bracing for the impending impact. The ground beneath him already cracked from the sheer pressure of the arena. He stood unyielding. From the sidelines, Garden observed the defensive strategy, a slight frown creasing his brow. He mused aloud that the second prince was merely aiming to last 5 minutes, rather than attempting to defeat his opponent. A bold choice, he thought, promising to end the confrontation swiftly. A confident smile played on his lips, as the crowd watched with bated breath. Meanwhile, Han Li's eyes flared with a crimson glow, a vibrant purple aura erupting around him as he drew his sword, ready to strike. The purple energy intensified around his legs, signaling an imminent, explosive movement. His eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, the raw power within him surging forth, as a devastating purple aura erupts around him, unleashing a sweeping, destructive force. The attack manifests as a colossal wave of energy, hurtling towards his opponent. He channels every ounce of his being into the assault, the purple energy crackling with raw power. The devastating blow slams into the second prince's defensive shield, pushing against it with immense pressure. From a distance, Garden observes the clash, realizing that such an attack holds enough power to destroy a mountain, a force even mana cannot fully block. The sheer magnitude of the impact makes it clear, the shield cannot possibly hold against such overwhelming force. Under the relentless assault, the second prince's shield begins to crack, fracturing under the strain. With a final, resounding impact, the barrier shatters, leaving the prince exposed. He descends, a blur of blue and purple energy, his weapon poised for a devastating strike. He thinks, Even if you lose, go down with dignity instead of running away or falling. He continues, so, I'll intentionally look down from above. But then, a voice cuts through, warning, brother, please don't touch me. You'll make a fool out of yourself, as Theodore's attack slams into Han Li's shield, causing it to crack. Han Li reacts with a surprised, huh, as he deftly evades the blow. Theodore, eyes wide with disbelief, realizes he just dodged my attack. Below, the gathered spectators watch the unfolding drama. Their faces upturned as a brilliant light illuminates the arena. High above them all, Han Li stands triumphant, casting a long shadow over the silent crowd. A voice from the crowd echoes the collective shock, questioning the impossible defense against the second prince's attack. High above the arena, the emperor observes the unfolding spectacle, his gaze fixed on the combatants. A shimmering blue magical construct pulses with residual energy, a testament to the power that just clashed. Han Li's eyes glow with an intense, electric blue, reflecting his heightened state. The second prince, Theodore, grips his sword, his expression a mix of disbelief and resolve, convinced that his opponent's previous feat was no mere fluke. He acknowledges the raw power he just witnessed, but refuses to be deterred. For him, the outcome remains unchanged. With renewed ferocity, Theodore lunges, his attack meeting a swift, red-tinged counter, the energies colliding in a burst of light and force. The counterattack blurs with incredible speed, a crimson streak tearing through the air. Before Theodore can fully react, the powerful red energy slams into him, shattering his defenses and sending him reeling from the impact. The force of Han Li's attack slams into Theodore, a crimson energy erupting around him as he vows to be more careful next time. But the swirling red and purple energies overwhelm his defenses, crushing his hands together with a resounding crash. The impact contorts Theodore's face in agony, his blue eyes wide with shock and pain as the power washes over him. Meanwhile, Han Li's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, his purple eyes glowing with focused intensity as his attack finds its mark. The sheer force sends Theodore hurtling backward across the arena, his body tearing through the air with a violent whoosh. He crashes hard onto the ground, a pained grunt escaping him as he lands. From the sidelines, a bearded subordinate cries out in alarm, his voice filled with shock and concern for his fallen prince. Theodore, slumped against a wall, curses under his breath, frustration evident in his expression. Lying on the ground, he struggles to regain his bearings, his head feeling fuzzy and disoriented from the powerful blow. A sharp pain shoots through his wrist, leaving it numb. But despite the discomfort, a police officer stands firm behind a reinforced shield, ready for anything. He boasts of his experience, having blocked countless attacks during his time as a cop, believing this encounter to be no different. Yet, a sudden, unseen force slams into the shield, sending shockwaves through the air. Han Li watches the impact, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Without warning, a surge of vibrant purple energy erupts, striking Theodore with immense force and sending him reeling. Han Li stands amidst crackling blue and purple lightning, his form radiating raw, untamed power. Theodore struggles to regain his footing, acknowledging that Han Li's strength far exceeds his expectations. A confident smirk plays on Han Li's lips as he decides to unleash even greater force. Han Li stares down his opponent, his voice firm as he declares, "I don't know what you're up to, but..." Before he can finish, Theodore's hands grip a weapon, a tearing sound accompanying his swift movement. His bright blue eyes glowing with fierce resolve as he shouts, "This is it." Theodore's face contorts in a scream of effort, unleashing his attack. The force of the blow sends Han Li hurtling backward, a distant building shrinking rapidly beneath him as he plummets through the open sky. He falls further, a mere silhouette against the blinding light of the sun, his descent accelerating. But even in freefall, a crunching sound signals a shift as red and blue energy begins to swirl around his legs, preparing for a counterattack. With a thunderous bang, the energies collide, sending ice shards and raw power exploding outwards, a devastating impact. Han Li stands firm amidst the blue aura, reflecting on the moment, knowing he has trained his whole life for this. A system message flashes, displaying chibi avatars and text lamenting the intense effort required, suggesting that the shower nearly consumed everything. The message continues, focusing on a purple-haired figure who expresses a resolve to be more careful next time, before a sudden realization dawns. This is not the hospital. Elsewhere, a burly blacksmith toils at his forge, proudly declaring his creation of a customized shield for the prince's personal smith. And then, a hand carefully pours a viscous liquid from a bottle. As a young, white-haired boy with a mischievous glint in his eye announces the completion of an explosive concoction intended for his cute little brother. He smiles, surrounded by numerous bottles, his expression hinting at a deeper, perhaps darker, intent behind the seemingly innocent gift. A new system prompt appears, chiming softly, requesting a choice for the amount to discharge from Slot 1's activation function. The display then focuses on a pulsating, glowing red organ-like entity, indicating a discharge of 0.2 liters. A surge of blue, crystalline energy erupts around Han Li, crackling with an otherworldly hum. As the blue fades, a new, violent red aura engulfs him, a guttural sound escaping his lips as the power courses through his form. A moment of stunned silence follows the overwhelming display. Then, with a dynamic shift, his legs are wreathed in the same vibrant blue energy, poised for explosive movement. Meanwhile, a small crowd of onlookers watches the spectacle unfold with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Among them, two distinguished, older men gaze out at the powerful display, the blue energy still faintly visible in the distance. Elsewhere, a young man with striking blue streaks in his dark hair gasps in utter surprise, a small hiccup escaping him as he processes the event. His blue eyes widen, his cheeks flushing with a mixture of shock and disbelief. A new day dawns over a vibrant city, flags fluttering gently in the morning breeze. While far below, a vast crowd gathers in a grand arena, their eyes fixed on two distant figures. Back in a lavish chamber, a figure rises from a bed, their steps echoing softly on the polished floor. A strange sensation grips him, a sudden hiccup that feels more like a jolt to his very being, causing him to cough and question the peculiar feeling. His hands instinctively reach for a finely crafted sword, its hilt cool against his grip, a silent promise of power. This is Theodore, a name whispered in the diary of the emperor, a figure of significant, if unsettling, renown. He muses aloud, a hint of disdain in his voice, wondering if someone truly cannot handle even a single glass of wine. With a chilling smile, Theodore reveals his true intentions, having prepared a bomb cocktail of 20 different drugs, certain that the lady will thoroughly enjoy this very moment. He reflects on the moment he struck the shield, certain of his impact, yet something else occurred. A foreign entity, imbued with mana, had entered his very being. A wave of realization washes over him, confirming that something had indeed entered him. Later, gazing out a window in an opulent chamber, he acknowledges the futility of his efforts. He needs to escape this predicament, but the outcome remains unchanged. His resolve hardens, a new determination etched onto his face, as he declares his singular objective, to defeat his brother within a mere minute. His thoughts drift to the grand halls of the Crown Prince's residence, a place of immense power and expectation. He envisions himself within its capital walls, standing before the throne, ready to claim his rightful place. For he believes it is what's truly best, not just for himself, but for the imperial family, the empire, and all its people, that he be reborn as the true Crown Prince. With a shield now in hand, his gaze unwavering, he affirms his commitment to this formidable task. With a resolute gaze, he sits at his desk, a laptop open before him, as Garden watches from the bed. This is why, he thinks, he must win. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, he reaffirms his unwavering resolve. Then, with a blur of motion and a flash of his glowing red sword, he charges forward, announcing his arrival to his brother. Red energy trails behind him as his rapid assault continues, a streak across the cityscape. But his eyes widen in shock, as his powerful strike is met with an unexpected resistance. A dark, crushing force slams into him, leaving him reeling in disbelief that his bomb cocktail was withstood. Despite the blow, he desperately swings his glowing red sword, attempting a counter. But the shadowy figure, its red eyes burning, retaliates with overwhelming power. Han Li falls, blood splattering from his mouth, his body utterly defeated. He lies in a luxurious bed, his body still recovering, as Garden stands over him, expressing regret. But his own thoughts are far from the present, a jolt of confusion hitting him. Wait, this isn't the hospital. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, confirming the presence of a potent substance. Bomb cocktail is on me. It further details, 0.1 liters of the bomb cocktail stored in the circle slot has been discharged. An insistent voice echoes in his mind, urging him, drink it all. His eye glows with an unnatural purple light as the command intensifies. Drink up all the way, EI. A shimmering wave of energy washes over him. He finds himself slumped at a dimly lit bar, the unfamiliar surroundings slowly registering. His mind races, trying to piece together the events. Where am I? I was fighting, Behind the counter, a bartender with fiery red hair meticulously cleans a glass, oblivious to the man's internal turmoil. He finds himself in an unfamiliar bar, a glass of red wine placed before him, as a voice informs him that a gentleman nearby has purchased the drink. The bartender, a man with dark, neatly swept back hair, watches him from behind the counter, his expression unreadable. Han Li, his white hair a stark contrast to his previous appearance, takes a long sip, trying to make sense of his surroundings. A soft hiccup escapes him, the alcohol already taking its toll. He raises his glass with a forced smile, offering a cheerful cheers to no one in particular, glowing particles shimmering around him. His eyes, now glowing with an ethereal blue light, betray the strange power coursing through him. A blush spreads across his face as he questions his own perception, wondering if he's hallucinating, another hiccup punctuating his confusion. Suddenly, he's outside, running across a high rooftop, his silhouette stark against the bright sky, the thudding of his steps echoing. Blue energy crackles around his hand as he resolves to clear his head, intending to use his powers to shake off the lingering effects of the drink and his disorientation. As a vibrant blue aura ignites around him, emanating from a glowing red core in his chest, he begins to channel his power. Diving headfirst, he descends rapidly, leaving a shimmering trail of energy in his wake, determined to blast away the lingering disorientation. A sphere of blue energy coalesces around him as he falls, acknowledging the pain this process will bring. His eyes glow with fierce resolve, commanding himself to endure the intense surge of power. With an outstretched hand, the swirling blue energy intensifies around him. Sweat beads on his brow as his face contorts in strain, the effort of controlling such raw power evident. His expression remains one of intense focus and distress, surrounded by shimmering blue particles. Finally, his form becomes a silhouette, engulfed in a powerful, swirling blue aura as he continues his descent, fully immersed in his activated state. As the world blurred around him, a massive, glowing projectile sliced through the air with a sharp clang, preceding a cascade of falling figures. Below, a multitude of forms plummeted from the heavens, their trails streaking across the sky as they plunged towards the earth. In a grand arena, the assembled crowds watched the spectacle unfold, some with expressions of shock, others with a chilling sense of anticipation. From their ornate thrones, a noble couple gazed upwards, their faces etched with deep concern as the events transpired above them. A venerable king, cloaked in fur and wearing his crown, observed the descent with a grave and calculating expression. Amidst the chaos, Han Li's resolve hardened, his eyes flaring with an intense blue light as a powerful aura erupted around him. He extended a hand, channeling the vibrant blue energy that pulsed from his palm. The ground rushed up to meet him, revealing a desolate, spike-filled wasteland awaiting his impact. From a high balcony, an older man watches as Han Li, a tiny figure in the distance, continues his rapid descent. His eyes narrow, a question forming on his lips. Rakiel, was that truly the Abraham core technique? Meanwhile, Han Li himself, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, descends with glowing eyes, a thought echoing in his mind. I thought I was mistaken. Despite the palpable energy of the surrounding crowd, the old man on the throne feels a profound distance. Seated on his ornate throne, surrounded by a golden, swirling aura, he laments, and me being so far away. Han Li continues his descent, his form still radiating a powerful blue light, as if oblivious to the distant observer. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a young man with light blue hair, his blue eye reflecting concern, a soft rustling sound accompanying his movement. He kneels before Han Li, who stands over him, a sudden burst of irritation emanating from the younger man as he grasps Han Li's leg. Looking up with a worried expression, he tentatively calls out, brother." He stands amidst a fading blue aura, declaring that he has purified the impure mana. Meanwhile, the older observer, Garden, watches in disbelief, recognizing the technique as the legendary Abraham core technique and questioning its very possibility. Back with the victor, he dismisses his feat with a casual shrug, suggesting he's merely a late bloomer as a crowd of onlookers watches. The defeated opponent lies sprawled on the ground, his sword resting beside him, a testament to his loss. He sits beside the fallen challenger, who laments his defeat, unable to believe he lost. With a slight grimace, the victor admits he himself can barely believe the outcome. The defeated opponent, now recognizing him as brother, cries out in alarm, noticing blood on his forehead. He lets out a small gasp, then realizes he must have hit his head while blocking attacks, before softly calling out to his brother. His gaze sharpens, a memory replaying in his mind of how his brother had truly given his all in that fight. He recalls the image of his sibling, pushing past his limits, while his own poor body had given everything it had. His brother had fought with every ounce of his might, leaving him to wonder what he himself had been doing at that very moment. A wave of self-reproach washes over him. He had acted as if his victory was guaranteed, a foolish assumption. He admits to himself he had been far too arrogant. The memory shifts to his brother, looking visibly pained, as if someone had just asked him how he felt. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a deep shame washing over him. His brother, with a small cut visible on his forehead, looks surprised, as if clarifying that he was asking about his physical condition, not his emotional state. He stands by the bed, a hint of regret in his voice, while his brother, now looking much better, expresses his relief. His brother questions this, realizing it was magic that absorbed all the alcohol from his body, not a hospital. A sharp sound echoes as the scene shifts, a memory surfacing of a hand reaching down. As he kneels before the white-haired figure, acknowledging him as the second prince, who is also his brother. This was the moment he officially acknowledged his defeat in the fight with Crown Prince Rakiel. A low hum fills the air as the memory expands to show the grand scale of the event, unfolding in front of His Majesty and all their citizens. The king himself observes from above, a silent witness to the proceedings. As figures are cast down from the towering structure, a stark display of power. A soft gasp escapes him, a sudden realization dawning as he looks up. The air around him crackles with a vibrant blue energy, a powerful surge that makes him question if he truly succeeded. Standing before a vast assembly, he raises his arms in a gesture of triumph, the crowd below him a blur of anticipation. Among them, Garden looks up, his voice filled with awe as he calls out to His Highness. A small, disbelieving smile plays on his lips as he looks down, finding it hard to believe such happiness could be real. His eye glows with an intense, electric blue light, a clear sign that something significant has finally manifested. A system message confirms his success. He has successfully treated a person other than himself for the first time in this world. This monumental achievement grants him a new skill, request for medical knowledge, which allows him to gain medical knowledge and life force by treating patients and prolonging their life expectancy, with a current conversion ratio of 2,000 to 1. A wide, joyous grin spreads across his face, a triumphant cheer escaping him. He stirs awake in a lavish bed, a soft sound escaping him as he vows to be more careful next time. But as his eyes adjust, a sudden realization hits him. This isn't the hospital. A system interface displays the status of the crown prince that sells medicine, detailing various attributes and skill lists. With a wide, hopeful grin, Han Li exclaims his excitement. His hand reaches out, interacting with the glowing interface as a soft rumble emanates from it. The system confirms the activation of a skill, extending the lifespan of patient Theodore Palermo Magentano by half a day. However, a subsequent message clarifies that the estimated lifespan increase is too minimal, requiring at least 1 full day to qualify. A sigh escapes him, his hopes dashed by the disappointing outcome. His gaze then falls upon a tiny, bee-like creature, prompting a new thought about his patients. Before he can fully process it, the creature, surrounded by glowing particles, lands directly on his head, startling him. A wave of relief washes over him as he realizes he can also boost the creature's lifespan and healing ratio. He bows his head in apology, acknowledging the gravity of his actions. The king's voice, firm and resonant, speaks of a past promise, a commitment made even before his birth. He continues, detailing how he himself had painstakingly engraved the Azrahan core technique onto his own hands. Han Li offers another apology, acknowledging the king's honor, but the monarch reminds him that his skill was only possible because of his own body. The king then expresses his disappointment, stating that Han Li's success, achieved with a mere human body, disrupted his carefully laid plans and efforts. Han Li can only offer a quiet, "Thank you, Your Majesty." His voice carries a hint of bitterness as he reiterates, "This disrupted my plans and efforts." Han Li, looking distressed, bows even lower, offering another heartfelt apology. Now seated on his throne, the king looks down at him, questioning if he is praising or rebuking, before declaring, "But a promise is a promise. The fight is over." With a final, decisive statement, the king acknowledges Han Li's victory, proclaiming, "You have won against me. I will make you the crown prince's physician." The king, his face etched with a stern resolve, watches Han Li intently. His voice a low warning, he declares, "I'll keep watching you." Han Li stands with his back to the king, listening as the monarch continues, and testing your capability to endure the wait. The king's voice sharpens, demanding, "Do you understand?" Han Li's hand clenches almost imperceptibly. As the king, now seen from behind in his regal red cloak, questions, "But aren't you replying?" Han Li finally responds, his voice respectful, "Your Majesty." The king continues, recalling past events, "I know that you haven't forgotten how you used to only be able to dodge my attacks." He then warns, "You mustn't do that." His blue eyes piercing, the king instructs, "You need to move your body, maintain your stamina, and stretch your stiff muscles." Continuing his stern counsel, the king insists that Han Li must also increase his stamina through exercise, even suggesting he consider quitting tobacco. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Garden muses with a hint of indignation, wondering who would dare advise him on such matters. The grand palace stands under a clear sky. As Han Li listens intently, his expression thoughtful. Later, a carriage travels through a sun-dappled forest, inside which Garden continues his internal monologue, claiming he speaks only out of genuine concern, yet he can't believe Han Li would dodge his attacks with such innocence. He recalls Han Li having avoided his question about the Abraham technique. Garden sighs, unable to believe Han Li used it so recklessly, and worries what would happen to his sickly body if something went wrong. Han Li's footsteps echo softly, carrying him forward. In a memory, an older man stands over a bed, assuring a younger Han Li he'll be more careful next time, though Han Li's first thought upon waking is confusion, realizing this isn't the hospital he expected. Garden's thoughts drift to the king's demands, concluding that Han Li must have been truly desperate to endure such circumstances. He recalls the young prince's fragile state, a perpetual illness shadowing his every step. Garden vividly remembers trying to counter Han Li's Abraham technique, only to be met with disappointment each time. Yet, despite all the past struggles, a new feeling stirs within him. The faint glimmer of hope Han Li has shown him today has once again stirred his heart. Outside, the morning sun bathes a rustic building in a warm glow, as if mirroring the renewed hope within Garden. As the memory of the carriage ride fades, Garden recalls a portrait of a young man, a familiar face from a different time. He remembers thinking that his father had possessed those same qualities. And then, immediately, the scene shifts to a younger Han Li, walking away from a bed in an unfamiliar room. The realization hits him that it was already too late, the emperor destined to collapse from a stroke. This was the tragic history, the story where Rakiel dies in the first half of the Ice Sword Emperor's reign. Still reeling from his intense internal monologue, Garden is startled by Han Li's presence, who, sitting calmly on the bed, questions his emotional state. Wiping away tears, Garden admits his profound emotional response. He reaches out, expressing his understanding of the immense burden Han Li must have carried. Han Li acknowledges Garden's concern, requesting some rest, as he has many important tasks awaiting him the following day. Garden looks on, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity at Han Li's mention of numerous upcoming responsibilities. Han Li gazes out the window into the night, revealing his immediate priority. He needs to meet someone. The view pulls back to show the sprawling, illuminated capital city under the moonlight. Later, Garden sits alone at a table, reflecting on Han Li's words, confirming to himself that Han Li is referring to one of the capital's most influential families. He leans forward, a serious expression on his face, wondering if Han Li is aware of the full implications of such a meeting. Lying in a luxurious bed, a memory of past carelessness washes over Han Li, a silent vow forming in his mind to be more careful next time, to never again ride without escorts. His thoughts lingering on that past mistake, he now sits composed in a formal suit, his blonde hair neatly styled, awaiting something important. A waiter approaches their table, politely inquiring if he may take their order. Garden, seated opposite Han Li, can't help but comment on his sudden change in attire, to which Han Li simply replies that he is a regular here. Still, the memory of his past vulnerability flashes through Han Li's mind, a silent promise forming to keep a close watch on this particular servant. The waiter then turns to Han Li, politely requesting him to rise and follow. Garden, surprised by the sudden request, questions the nature of this unexpected order. Without a word, Han Li simply gestures for Garden to follow, inviting him to witness the unfolding events for himself. The waiter leads the way, guiding Han Li down a set of stairs. As the waiter gestures down a grand, winding staircase, Han Li and Garden begin their descent, the former wondering aloud if such a place could truly exist within the restaurant. He muses, the opulence of the hidden passage surprising him. Garden, following closely behind, can only ponder how his companion could possibly know about such an exclusive location. Han Li, however, finds a strange familiarity in the situation, a quiet relief washing over him as he realizes it's just like in the novel he once read. As they continue their descent, a new figure emerges from the shadows, a man in a sharp suit with blonde hair, who simply states he is looking for someone. Han Li, unfazed, asks the man why they are there and what this place is. The blonde man, seemingly ignoring the question, repeats his intention to find someone, adding a cryptic remark about expensive meat. Their path leads them to a massive, ornate door, its heavy presence hinting at the secrets held within. As they stand before it, Han Li turns to Garden, inquiring if he has ever heard of someone named Damien. He can only utter a soft denial, though a part of him acknowledges the inevitability of the situation. As if presenting a grand stage, Damien spreads his arms wide, revealing the vastness beyond. From a high balcony, he and Garden look down upon the opulent, cavernous chamber, while Han Li stands below, gazing up at them. The room itself is a marvel, a circular expanse of ancient stone and intricate carvings, bathed in a warm, ethereal glow. Damien's hand gestures subtly, a silent command in the air. The sheer scale of the hidden world unfolds before them. Han Li can only stare down a long, arched corridor, his mind reeling from the unexpected grandeur, wondering aloud what kind of place this could possibly be. With a knowing smirk, Damien reminds him that he had already mentioned it was a secret location. He stands with an air of confident amusement, his arms crossed, clearly enjoying their stunned reactions. He glances around the opulent chamber, a hint of impatience in his voice as he wonders aloud. Where could he be? Meanwhile, a powerful, bare-chested figure stands poised, prompting Garden to question, is that man Damien? His companion, Damien, observes the imposing physique, noting, he looks really strong. But then, a realization dawns on him, and he corrects himself, but that's not him. The grand, ornate doors before them begin to slowly open, and heavy footsteps echo through the vast space. As Damien, with a knowing look, announces, he's finally appeared. Finally, the mysterious, muscular man steps into full view, his body radiating an intense, crimson glow, revealing himself as the true owner of this form. He stands, an imposing figure radiating a powerful crimson glow, his presence dominating the dark, desolate space. With each step, the ground beneath him seems to crackle with the raw energy he emits, his boots treading purposefully forward. His sharp, dark eyes hold an intense, unwavering gaze, a silent declaration of his formidable will. A figure stands, cloaked in dark attire, a long sword sheathed at his hip, his presence commanding. His name is revealed as Damien Cahen. His sharp, dark eyes, glowing with a subtle red light, fixate on something unseen. He stands tall in a vast, dimly lit arena, a lone figure before a massive, adoring crowd, who erupts in a unified roar, their voices echoing his name. Backstage, a man in a sharp suit gestures impatiently, urging the other to hurry. As he declares the main event is about to begin, his gaze fixed on a tablet, he announces, "All right, today's main match." Meanwhile, in the dazzling lights of the Colosseum, the crowd roars for the one known as Damien Cahen, the sword genius with demonic eyes, who made his debut at just 17, a champion who defeated everyone in merely 3 months. His presence alone radiating immense power. And now, the announcer's voice booms, revealing his opponent, as a pair of menacing red eyes peers through the darkness below. A monstrous, clawed hand slams down with a resounding crash, followed by the heavy thud of a massive, clawed foot, as a towering, beast-like creature emerges, letting out a guttural growl, its face contorted in a furious roar. A guttural roar echoes through the dark, cavernous arena as the monstrous opponent makes its presence known. From a high vantage point, Damien observes the chaos, noting it's a real mess, and Garden adds that it's no good up close. A sickening squelch reverberates, prompting a silent question: what is this place? Both men remain deep in thought, trying to comprehend the horrific scene below. Then, a monstrous roar erupts as the beast looms over its prey, the horrifying realization dawning that humans are being fed to these creatures. The creature strikes, and a pained cry escapes the figure caught in its grasp. But even as the blow lands, the figure's feet subtly shift, preparing for a counter. A sudden, blinding flash of red energy erupts, cutting through the darkness. A powerful, glowing arm connects with a solid impact, turning the tide of the battle. He stands ready, a faint crimson aura beginning to emanate from his form, before unleashing a deafening roar and lunging forward. But his speed is unmatched, his hand shooting out to intercept the creature's arm mid-launch. A searing wave of crimson energy erupts from his palm, coursing directly into the monster's limb. His entire body tenses, radiating raw power. His gaze is sharp, filled with an unwavering resolve. Then, with a sudden shift, a blade of pure, glowing blue energy materializes from his hand. The monster lets out another pained roar, recoiling violently from the unexpected, devastating impact. The beast lunges, its attack trailing crimson energy with a sharp, whooshing sound, connecting with a sickening tear that splatters across his face. But even as the blow lands, he retaliates, unleashing a devastating red energy slash with a pained groan that forces the creature back, its impact echoing with another grunt. Standing victorious over the fallen forms, a brilliant blue blade now manifests in his hand, drawing gasps from the onlookers who watch in stunned silence. Yet, a surge of raw power, marked by a dangerous glow in his eyes, threatens to overwhelm him, a crashing sound accompanying the warning of danger. He remains standing over the defeated monster, the blue energy still crackling around his hand, before finally dissipating into the air. He stands over the bed, a silent presence, as Han Li, still recovering, offers a cautious warning. From a distance, Garden watches, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. He wonders if such a feat is truly possible. The king, too, is visibly shaken, his expression betraying the shock of witnessing such ferocity. Garden, still processing the display of strength, muses on the protagonist's formidable nature. Unconcerned by the reactions, he turns and begins to walk away, his cape flowing behind him through the opulent halls. Garden continues to reflect on the protagonist's prowess, comparing him to legendary figures of the past. His footsteps echo softly on the polished floor, as he issues a direct command to his attendant, Garden, to remain vigilant and follow him. Garden, startled but resolute, immediately affirms his obedience. The attendant's expression remains one of awe and slight trepidation, a silent testament to the protagonist's overwhelming presence. He strides purposefully down a dimly lit hallway, his footsteps echoing softly. The rhythmic sound of his boots continues, carrying him deeper into the building. Suddenly, his progress halts, as 3 figures stand motionless in the corridor. An older man with a thick mustache confronts him, demanding to know his identity and ordering him to stop. Without a word, the protagonist offers the man a gleaming bar of gold, which the older man accepts with a look of surprise. As the older man gasps in shock, the protagonist simply wipes his face with a cloth, seemingly unfazed by the encounter. His expression remains stern, as he continues to clean his face, his dark eyes holding a distant gaze. Meanwhile, a young woman with light brown hair watches from afar, trying to steel her nerves against an intimidating presence. Back with the protagonist, his hand clenches tightly, as he stares at a screen displaying a taunting message. "You got scared, huh? Ha ha ha." As he processes the recent events, a hand extends into view, clutching a small glass jar filled with pills. A man in a sharp tuxedo, holding a drink, looks down with a smirk, asking if one could even fall asleep after consuming such things. The true owner of this body's dark, sharp eyes narrow, demanding to know who this intruder is. The man, Damien, replies smoothly that he is someone the protagonist needs. Damien stands over him, a sword resting on the table between them, as the true owner of this body, still seated, asks if he's there to sell medicine. Rising to his feet, the true owner of this body dismisses him with a gesture, telling him to get lost. He continues, his voice firm, declaring he already has enough medicine. With a final, cutting remark, he questions the purpose of possessing so much cheap medicine. As Damien turns to leave, a small, glowing object is casually tossed from his hand, clattering softly as he departs. He stands in a dimly lit room, a small, glowing orb clutched in his hand, its light reflecting in his dark, sharp eyes. A voice echoes in his mind, reminding him, "You won't get rid of this stubborn pain in the back of your head for the rest of your life with this." As the words sink in, a faint red glow emanates from his eyes, a silent testament to the internal struggle. Meanwhile, in a different location, a figure with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes declares, "I got him. It's showtime." Back in the medical room, Damien gestures towards a screen, addressing Han Li and Garden. Now, listen up." He points to a diagram of a brain, explaining that pain symptoms usually start from the back part of your brain. Han Li and Garden observe the protagonist, who clutches his neck as Han Li asks, "The back of your neck and head are stiff, right?" The protagonist confirms, "Ah." It tingles and aches. Garden follows up, "Did the areas around the back of your head and shoulders feel tight?" The protagonist, surprised, wonders, "What's with those blue eyes?" His own eye, now glowing an intense electric blue, stares out as he thinks, "You're wondering how I know all this, right?" The agony intensifies, spreading to the sides of his head, a crushing pressure building between his eyes. Goosebumps erupt across his skin, a sensation like his very eyeballs are being forced from their sockets. Yet, just as quickly as it begins, the pain subsides within a minute, only to repeat the torturous cycle. This relentless, cyclical torment is enough to drive anyone to madness. It is a living hell, where the promise of an end is merely the beginning of renewed suffering. But instead of addressing the root cause of this agony, he simply relies on cheap painkillers. No, that won't do it all. He talks too much. Perhaps it's time to silence him permanently. A blonde-haired man, his expression sharp, confronts Han Li, accusing him of being a pitiful fool who says nothing despite having a mouth. Han Li retorts, asking if he was ever given a chance to speak. His voice echoing in the dark, he then demands to know the identity of his aggressor. The blonde man grins, proudly declaring himself the crown prince. Before Han Li can react, a hand grips his chest, drawing blood. A sword flashes, and the crown prince lunges forward, coldly commanding him to just die, as Han Li cries out in a desperate plea. Despite the attack, Han Li manages to ask if Kuzman sent him. The crown prince confirms, identifying himself as Han Li's promoter. He adds that he is also the Colosseum middleman. He stands in quiet contemplation, his thoughts heavy with the recent confrontation. A voice cuts through the silence, revealing intimate knowledge of his suffering, mentioning how Kuzman had reported his constant complaints. The voice continues, lamenting the scarcity of medicine in these trying times. He remains an informant, unseen, unheard, as the voice then asks what he truly desires to say. The voice offers a chilling alternative, promising another way to alleviate his pain. The orange-haired man reveals himself, a confident smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glowing with an unsettling red light as he casually unbuttons his suit jacket. Han Li, recognizing the man's sinister intent, questions his identity and connection to Boss Tierworth, refusing his offer of a cure that isn't medicine, accusing him of mocking his suffering. Ignoring his protests, Theodore issues a chilling command, telling him to remove his clothes and lie down quietly. He promises to explain the entire process as he begins his treatment. All right. He finds himself lying bare-chested in an unfamiliar room, a woman leaning over him, asking if he's scared. His hands clench, a silent testament to his resolve. A complex, glowing tattoo pulses on his chest as he internally dismisses the notion, asserting his courage. "Of course not," he replies, sitting up. "I'm a warrior." The woman, holding a drink, simply questions his conviction. He reflects on his past, on the countless battles and risks he's faced, before conceding to her unspoken challenge. As if in response to his thoughts, a faint red glow emanates from his hand. He is now lying face down on the bed, covered by a sheet, as the woman's voice echoes, "Welcome." She smiles, her eyes glowing with an eerie orange light, as she reveals her true nature, asking if this is his first time witnessing magic. He sits up in the opulent bed, a soft thud echoing in the room, and a quiet regret escapes him, promising to be more careful next time. But as his eyes adjust to the lavish surroundings, a stark realization dawns. This isn't the hospital. A soft, almost mocking voice greets Han Li as he slowly regains consciousness, the blonde-haired man holding a flickering candle, remarking, "Welcome. This is your 7th time seeing this exposition, right?" His head throbs, and a wave of confusion washes over him, realizing this is certainly not the hospital he remembers. Despite the disorientation and the unfamiliar surroundings, a core truth resonates within him. He is a warrior. Lying shirtless on the bed, Han Li endures the glowing treatment administered by Damien, who leans over him with an unnerving intensity. The pain is evident, yet his resolve hardens, a silent declaration forming in his mind that such treatment will not break him. Fiery particles erupt from the glowing object Damien holds, intensifying the sensation. As Han Li visibly struggles, Damien lets out a soft chuckle, then corrects himself with a quiet, "Shut up, me," as if scolding his own amusement. He continues to hold the glowing implement, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, "What a baby, ha." He screams, his body trembling violently as the glowing purple energy from Damien's hand courses through him, the other man's voice a cold warning. "This might be painful," Damien states calmly, "but bear with it." His eye, wide with agony, stares up, reflecting the torment. The reason Damien cannot leave Han Li alone is because of the glowing mark now visible on his back, a symbol of a deeper curse. This mark, once activated, binds its bearer to a grim fate. The curse of those who bear the mark will activate the moment their blood circulation becomes active, forcing them into a cycle of pain, and he had already bought painkillers with the money he borrowed from Damien, deepening his debt. He'll face extreme pain, a torment that will push him to his limits. In order to withstand that pain, he must become stronger. Then he'll go into another fight, forced to pay off his debt through endless combat. Waking in a lavish bedroom, not the sterile environment he expected, Han Li finds himself uttering a promise to be more careful next time, a sentiment quickly overshadowed by the jarring realization that this opulent chamber is certainly not a hospital. His mind races, caught in a relentless loop. Fight, medicine, an endless, exhausting cycle. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a voice inquires, wondering about Damien's current situation. The focus shifts to the glowing mark on Han Li's back, as a high-tech approach is planned to analyze it first. Far away, the king, with a chilling smile, contemplates his precarious financial state, knowing that losing the novice promoter's money would spell his doom, yet he endures, all for his boss and his family. His ambition grows, imagining how much better things would be if he could also cure the other gladiators. A wide, unsettling smile stretches across his face, revealing the depth of his calculating nature. Back in the bedroom, Han Li groans in discomfort, his body still racked with residual pain from the treatment. A hand reaches out, and a voice announces that the treatment is finally over, instructing him to get up. The lingering discomfort from the recent treatment still etched across his back, Han Li endures the final ministrations of his attending physician. His body, still marked by the ordeal, shows the intricate pattern of the mark, which his doctor observes with satisfaction, noting how nicely it has cicatrized. Turning to him, Garden inquires, "How do you feel? Better, right?" Han Li confirms there is no pain, yet the doctor persists, asking if he feels much better, a hint of expectation in his voice. Standing tall, his physique now unblemished and powerful, Han Li appears completely restored. He finally articulates his true feelings. "It's quite good. I feel quite refreshed." A profound sense of relief washes over him as he realizes, "It's been so long since I felt like this." Now impeccably dressed in a suit, his composure returns, and a quiet resolve settles within him. "I'll be more careful next time." He stands in a lavish room, reflecting on his recent recovery, a quiet resolve settling over him as he vows to be more careful next time. A moment of quiet contemplation passes, then a soft, almost rhetorical question escapes him, wondering if that is truly the case. Meanwhile, the doctor's stern advice echoes in his mind, cautioning him that he isn't fully cured and requires more treatment, warning him against overexertion and certain foods if any blisters appear on his back. The thought of not overexerting himself brings a slight frown to his face, a concept he finds difficult to accept. Suddenly, a surge of frustration or defiance washes over him, his mind flashing back to a time when adversaries couldn't even breach his defenses, as he internally protests the idea of not fighting. As if summoned by his inner turmoil, the true owner of his body manifests, a fierce determination etched across his face, ready to confront any challenge. His hand clenches, a silent promise of impending action, and a resolute voice declares that there's no need for him to fight, as he will handle it. Just as this internal struggle reaches its peak, Damien appears, his expression serious, signaling a new, unexpected development. A pair of dark eyes snap open, wide with confusion, as the true owner of the body slowly regains consciousness. His muscular chest rises and falls with a deep, ragged breath, the lingering haze of unconsciousness still clouding his mind. As his vision clears, a single question escapes his lips. "Who are you?" He turns his head, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of unease growing within him. His voice, now firmer, repeats the demand, "Please tell me your name." Across the room, the Crown Prince, now with an entirely different appearance, responds calmly, "I told you just now, didn't it? I'm the Crown Prince." The true owner sits on the edge of the bed, facing the Crown Prince, who is seated casually on a nearby chair, the tension between them palpable in the opulent room. A moment passes before the true owner speaks again, his tone softening slightly. "It's okay. You must have your reasons." But the concession is short-lived, as his true nature reasserts itself with a fierce declaration. "Fuck, I'm serious though. Anyway, you must do exactly as I say from now on." The Crown Prince, now with a striking new appearance, clears his throat, asserting he will be more careful next time. He continues, his voice firm, declaring that no matter what happens at the Colosseum tonight, he expects absolute obedience, his hand gesturing decisively as he commands the true owner not to run or go somewhere, but to stay quietly. The true owner of the body looks up, a question forming in his mind. Unwavering, the Crown Prince assures him not to have the slightest doubt, his commanding presence looming over the bed. He reiterates, stating that it will be safer for the true owner to just stay there. Only then, he promises, will they be able to meet again. With a final, resolute glance, the Crown Prince turns away, his expression unyielding. The muscular man, now free of the crown prince's influence, slowly stirs, his bare chest rising with a deep breath. Sitting up on the floor, he looks down, a quiet understanding dawning on his face as he murmurs, "I understand." A faint, ethereal glow still emanates from around his feet, a lingering trace of the extraordinary events. Meanwhile, walking down a dimly lit street, Damien addresses the crown prince. "Sir, your highness?" The prince simply hums in response. The prince, still processing the day's events, questions his aide. "Why were you looking for him and giving him that weird treatment?" Damien's expression remains serious as he replies, "This place doesn't seem safe or legal." The prince looks away, a deep sigh escaping him as he admits, "I really don't understand what happened today." Damien continues to walk, offering a cryptic reassurance. "You'll understand later on. First, do what you need to do for now." Internally, the prince thinks, "Help me." His confusion evident, the prince wonders, "How do I do that?" A woman with reddish-brown hair reflects on her search, noting that she has been looking for a man with glasses and big hair for an entire day, finding him quite elusive. Suddenly, a commotion erupts as a man with a distinctive ponytail and slit eyes moves through a crowd, drawing gasps from those around him. He continues his path through the bustling bar, unaware of the attention he's drawing. The woman's gaze locks onto him, recognizing the key features, a ponytail and slit eyes. She mentally confirms the description, repeating the identifying traits of his ponytail and slit eyes. As if sensing her scrutiny, the man glances back over his shoulder, his bearded face briefly visible. Having closed the distance, the woman now stands directly before him, declaring that she believes she has found him. The man with the ponytail turns fully to face her, his expression unreadable. As she holds a glass of beer, the woman muses to herself that he looks quite similar to the description, confirming her successful identification. Having successfully located her target, the blonde woman leans forward at the bar, her gaze fixed on the man opposite her. A sharp sound accompanies his sudden reaction, as the dark-haired man recoils, his intense eyes widening in surprise. She observes his fierce gaze, then addresses him directly, "Cusman." He denies knowing anyone by that name, his expression unyielding. The woman's resolve remains unshaken, as she counters, "You should know who Damien is then." Her gaze piercing, she prepares to deliver her true purpose, stating, "Just one question." A subtle glow emanates around her as she makes her bold declaration, "I want to buy Damien Kyan." Cusman remains silent, processing the unexpected proposition. Finally, he breaks the quiet, his voice laced with a calculating edge as he asks, "How much do I need to pay for all the debts he incurred, the cost of the painkillers, and breach of contract?" He names a staggering price, 9 trillion Megan, a sum he knows is almost impossible to meet. Anything less, he muses, would be out of the question, but only the crown prince could possibly afford such an amount. Turning to the blonde woman with a smirk, he declares that he himself happens to be the crown prince, finding the situation quite amusing. If she claims to be the crown prince, then so does he, as his true name is about to be revealed. A sudden sound echoes through the room. Now seated at a table, the blonde woman presses him further, inquiring about the nature of the medicine he sells. Seated at the bar, Cusman dismisses an unseen individual with a curt, "If you're not going to buy, then get lost." He takes a slow sip from his drink, a thoughtful expression on his face as he muses, "I've never seen him here before." Then, with a sharp snap of his fingers, he summons Damien, who immediately responds, "Yes, sir." Cusman continues, his voice low and dangerous, "That skinny brat tried to pull something just now. Go find out who he is. See if he's a worker in the Coliseum or one of their promoters." Afterwards, a dark-haired man with a green shirt looks on with a worried expression. Cusman, now seen from a lower angle, stares down, giving a final, chilling order, "Drag him into the alley and throw him into the slave market." An hour passes, the quiet broken only by the distant sounds of the city. Suddenly, a door bursts open, flooding the dark space with a blinding light. At the bar, Cusman recoils, a curse escaping his lips as he stares at the unexpected sight. His footsteps echo through the quiet halls. As he moves deeper into the building, plate still in hand, his gaze fixed on something below him. There, on the cold floor, lies the young man he sought, his body convulsing in a desperate, pained reaction. Blood stains his legs, a grim testament to the violence he has endured. Cusman stares down, his earlier anger replaced by a look of genuine shock, unable to comprehend the extent of the young man's injuries. The young man's face is pale and still, his eyes closed in unconsciousness or worse. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the chamber as a group of uniformed figures look up in surprise. The sound of something powerful manifesting. A hand sweeps through light-colored hair, revealing a golden, ornate shield emblem held firmly in its grasp. The guards gasp, their faces contorted in shock as they realize the identity of the newcomer. The secret royal inspector has arrived. With piercing blue eyes and an air of calm authority, he presents the golden emblem, a clear sign of his power. 1 hour earlier, the city lay under a blanket of night, rain streaking across the rooftops. Below, a grand building bustled with activity, its entrance swarming with countless figures moving through the downpour. Amidst the crowd, Cusman and his companion walked with measured steps, the soft thud of their shoes barely audible against the city's hum. He glanced at her, a subtle warning in his voice. Hey, walk naturally. You're being too obvious. A faint smile touched his lips as he mused. He'd never been shadowed before. His companion, however, remained focused, her expression unyielding and serious. Kuzmin's own demeanor shifted, a grim realization settling in. He knew this would happen when even a slight threat emerged. As he continued to walk, the sound of his footsteps echoing, he would warn his own people to shadow him, anticipating any moves against him. Han Li stands in an opulent interior, a dark, high-collared outfit accentuating his silhouette. As the scene shifts to a flashback where the king, seated in his bed, reveals he intentionally approached Han Li, with gardens standing by. Han Li's thoughts betray his surprise, wondering how the king could have been so predictable. Back in the present, he swiftly draws a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. But before he can make a move, an unseen assailant seizes him with brutal force. The true owner of this body steps forward, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, a powerful aura radiating from him. Han Li is instantly subdued, his head bowed in defeat. The true owner of this body stands over him, surrounded by armed guards, declaring his crime as attempting to harm royalty. The confrontation concludes with a swift, decisive motion. As the tension in the room thickens, a new presence makes itself known, the secret royal inspector arriving with an air of quiet authority, a golden emblem glowing softly in his hand. His arrival sends a ripple through the assembled crowd, a hushed whisper confirming his identity. The secret royal inspector is here. The scene before them is grim, with an injured man lying prone on the floor, a stark reminder of the chaos that has just unfolded. Amidst the commotion, Han Li, still held captive, glances towards the new arrival, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he wonders what this new development could possibly mean. Yet, he quickly composes himself, dismissing the situation with a casual, "It's nothing." The true owner of this body maintains his firm grip on Han Li, his imposing presence a silent testament to his unwavering control. Suddenly, a stern-faced man with a top-knot demands answers, his voice cutting through the murmurs. What is the situation? The royal crest on his uniform confirms his affiliation, as others echo his outrage. A royal guard. What are you doing here? He stands by the bed, his back to the white-haired man, declaring that he will wait until the situation calms down, a heavy thud echoing through the room. His muscular frame tenses slightly, a soft rustle of fabric accompanying his stillness. Meanwhile, the white-haired man on the bed looks on with growing apprehension, his mind racing with the question of why they are here. His eyes widen in a flash of recognition, a name forming silently in his thoughts. A nervous smile stretches across his face, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he tries to maintain composure. The door opens, revealing the royal inspector and his attendant, who offers a tray of tea, remarking on the sullen atmosphere and inviting them to drink. The muscular man turns, his expression hardening, demanding to know what exactly is going on. He then addresses the white-haired man, observing that this situation must be confusing for him. The attendant, Damien, adds with a slight smirk that no matter how hard he thinks, he won't be able to figure it out. Standing over the bed, the muscular man declares his belief that paying for medicine is of utmost importance, prompting a surprised reaction from Han Li. Han Li, still processing the statement, considers that paying for medicine is indeed something people do, unlike other things. He continues, stating that just as he dislikes being taken advantage of, he also abhors doing the same to others, a sentiment the muscular man dismisses as utter nonsense. The muscular man's expression hardens, while Han Li seems to recognize something unsettling. The muscular man then reminds him of their previous conversation, specifically about Damien's painkiller fees. He presses on, asking if Han Li remembers how much was owed and how it was to be paid, leaving Han Li in thoughtful silence. Turning away slightly, the muscular man reiterates that he proposed the deal in good faith. Han Li retorts that the muscular man was the one who initiated everything, causing him to clench his fist and exclaim in disbelief, "What nonsense is this?" As the muscular man's anger flares, a vibrant red aura ignites around his clenched fist, leaving Han Li in stunned silence. He strikes with brutal force, a devastating blow connecting squarely with Han Li's face. The impact sending a spray of blood into the air. Before Han Li can even recover, a glint of steel flashes, as the true owner of this body brandishes a sharp blade. He then seizes Han Li by the throat, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. A choked gasp escapes Han Li's lips as the pressure intensifies. He clutches desperately at his own neck, struggling for air. Nearby, two armored guards stand poised, their expressions grim as they witness the brutal assault. Han Li's eyes narrow in a mix of frustration and grim resolve. He curses the situation, realizing it has come to this. With a final, desperate decision, he produces a glowing red pill, its aura pulsing with an ominous energy. His jaw clenches, blood staining his lips from the brutal assault. A glowing red capsule appears, its internal timer ticking down from 5 seconds. He knows its detonation will cause a massive explosion, creating the diversion he desperately needs. But this isn't just an explosive, it's also a potent poison, capable of inducing paralysis the moment it's inhaled. The risk is immense. He could easily die if his luck runs out. He plans to survive by rolling away, avoiding the initial gas cloud, But what comes next remains uncertain. As the true owner of this body swings his blade, intent on severing the crown prince's head, Han Li's mind races, convinced this desperate gamble is a perfect plan. The countdown continues. 5, 4, as the attack descends. As the countdown from the activated capsule continued, the true owner's face contorted in a mix of anger and fierce resolve, refusing to yield even as the numbers ticked down. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and pain, his mouth forcibly covered, preventing him from expelling whatever he had just ingested. Han Li held him firmly, his gaze sharp as he questioned the true owner's desperate attempt to spit something out. A red glow emanated from his mouth, and the true owner realized with dawning horror that Han Li knew about his secret weapon. The final number flashed, and a wave of intense pain racked his body. He cried out in agony, blood seeping from his hand as the capsule's effects intensified. With a final, desperate gasp, the true owner collapsed to the ground, the paralysis now fully in effect, as Han Li stood calmly above him. His mind raced, a desperate internal struggle against the encroaching darkness, knowing he had only 3 minutes before unconsciousness claimed him completely. An urgent voice echoed in his thoughts, demanding he consume the antidote, as his hand weakly reached for a glowing red capsule. Still reeling from the capsule's effects, the true owner of this body struggles to comprehend the situation, his mind racing with the implications of Han Li's unexpected knowledge. As his vision blurs, a small, green bottle comes into focus, a potential lifeline in his agonizing predicament. Han Li holds it aloft, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he asks, "You're dying to know, right?" The true owner's hand instinctively reaches out, a silent plea escaping his thoughts. "Yeah." But Han Li merely pulls the bottle further away, his voice dripping with playful malice. "Not telling you." The true owner's face contorts in a mixture of agony and frustration, his eyes wide with desperate pleading. His hand trembles, reaching with all his might as Han Li continues to tease, the antidote just out of grasp. Overwhelmed by the torment, a single, furious word escapes his lips: "Asshole." Waking up in an unfamiliar bed, Han Li finds himself being forced to drink a strange liquid, a voice echoing, "I'll be more careful next time." The bitter taste assaults his senses, leaving him to exclaim, "Wow, that was really bitter." Meanwhile, the true owner of this body, bound and helpless, desperately cries out for his antidote. As a shadowy figure forces the liquid down his throat, he struggles, demanding, "Give it back, you fucker." Only to be met with a calm, "I can't do that." The unseen voice reiterates, "I can't do that." Back in the room, a wave of intense energy washes over Han Li, causing him to clutch his head as if in agony. The sheer force of the reaction causes the very ground beneath him to crack and crumble, sending debris flying. His eyes glow with a fierce red light, as he realizes he must activate his request for medical treatment fee skill. A faint smirk plays across his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the power now coursing through him. A holographic display flickers into view, showing a single slot slowly filling with an unknown substance. Meanwhile, the true owner of the body struggles, a guttural groan escaping him as he fights against an unseen torment. The surge of energy sends him sprawling to the floor, a soft thud echoing in the quiet room. But he quickly pushes himself up, a series of soft cracks emanating from his joints as he settles into a seated position. The other man lies motionless on the ground, his hands bound, the stage now set for whatever comes next. Another system window appears, detailing precise anatomical points, focusing on a critical heart transporter point near the 7th thoracic vertebra. His hands come together, interlacing as a vibrant blue energy begins to coalesce between his palms, illuminating the space around him. A piercing scream erupts from the bound man, his body racked with agony as a fiery aura engulfs him. As blue energy crackles around him, Han Li demands the antidote. He begins discharging a small amount of the substance stored within his circle slot. The vibrant blue energy swirls and intensifies, concentrating into a potent sphere in his palm. Meanwhile, in another place, the true owner of the body screams in sheer agony, the skill's effects tearing through him. He collapses to the ground, writhing in torment. A system message appears, confirming the skill's activation for patient Zuzman, detailing a detoxification treatment and a life expectancy increase of 21 years and 2 months. Another message follows, showing a bonus life received of 3.81 days, rounded to 4 days, bringing his total life expectancy to 118 days. Han Li's eyes glow with triumphant satisfaction, realizing his intricate plan has perfectly succeeded. His hands glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the energy of the detoxification skill still coursing through him. Han Li looked down at the prone figure of Zuzman, a faint smile playing on his lips, while Damien stood silently beside him, observing the true owner of the body writhing in agony. Zuzman's eyes, wide with pain and confusion, darted around the unfamiliar surroundings, a single thought echoing in his mind. Wait, this isn't the hospital. The detoxification skill continued its work, manifesting as searing red lines of energy that pulsed through his very being, a torment that seemed to stretch on endlessly. He lay helpless on the cold stone floor, surrounded by a ring of armored guards, their silent presence a stark reminder of his captivity. One of the guards, clad in heavy plate armor, stood ready, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Another guard, his face etched with a grim expression, muttered, "Kook." A third guard, observing Zuzman's continued struggle, questioned, "There are limits to how much they can endure, aren't there?" Han Li, standing over the suffering Zuzman, simply stated, "TSK, you were already told to stay still." Disoriented and in pain, he struggles to comprehend his surroundings, but one figure stands out, prompting a choked gasp of recognition. It's the Crown Prince. Standing tall and composed, Han Li observes the man's reaction with an air of detached authority. The weight of his presence forces the man to his knees. A silent acknowledgement of his defeat and the Crown Prince's power. He can only stare, unable to utter another word. His body still racked with residual pain from the detoxification, he struggles to maintain his composure. As Han Li stands impassively, the man bows his head in complete submission, a single thought echoing in his mind. The lingering effects of the skill cause him to gag, his body still rebelling against the ordeal. He walks alone through the rain-slicked streets, a small dog trailing faithfully behind him. His mind drifts to a memory, a somber image of his mother. He sees her on her deathbed, a frail figure, and the familiar ache of that day washes over him once more. The memory shifts to a younger him, alone in a dark room, the sound of thunder echoing the emptiness he felt. The image of his mother shatters into countless fragments, a painful reminder of loss. His own form becomes translucent, fading away, as the dream clarifies. It wasn't just the day he was left alone, but the day he was abandoned. A voice cuts through the haze, urging him to wake up, and his eyes snap open, startled. He finds himself in a lavish bedroom, disoriented, as Han Li stands over him, a familiar, unsettling presence, with Damien waiting patiently behind him. A new figure steps forward, a warm smile on his face, ready to formally introduce himself. The man who had just appeared introduces himself as Pierrot Garden, the Crown Prince's personal physician, adding that he would be more careful next time. As if on cue, Han Li extends a hand to another man, who grasps it firmly. The blonde-haired man then introduces himself as Damien Kahin, before Han Li interjects, suggesting they move past the formalities. Still disoriented, the true owner of this body sits up in the opulent bed, his mind reeling from the sudden shift in his surroundings. He looks towards Han Li, who stands by a window, and questions what he is expected to do as Your Highness. His gaze sweeps over Damien and Han Li, then settles on another man with a beard, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Han Li responds with a question of his own, asking if he truly believes he can escape them. The scene abruptly shifts to a sign for the Moxibustion Clinic, its presence hinting at a new location. Inside, a large room is filled with numerous patients lying in beds, all seemingly undergoing treatment. He sits up in the opulent bed, his new white hair falling around his face, a single question echoing in his mind. What is this place? Standing nearby, Han Li responds with a hint of exasperation. What else? A treatment room. Not only did you wake us from that melody floor, but you also let us stay in the bedroom, and now you're treating us. His expression remains unreadable, leaving the protagonist to wonder, why is he being so nice to him? Han Li quickly dispels any notions of altruism. It's not like I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. Now, the Blackstone are in their early 20s, and the Crown Prince is in his early 30s. He continues, explaining the precarious situation. If I release him now, the Blackstone of the Mage would get a few years of life bonus. But they'll think I'm insane if I tell them the truth. The protagonist, still disoriented, mutters, "Nothing. I'm out of the world." Han Li's voice then sharpens. "Do you think I'm just being kind to you? Don't be mistaken." He leans closer, his tone firm. "To be precise, I have a lot of illnesses." Raising a hand in a declarative gesture. Everyone in the Empire knows that. He thinks to himself that he'll be more careful next time, a hint of frustration in his tone. A soft cough escapes him, as he acknowledges that even the royal doctors have been unable to cure his condition. No matter how many treatments he received, his condition only worsened day after day, leading him to search for a cure on his own. Turning to Damien, he asks if his brother was the one who brought him here. Han Li, standing nearby, interjects, believing he was brought here to receive the new treatment himself. A knowing smile plays on his lips as he confirms his suspicion with a simple, bingo. The protagonist then asks Damien for his thoughts on the treatment he's received, noting that after the first session, the severe pain he felt was completely gone. Han Li considers the implications, wondering if Damien is showing a symptom of the god's blessing as well. Meanwhile, no one in the facility seems to feel unwell about the treatment they are about to receive, a stark contrast to Han Li's own experience. He feels a surge of triumph, a quiet certainty that he has finally succeeded. Now, he can truly go all out, unburdened by the constant pain that once plagued him. A brilliant, almost blinding light erupts around him, as a guttural cry tears from his throat. 6 days later, the scene is starkly different, as other patients lie writhing on their beds. A chaotic mess of retching and cold sweat. He watches them, recognizing the agonizing signs of withdrawal from their painkillers. It would be incredibly difficult to continue with more moxibustion treatment under these conditions. He stands over the bed, observing the white-haired man who sits up, looking disoriented. Turning his attention to the blonde attendant who has just arrived, he calls out, "Hey, Damien." Damien bows respectfully, responding, Yes, Your Highness? The white-haired man, still struggling, asks if he feels dizzy, to which the protagonist replies that he does, then asks if he feels like vomiting, and the white-haired man admits, I'm holding it in. He then laments, I'm so dizzy I feel like I'm going to die. I guess that's why he's the crown prince. With a determined glint in his eye, he concludes, in my case, I'll have to use other treatment methods for now. The protagonist then surveys a vast room filled with patients, noting, and it's not like today's treatment requires any accommodations or supplies of water. Addressing a man with wavy brown hair, he instructs, Sergio, you stay here. His hand rests on a table, the scars on his chest a testament to his own trials. He observes the other man, his expression concerned, asking if the withdrawal symptoms are proving difficult. Despite the patient's weak denial, he firmly states that the man clearly isn't fine and offers his help. With a gentle touch, a faint glow emanates from his hand as he begins the treatment, explaining that this method will be used. The patient, though still looking unwell, meets his gaze with a determined expression, ready to endure if acupuncture will truly work. He understands the severity of the situation, knowing that since the patient has been consuming painkillers for the longest among the gladiators, it is natural his withdrawal symptoms would be the most severe. He resolves to relieve him, believing himself the best person for the task, and begins by focusing on a pressure point near the patient's stomach, his hand hovering with a soft, purplish aura. The treatment continues, with a specific pressure point on the foot glowing brightly, marking it as the initial focus. His own body subtly glows with the effort, a testament to the energy he expends. As the initial phase concludes, he considers the next step, his gaze thoughtful. As the true owner of this body continued his specialized treatment, a surge of raw energy emanated from his hand, causing an immediate and overwhelming reaction. Han Li's body convulsed violently, glowing lines of power tracing across his skin as a guttural cry of agony escaped him. His face contorted in a silent scream, the sheer intensity of the pain almost beyond endurance. The true owner's grip tightened around his neck, the glowing energy intensifying its flow, pushing Han Li further into the depths of his torment. Overwhelmed by the agony, he could only gasp out a desperate plea for help. A sudden, violent struggle erupts as the long-haired man pins Han Li to the bed, his grip tightening around the white-haired man's throat, who lets out a choked cry. But as a blinding light erupts from within him, the man on the bed recoils. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, with a desperate surge of strength, he grabs the long-haired man's arm, sending him tumbling backward to the floor with a heavy thud. The long-haired man quickly recovers, looking down with concern as he asks, Are you all right? Still dazed, Han Li reaches out, replying, Ugh, I'm fine. Still recovering in bed, Han Li hears Damien's concerned voice, promising to be more careful next time. Meanwhile, the true owner of the body, Zuzman, reflects on the recent incident, wondering how a seizure could have occurred from such a slight stimulus. Back in his room, Han Li realizes that to resolve this issue, he'll need an incredibly thin needle. His hand reaches out, already envisioning the delicate instrument. Later, a blacksmith addresses Damien, confirming that as per His Highness's orders, it would indeed be possible to forge a needle as thin as a thread, but with a caveat. As Han Li processes the blacksmith's message, he understands the difficulty of his request, realizing that reproducing multiple needle thicknesses would be a task tougher than even a dwarf artisan could manage, prompting a silent apology from the craftsman. Sitting at his desk, surrounded by a faint blue glow, he feels the pressure mounting, the side effects of his condition worsening, driving him to the brink. Clutching his head in desperation, he questions what he can possibly do. Suddenly, a soft chime rings out as a glowing blue system window materializes before him, announcing that his internal organs have detected his stress. The message continues, explaining that stress is the cause of numerous illnesses and urging him to relieve it, leaving him to wonder how. In a sudden shift of perception, the true owner of the body appears in a different space, lying on a bed surrounded by impish creatures, mocking Han Li's pitiful state and offering a hint. One of the small creatures holds a scroll, as the true owner declares their dominion as the lords of the underworld, suggesting it would be better for Han Li to hear the truth before his life ends. Back in his own room, now dressed in a casual green jacket, Han Li intently studies a computer screen, searching for answers. His eyes widen in shock as he discovers something unexpected, questioning its very nature. Han Li stares at the holographic interface, the system reminding him of the cube he received to unlock summon skills and mana, prompting him to consider if he was already matching it with his body. A soft chime then signals his selection of the summoned monster gacha. The interface detailing a powerful, loyal monster with various abilities, available for 300 points. With 500 current HP, he reaches out, pressing the screen with a silent plea for a good summon. The gacha begins, consuming 300 points and leaving him with 200 HP, as the system instructs him to choose the abilities for his new companion. He envisions a summon capable of consistently providing many thin needles. His request is recorded, and a soft, ethereal glow emanates from the interface. The light intensifies, swirling into a vibrant portal from which various items begin to materialize. Bathed in a brilliant golden light, he observes the system interface presenting his first summon candidate, a happy summon that oinks. Two more peculiar options materialize: iron shit discharge and cactus that bites, prompting him to wonder aloud about their bizarre names. The system then clarifies that these candidates fulfill 100, 50, and 0% of his request, cautioning him to consider his selection carefully, as there will be no exchanges, returns, or refunds. He processes the information, noting that among the strange choices, only one appears to be a decent draw, while another is a complete dud, repeating the odd descriptions to himself. A thoughtful hum escapes him as he stands in his room, still contemplating which of the unusual summons he should pick. The system screen remains before him. As he continues to deliberate, his heart pounds with frustration, the system's bizarre options mocking him as he struggles to make a choice. Finally, with a desperate sigh, he commits to one, a surge of energy erupting around him as the choice is made. The system confirms his selection, announcing, "You've chosen candidate 3, a cactus that bites," as shimmering particles begin to coalesce. A wave of disbelief washes over him, unable to fathom his own decision as the light intensifies. A blinding flash of golden light erupts, crackling with raw magical energy. The light converges into a swirling vortex, forming a gacha-like device that hums with power before releasing its contents. As the light fades, he finds himself holding a small, round, spiky creature, its presence unexpected. He stares at the creature in his hands, a realization dawning on him. It's a porcupine. A system notification chimes, revealing Gosium's user guide, which states its size can be altered by feeding it the golden leaves that come along with it. Holding the small, spiky creature in his hand, he wonders aloud where it could have come from. Suddenly, a holographic screen materializes, detailing one of Gosium's unique traits. Feeding it a blue sunflower seed would double its size, but only if done before a time limit expired. The display then shifts to reveal Gosium's other skills, starting with Infinite Thorns, a level 1 ability that allowed a new thorn to grow back instantly after one was plucked. Next, Chestnut Burr Charge appeared, describing how the creature could transform into a spiky burr and attack, with the color of its thorns playing a role. Finally, Expansion was detailed, explaining that Gosium could fire white, brown, or black thorns, each inflicting varying amounts of pain, a fitting ability for a porcupine. Considering the Infinite Thorns ability, Han Li cautiously asks the creature, wondering if he could pluck one without causing it pain, to which Gosium responds with an eager squeak. Deciding to proceed, he then requests one white, one brown, and one black thorn from his new summon. With a soft box sound, 3 distinct thorns are carefully extracted from Gosium by a pair of chopsticks. Holding the thorns, he realizes that only the user can gather them, a clear limitation of the ability. He plucks a brown thorn from Gosium, a sharp sting confirming its potency. Considering the black thorn, he muses on its rumored Korean level of pain, wondering just how agonizing it might be. An ominous red glow emanating from its tip. The dark aura around it feels too potent, prompting him to decide it's best tested on someone else later. Regardless, the immediate issue of the thorns is now settled. He holds Gosium close, a triumphant declaration escaping his lips. Gosium is now unequivocally his. Later, a sign for a tie-in clinic comes into view. As Sergio greets him with a respectful address. Suddenly, a familiar voice chirps, "Say hi. This is Sir Gosium." The creature then questions, but why do you have this?" As he slowly comes to, Han Li realizes this isn't the hospital he expected, his mind still processing the rustling windows and the strange thoughts Gosium might be privy to. He wonders if the creature somehow knows what he's thinking, or perhaps if it's just a coincidence. Standing now, he offers Gosium a generous promise. "You can ask for anything you want, Sir Gosium," as Damien, standing nearby, reacts with a startled, "Gosium." A sudden image flashes through his mind, a familiar face, prompting a hushed realization. I sent that. The thought of a summoned monster brings forth ancient lore, recalling how 500 years ago, the Lloyd frontier had a summoner, Sir Leo, who was aided by such beings. These creatures are truly rare and mysterious, yet the question remains, how did he summon a summoned monster? As Han Li stands by the window, Damien approaches, respectfully addressing him. "Your Highness." With a look of deep concern, Damien presses further. "Is there something about you that I don't know about?" Han Li remains silent, and Damien, looking distraught, offers a profound apology. "My apologies, Your Highness. I committed a crime worthy of death yesterday." Damien's confession hangs heavy in the air, but Han Li, still processing the situation, can only manage a bewildered, "I'll be more careful next time." Meanwhile, Sergio, standing by the bed, attempts to reassure him, "Don't worry. No matter how many needles I use, you won't feel a thing." Han Li stares, utterly confused. "Huh? But you haven't done anything yet." He looks down at his arm, noticing the faint, almost invisible marks of multiple injections, a sudden realization dawning on him. "What?" Sergio, oblivious to Han Li's internal turmoil, repeats his earlier statement. "I already did something though." Han Li's gaze drifts to Damien in the background, who remains silent, while he thinks about everybody's reaction. A determined glint enters Han Li's eyes as he considers the implications. "If I can keep this up." Suddenly, a system notification flashes into existence, announcing, "Ding. Here it is." The message details the activation of requesting medical treatment fees, confirming that payment will be made to others, marking the treatment edge of the mark. Another system window appears, displaying the final number of life bonus received, 80 days, bringing his expected life expectancy to a total of 171 days. The system continues to update, revealing that the level of requesting medical treatment fees has increased due to receiving a large quantity. He observes the system screen, which now displays a leveled-up skill, requesting medical treatment fees, level 2. A bonus life indicator shows a ratio of 2,000 to 150, confirming his skill has indeed improved, extending his life. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of energy surrounds him, a subtle shift in his presence. His hand clenches, a quiet thrum of power resonating within him. A voice from nearby reminds him of his true identity. You are the Crown Prince. Sergio, standing opposite him, questions his sudden elation, asking what they could have possibly done to warrant such happiness. He presses further, wondering why Han Li seems so pleased with his recovery. Han Li's expression is one of quiet satisfaction, his newly white hair and striking red eyes reflecting a profound inner change. Another system message flashes, confirming his completion of the gladiator's task. But the scene shifts abruptly, placing him in a vast, arena-like chamber, surrounded by a group of formidable, unclad men, their heavy footsteps echoing around him. Waking in an unfamiliar bed, Han Li's mind races, realizing this opulent room is certainly not the hospital he expected to find himself in. Meanwhile, a quiet gulp echoes through another chamber, as a hand carefully sips from a teacup. In the Crown Prince's chambers, Sergio stands beside Damien's bed, ready to deliver an update on his routine report. Just 2 days prior, all 14 gladiators had been assigned as the Crown Prince's personal bodyguards. A stern-faced man questions, bodyguards? Now designated as the Special Dispatch Team, they were under strict orders to remain by his side at all times, a formidable group of muscular men standing ready. As Han Li walks away, his thoughts drift to the question of who is ranking them, especially since their contract included a bonus along with various other benefits. An older man, with a knowing smile, sips his tea, observing that while Rakiel might spend his days lounging in bed, he commands a formidable number of gladiators. He muses that Rakiel is becoming increasingly interesting. This Rakiel, a masked figure with flowing white hair, has gathered all the gladiators and bodyguards of the prince together, and now, with a cruel whip, he begins to torment them, mercilessly prodding them with the whip's tip. The older man's expression shifts, a silent question hanging in the air. A sharp prick of a needle pierces the skin, and Han Li, lying on a bed, hears a voice ask, "Does it hurt?" He mumbles a denial, but the military doctor, standing over him, presses on. "Why did you make a sound then? It's just a needle." The doctor's expression is stern, his scarred face betraying no sympathy as he continues to examine his patient. Han Li, now seated in a chair, looks around the unfamiliar room, a dawning realization spreading across his features. This isn't the hospital. The doctor, turning to a waiting crowd of uniformed men, calls out, "All right, next patient." A murmur of voices rises from the assembled group. A few days prior to the recent events, he walks through a serene garden, his thoughts distant. Han Li clears his throat, addressing someone nearby, asking how they feel after undergoing moxibustion for a few days. The black-haired man responds, admitting that it still stings a little. A sword hilt protrudes from his hip, a silent testament to his profession. Han Li, with a slight smile, remarks that it's a shame the man won't need any more moxibustion treatment. The warrior looks confused, asking for clarification. Han Li confirms, "You're done with the moxibustion treatment. You're cured." As Han Li begins to walk away, the black-haired man expresses his gratitude, but then urgently calls out, "Thank you for all your help. Wait." As the warrior reached out to him, Han Li turned, a slight exasperation in his voice, promising to be more careful next time. He knew he had to leave quickly, before others could intervene and hear them out. But the warrior held his arm firmly, insisting he wouldn't let such talent go to waste. Han Li pulled away, beginning to walk off, leaving the warrior standing there, contemplating. The warrior's hand lingered in the air. As he continued to walk away, Han Li clarified that his decision wasn't based on gratitude or loyalty, promising compensation for the warrior's time and even a weapon. The warrior, Zuzman, knew that soon he would climb to the level of a sword expert and experience the unique symptoms of a sword master. His senses would become extremely sensitive, a level where they could barely be controlled, and he was sure Han Li understood that as well. He reflects on the doctor's words, acknowledging that Han Li would experience even more severe insomnia than he had. He considers asking him to stay under the pretext of treatment, but knows there's a high chance he'd leave, realizing that in this current situation, a realistic give and take is the solution. Just then, Han Li, standing opposite him, proposes a solution. They'll write up a hiring contract, and he'll also be given housing and childcare benefits. Han Li's expression brightens, thinking he'd be able to treat Zuzman and even earn money. He then asks Zuzman if he'd like to sign some experimental treatment contracts. With a wide, excited grin, Han Li exclaims about a 4-day work week, asking how Zuzman could possibly reject that. Zuzman clenches his fists, his body trembling. As he stands there, a chorus of voices from unseen figures erupts, begging him to hire them too. Han Li looks utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of the crowd, asking why they've come, especially since he'd already cured them. The crowd insists they'll do whatever he wants, just to be hired. As the crowd outside clamors, one voice rises above the rest, pleading for a chance to prove their worth, promising to be more careful next time. They insist that Zuzman promised to help them improve, clarifying that they aren't claiming to be his guys or anything like that. Observing the desperate pleas, the crowd responds with an emphatic, "Yes, sir," admitting they aren't strong enough to be doing anything else, and that they've been doing wrong by themselves. They continue, explaining that the kind of people they are, who are about loyalty and have a strong sense of gratitude, are exactly what Zuzman needs. Indeed, it is good to have loyal subordinates. The narration reveals that these individuals were once Zuzman's patients, cured by his hand, and now they seek to repay their debt. Considering their fervent pleas, Zuzman makes his decision. "All right, all of you are hired. You're my exclusive special royal guards." As Zuzman makes the announcement, Han Li waves enthusiastically to the newly appointed guards. The crowd, now unified and determined, stands ready, officially known as the Asarji. He watches the newly formed special royal guards, a silent observer to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a sigh escapes Zuzman, who reflects that despite gathering so many, the bonus he received was not substantial. He laments risking his life for such a small sum, his weak stamina now preventing him from continuing his search for patience. The exhaustion weighs heavily on him. As he gazes upon the Grand Palace, a new idea forms in his mind. He will need to establish a clinic within the side palace. Elsewhere, a man in a dark suit, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, contemplates something with a sinister expression, a low growl escaping him. He then turns to Zuzman, asking, "What do you mean?" Zuzman, surprised, retorts, "Do you not know what a clinic is?" The dark-suited man pauses, his hand resting on the table, before replying, "I do know what it is, but..." Still grappling with the concept of a clinic, Zuzman stands over Han Li, who is seated on the bed, declaring he will be more careful next time, while Han Li, in a moment of dawning realization, understands this is not a hospital. His face contorted in disbelief, Han Li cries out in exasperation. Zuzman, however, remains unfazed, simply stating his annoyance before Han Li finally grasps what Zuzman is trying to convey. With a look of intense, almost aggressive comprehension, Zuzman declares he now understands Han Li's noble heart and his desire to help people, even while suffering from a fever. Han Li, now standing and holding his head, can only agree, confirming Zuzman's strange interpretation. He continues, his voice filled with a mix of relief and disbelief, that Zuzman finally understands his true feelings. Zuzman's eye narrows in a mixture of annoyance and concern, as he expresses disbelief that Han Li is still thinking about the city's citizens while being sick himself. A soft, golden glow begins to emanate, as Zuzman gestures, encompassing all of this in his strange assessment. Surrounded by shimmering particles, Zuzman grabs Han Li by the shoulders, shaking him vigorously, as if to literally knock the sickness of altruism out of him. His thoughts turn to the broader impact of his work, realizing that his efforts are ultimately for the citizens. Considering the logistics, Han Li suggests to Sergio that they begin by treating patients in the side palace, then wonders if the common folk would truly feel comfortable receiving care there. He ponders the implications for the people of the side palace, proposing to establish a dedicated clinic there to serve them directly. However, the reality of the Crown Prince's palace sets in, and he realizes that people might not feel comfortable seeking treatment in such an imposing place. This leads him to the conclusion that they need effective advertising, like miraculous treatment stories, to draw people in for care. He envisions a future where, once word of mouth spreads, more and more people will seek out their treatment. He envisions a Korean medicine clinic established right here in the side palace, a place where his sick patients would surely thrive. But then, a wave of confusion washes over him. Why is everyone here so inexplicably healthy? He sighs, disappointed that even after examining 800 people, he's only managed to secure 2 bonus days of life. This won't do. He needs more patients, more illness to treat. Then a sudden realization strikes him. With a stack of compiled information in his hands, he muses that this should be enough to treat all 800 people. As Sergio presents the requested list of all side palace employees, detailing their health, Han Li's thoughts turn to a new strategy. If the employees themselves are healthy, then he simply needs to investigate the health of their families. He's certain that among their family members, there must be at least one person seriously ill. Han Li sits at his desk, surrounded by stacks of papers, a quiet flutter of pages accompanying his work. He continues to sift through documents, a sense of frustration evident as some papers flutter to the floor. His gaze lifts, a question forming on his lips, as the realization dawns that despite his efforts, the side palace employees remain stubbornly healthy. A deep disappointment settles over him, the weight of a looming deadline heavy in his thoughts. Suddenly, a figure looms over his desk, interrupting his solitude, and questions his apparent disappointment. The man's expression is serious, his gaze unwavering, as he prepares to ask a crucial question. His voice is direct, challenging Han Li's very perception of his patients. Do you see patients as tools? Han Li recoils slightly, caught off guard by the accusation, as the man elaborates, suggesting Han Li views patients merely as test subjects. A dark aura begins to emanate from the man, his words cutting deep, as he implies Han Li sees people as nothing more than a means to an end. Damien, ever the loyal subordinate, vehemently defends his master, insisting that His Highness always has a plan. Yet, the true owner of the body remains unimpressed, questioning the sincerity of such loyalty. Han Li, caught in the middle, attempts to mediate, but Damien doubles down, asserting his point. Sergio, sensing the rising tension, quickly offers his apologies. The true owner of the body then turns his attention back to Han Li, accusing him of mistreating his loyal subordinates, who are trying their best. Damien immediately retaliates, challenging the other man's harsh words towards His Highness. The argument escalates, forcing Han Li to intervene, his patience visibly wearing thin. With a sharp command, he orders both of them out of the room. Left alone, Han Li lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of his impending deadline pressing down on him, with only 10 pages left. He stares at the document before him, a quiet resolve hardening his expression as he vows to be more careful next time. Reflecting on a difficult truth, he decides to gather his courage and record it in the questionnaire. He has an 8-year-old brother. This brother, he remembers, would suffer terrifying episodes 2 or 3 times a month, foaming at the mouth as if possessed by a demon. Many doctors had examined the young patient, unable to find a cause, and even clerics had fervently prayed over the child. Yet, all their efforts to drive out the evil spirits within him had been in vain. A young boy with striking white hair and glowing red eyes smiles, a chilling innocence on his face. The realization hits him with a jolt. He has found him. Han Li carefully reviews a document, his expression thoughtful. Before a wide, satisfied grin spreads across his face as he declares, "I found it." Later, in a grand, formal room, Damien and Sergio stand attentively as a young boy, seated at a large table, addresses Han Li, saying, "Why, Your Highness, this one?" The boy, George, continues, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. "Is my younger brother, George, but..." His bright red eyes reflect a mix of apprehension and earnestness. As George stands before him, a small hi escapes his lips, while the attendants behind him offer a more formal greeting to their highness. One of them, Sergio, attempts to lighten the mood with a playful introduction, suggesting he can be called Rachiel, and making a pun about being Sergius. Despite the attempt at humor, the young boy is likely more frightened than curious in this unfamiliar setting. So Han Li extends a hand, knowing this gentle approach is the best way to help a young patient relax. His fingers lightly brush against George's leg, and with a swift, almost imperceptible movement, he produces a small, intricately carved toy. George's eyes widen in genuine surprise and delight, a soft wow escaping his lips. Han Li offers the small gift, inviting the boy to take it. The boy hesitates for a moment, then reaches out, his initial apprehension replaced by innocent wonder. As the true owner of this body looks at Han Li, he asks what is wrong, who simply states that he cannot let him be touched. Reflecting on the interaction, the true owner of this body begins to ponder his own nature, thinking, "I'm." His mind drifts to a past event, a memory of being cured by an evil spirit. Back in the present, the true owner of this body questions if he is weird, but Han Li quickly reassures him, stating that it is not true, and he is not weird. The true owner of this body's thoughts continue, recalling a fight from the previous day, where he battled others who tried to imitate and tease him. He remembers the crushing defeat, admitting, "I lost." And then, a strange sensation. "I felt strange, and it suddenly became dark." The question echoes in his mind. Did it truly become dark? He confirms the unsettling truth, explaining that there are times when these strange sensations appear out of nowhere, causing his body to shiver. As a purple aura flares around him, he describes the full extent of the experience. His whole body would tremble and feel numb, as if floating in the air before dropping to the ground. Plummeting through a dark, ethereal void, the red-haired child recalls how the deeper he ventured, the more unsettling sounds he would hear. And upon waking, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. A white-haired man watches over him, a gentle concern etched on his face. He speaks softly, acknowledging the child's ordeal. Embracing the child, he offers words of comfort, telling him how brave he has been. As he steps closer, a faint glow emanates from his foot. But the child recoils, his face flushed with distress, pleading that he mustn't be touched, for he believes himself possessed by evil spirits. Ignoring the protest, the man gently holds him, a soft blue energy flowing from his hand to the child's chest, a quiet hum filling the air. A holographic interface materializes, displaying a diagnostic scan, confirming the patient's overall healthy body, despite the child's fears. The holographic display flickers, revealing a stark medical assessment. Several generalized tonic seizures are imminent, and due to irregular brainwaves, strong seizure activity has been detected. As the blue energy from his hands envelopes the child, Han Li focuses on the boy's consciousness, his expression serious as he processes the alarming data. The child, George, looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, realizing that normally, the man wouldn't be able to perform such a task as his regular job, but he is technically a doctor. The scan continues to elaborate, explaining that brainwaves going rampant for unknown reasons would cause the whole body to convulse, leading the patient to lose consciousness. Han Li's thoughts echo the display, acknowledging that in his line of work, rampant brainwaves are a bad symptom, not a good sign, prompting a small, questioning really, from the child. A confident smirk plays on Han Li's lips as he reminds the boy, "Yes, I'm the Crown Prince, remember?" His posture is impeccable, his conviction unwavering as he declares, "I'm always correct." He looks down at the child, a thoughtful expression on his face, considering it fortunate that he knows a lot about his epilepsy. But even if he tries to treat him, there are still limitations. Frustration creases his brow as he admits he can't find out the cause of it right now, lamenting that they lack the tools to determine the seizure's origin, nothing like an MRI machine. Han Li, still reeling from the medical examination, addresses the figure before him, correcting himself to use the formal title of Rakiel. But a sudden, sharp pain lances through his head, forcing a pained gasp from his lips. Meanwhile, the possessed George, now radiating a sinister purple aura, declares his overwhelming power, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The sheer force of the entity's manifestation causes Han Li to recoil in wide-eyed shock, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden, terrifying turn of events. As a black-haired guard rushes forward to protect His Highness, the possessed George lashes out with brutal force, striking the attendant with a devastating blow while a red-haired maid watches in horror. The impact sends the guard flying across the room, colliding with the wall as the maid cries out for His Highness to retreat from the danger. Witnessing the violence, Han Li's shock gives way to a fierce determination, his jaw clenching as a subtle glow emanates from his eyes. He speaks with unwavering resolve, refusing to be intimidated by the malevolent presence. Meanwhile, the black-haired guard, having recovered from the blow, draws his sword and defiantly declares that this is no mere evil spirit. A blue aura flares around his outstretched hand as Han Li grapples with the overwhelming presence, realizing this isn't just a sickness, but an illusion, a trick of the mind. He knows people are meant to be cared for and protected. But the possessed George, now a muscular figure with glowing red eyes, violently lashes out, sending an attendant sprawling to the floor, while demanding someone fetch him a pillow. Suddenly, the entity collapses to the ground, convulsing violently, foam gathering at his mouth, prompting an attendant to ask if he should wipe it with a hand towel. The attendant, Sergio, looks on with concern, repeating his question about the towel. Han Li quickly intervenes, holding the convulsing man's chin, warning them never to do that, as his chin muscles are contracting uncontrollably. Damien, another attendant, clarifies that if something goes wrong, the man could bite off and swallow the towel. With the situation dire, the attendants realize they can only help him after his seizures are over. As the possessed man continued to convulse violently, Han Li observed him closely, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. The entity's eyes glowed a furious red, and raw mana pulsed visibly around its host, a chaotic storm of energy. He could feel the mana emanating from him, a distinct signature of the Azrahan core technique. His own senses were highly attuned to the flow of such energy, allowing him to perceive the intricate patterns within the chaotic aura. Mana, the very circulation of life energy, if he could only visualize its process, he might understand the seizure's origin. His eyes began to glow with a soft blue light, a surge of determination filling him as he realized he might finally uncover the cause of this epilepsy. Extending a hand, blue energy pulsed from his fingertips, reaching out to connect with the chaotic mana surrounding the convulsing figure. The blue energy intensified, forming a clear, vertical stream as he focused his perception. Suddenly, the chaotic energy resolved into a brilliant golden flow, and he exclaimed, "I can see it." Han Li, immersed in the chaotic energy, struggles to grasp the erratic flow of mana, a memory of George's defiant words echoing in his mind. The raw power pulses erratically, moving wherever it desires, defying his attempts to control or understand it. He must concentrate on the minute streams of mana, for such a precise flow is rare, and finding the true source of the epilepsy depends on it. As his perception sharpens, he believes he's found the nerve of the spinal cord, then the cranial nerve itself. But just as quickly, the clarity fades, and he can no longer discern the intricate details. Despite his efforts, he still hasn't gathered enough information. With a surge of desperate will, he pushes for just a little more, his face contorted in fierce concentration as red energy flares around him. The effort leaves him drained, the vibrant mana around him dissipating as his focus breaks. Pushing his perception to its limits, Han Li finally discerns the chaotic energy, pinpointing the very cause of the affliction. His eyes glowing with intense focus, he delves deeper into the intricate network of nerves. And there it is, flaring violently, the vagus nerve. The realization dawns on him that the seizures are triggered by incorrect signaling reactions within that crucial nerve. This single point of failure is causing the seizures throughout George's entire brain and body. Later, Han Li instructs his attendants to cover the unconscious George with a blanket, insisting that he needs undisturbed rest. He adds a firm warning, to avoid any loud noises that might disturb him. The immense mental strain finally takes its toll, and Han Li collapses against the wall, utterly drained, as an attendant rushes to his side with a worried query. His body gives out, collapsing to the floor, as Damien cries out in alarm, asking if His Highness is all right. Even in his unconscious state, a sense of relief washes over him, knowing he has finally pinpointed the source of the seizures and can now treat the young prince. Time passes under the watchful eye of the moon. Within the grand estate, the night deepens. He stirs, a dull ache throbbing in his head, wondering if he had fainted, realizing the human body truly has its limits. As he pushes himself up, Damien greets him, while Sergio, startled, admits he had been scared. Damien informs him that he has been asleep for half a day. Sergio then inquires about the king's child, and Damien explains that George had woken up in the evening but was still very tired. He confirms that George immediately went back to sleep after a good dinner. He reflects on his diagnostic abilities, acknowledging that while he once thought it impossible, he can now perform precise diagnoses using Korean core medicine, a method far superior to the old ways. Standing before Damien and Sergio, he declares that with the vagus nerve identified as the cause, he now knows exactly how to treat the patient. The path forward is clear. He must perform vagus nerve stimulation. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a memory, as a younger Han Li, with his original dark hair, attempts to slip away into the night, only for Damien to question his late-night departure, asking, "Your Highness, where are you going in the middle of the night?" Before he can answer, a blinding surge of blue energy erupts around him, striking him with immense force, sending him collapsing to the ground as his hair visibly transforms to white. Engulfed in crackling blue lightning, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, he screams as the overwhelming power courses through him. A single foot steps onto the polished floor of a grand, opulent hallway, drawing the immediate attention of two armored guards standing sentinel by an imposing door, who snap their heads up in surprise. As the figure in dark, formal attire fully enters the space, a stern voice echoes, demanding to know their identity. The guards remain vigilant, their expressions unyielding. Later, in a richly appointed room, Han Li addresses his attendant, Damien, with a calm authority, thanking him for his efforts and instructing him to be led to Sir Zuzman's room. With a subtle adjustment of his collar, Han Li prepares himself. As he and Damien walk down another grand hallway, Han Li remarks that they have arrived. Before them stands an intricately carved, imposing door, the gateway to their destination. With a sudden, forceful burst, a door swings open, revealing a figure with long, flowing white hair, as a voice exclaims in disbelief, "What the? Your Highness?" The elderly palace mage, Sir Zenitas, sits up in his bed, startled by the intrusion. Bowing deeply, the crown prince addresses him. "Sir Zenitas, I apologize for the sudden visit, but I have a favor to ask." Zenitas responds with a confused, "Pardon?" As the prince continues, "Please blast me with lightning magic on my back." The young royal, now seen clearly with his striking white hair and blue eyes, offers a charming, if slightly mischievous, wink. Sir Zenitas can only stare back, utterly dumbfounded by the request. Still reeling from the bizarre request, Sir Zenitas can only stammer, "Your Highness, you little devil," as Han Li insists. "I just need someone who can control lightning magic for over 3 hours." The palace mage knows lightning magic is inherently destructive, capable of rivaling a natural disaster. Yet, Han Li wants him to reduce it to mere static electricity and maintain a consistent voltage for 3 hours, a task requiring extremely precise control. He finally manages to voice his disbelief, asking Han Li, "Do you know you're making an extremely difficult request?" Meanwhile, a man drives through the city, calmly stating, "Of course I do." It is precisely for this reason that Han Li came to him, leaving Sir Zenitas utterly speechless. As he wonders aloud, "Who's this man in our empire?" He finds himself hoisted high by an adoring crowd, their cheers echoing his name. Yet, the palace mage remains silent. Even as he's escorted away, his mind still reeling from the crown prince's impossible request. A thought begins to form, a dangerous spark of interest in the challenge presented. Later, in the quiet solitude of his chambers, he ponders the sheer audacity of it all. Meanwhile, the crown prince's attendants voice their concerns, questioning the wisdom of such a perilous endeavor. But Han Li dismisses their worries with a wave of his hand, assuring them he'll bear all responsibility, even in the face of injury or death. He declares that his attendants will serve as witnesses to his unwavering resolve. The armored guards, however, are less enthusiastic about being implicated in the crown prince's schemes. Still contemplating the situation, Han Li reassures the elderly mage that he isn't trying to cause trouble, merely seeking a solution. With a confident smile, he then asks when they should proceed with the test. His expression unwavering, he adds that he'll be more careful next time. Meanwhile, the elderly mage, staff in hand, expresses his disbelief at the idea of using electricity on a child. Han Li, now seated, insists that he needs to test it first, ensuring its safety before proceeding. Accepting the challenge, Sir Zenitas begins to channel a vibrant blue magical energy, crackling around his hands. As the blue energy flows, Han Li draws it in, concentrating it into a glowing, pulsating orb in his palm. Then, with a sudden burst, he unleashes the stored energy in a blinding flash. The powerful discharge envelopes Sir Zenitas, who is now surrounded by crackling yellow energy. With a determined breath, Han Li declares his readiness to proceed. A surge of energy crackles through the air. as Sir Zenitus unleashes a torrent of blue electric magic, which Han Li readily absorbs, though he winces at its unexpected strength. He marvels at the electric current, far more potent than he had anticipated. Now, it is his turn. He will absorb the electricity and transform it into his own unique current. Sir Zenitus' eyes widen in surprise as Han Li introduces his own electric signals, intending to manipulate the incoherent nerve signals within the Elder Mage's brain. The yellow energy intensifies around him, asserting complete control over those very nerve signals. He looks down at the Elder Mage, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he considers his own actions. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, another got technique, what an overpowered ability. I wasn't expecting to succeed in one try. Meanwhile, Sir Zenitus writhes under the persistent yellow electrical signals, his body spasming as he cries out, "Ugh, that's enough. It stings. I said stop it." Han Li, however, simply offers a chilling question. "You want to become my puppet though?" "No, I can keep doing this all day." The yellow energy crackles around the Elder Mage, a visible manifestation of the nerve signals under Han Li's control. It courses through his very hand, leaving him utterly at the mercy of his captor. Moments later, Han Li stands in a grand hall, observing a large gathering of people. He ponders, I wonder why he's gathered so many people again. What is he trying to do? I heard he wanted to gather people fond of spreading rumors. He stands over Sir Zenitus, who, still confined to the bed, questions his fate, while Han Li calmly assures him he will be more careful next time. Suddenly, a burst of vibrant yellow energy erupts, channeling through Sir Zenitus as he stands, staff in hand, radiating a powerful golden aura. The energy then transfers to a young man, who clutches his chest as brilliant blue particles surge around him, overwhelmed by the sensation. Han Li observes the effect with a keen, analytical gaze, his expression unreadable. The electrical energy continues to gather, forming a concentrated blue current as he notes its successful accumulation, just as he commanded. Turning to his attendants, he instructs them to observe closely and spread the word of this miraculous treatment to their heart's content, declaring it a form of marketing. The message is clear. This extraordinary treatment must be publicized, its wonders echoing through the populace. With the processed electric current ready, he prepares to transfer it to another young man, who looks on with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The blue glow of the GOT technique pulsed around the patient's body, as a strange, crackling orange energy began to manifest around him, growing louder with each passing moment. The ethereal blue light intensified, swirling with the chaotic orange sparks, causing the patient to question the unexpected turn of events. The crackling intensified further, and a growing sense of dread washed over him, realizing the treatment was becoming dangerous. His eyes widened in pure shock, as the mana flow around him became wildly erratic, confirming his worst fears. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, he tried to flee, but the energy was already spiraling out of control. Overwhelmed by the erratic energy, patient A's body convulses, the impending seizure now a certainty. He struggles against the pain, wondering how much longer he can endure this torment. His eyes glow with the uncontrolled mana, a desperate plea for release etched across his face. Observing the escalating crisis, Han Li realizes they have less than a minute before the full seizure begins. He moves quickly, considering the worst-case scenario as the energy around him crackles. The digital display confirms his fears. Only 1 minute remains. Suddenly, a blinding flash of raw, uncontrolled power erupts from patient A's vicinity. The force of the eruption throws him back, the chaotic mana swirling around him. He looks back at the maelstrom, realizing the situation is dire, and there isn't enough time to prevent the inevitable. Even utilizing the Garmin core technique at full capacity, the process would still demand 30 minutes, a duration he might not have. He wonders if he should simply stop now and treat it later, but the thought is quickly dismissed as he feels the raw magical energy surging around him. A seizure would be catastrophic, and he knows he can't let that happen, nor can he allow others to learn about this volatile situation. He has no idea how long the patient can endure this strain, and he's not even sure if another opportunity to intervene will present itself. Frustration mounts as he curses his own laxity, wishing he hadn't been so careless. With a sudden resolve, he calls out, his voice cutting through the magical hum, summoning Sir Zenitus. He demands that the power of the technique be increased to 3 times its current level, a desperate gamble to stabilize the patient. A golden aura flares around him, his body glowing with immense magical energy as he prepares for the intensified procedure. Sir Zenitus, appearing calm despite the urgency, responds, agreeing to the drastic measure and promising an explanation later. As the intensified Garmin core technique began, a torrent of raw magical energy surged, threatening to overwhelm its recipient. The sheer force of it promised immense pain, yet patient A, eyes wide with agony, could only acknowledge that the suffering was a necessary evil. Deep within his chest, the blue glow of mana pulsed, visibly straining his body. As golden-orange lightning crackled around him, causing him to writhe, Han Li's voice cut through the chaos, urging him to endure. With unwavering focus, Han Li channeled a concentrated beam of golden energy from his hand, directing it precisely into patient A. The influx of power was agonizing, forcing patient A to scream as his eyes and chest glowed with an ominous red light. The critical moment approached rapidly, with only 10 seconds remaining until the seizure was predicted to begin. Han Li knew he had to act swiftly, needing to absorb more mana, process it, and complete the treatment before time ran out. His focus narrowed to a single point, the precise location of the electrode, crucial for the procedure's success. The golden energy crackles violently around patient A, who convulses in agony. As the intensified Garmin core technique targets his carotid artery, the raw mana thumping within him. His body continues to contort, the golden energy still crackling intensely around him. The raw magical energy surges, crackling with fierce power. Han Li, with glowing hands, channels the volatile power into patient A, blue lightning arcing between them. His face etched with intense concentration, he pushes through the strain. A grim countdown appears, warning of only 5 seconds remaining until a seizure, as the energy continues to crackle. He pours more power into the struggling patient, who is overwhelmed by the sheer force of the mana. Patient A can only manage a pained, guttural cry. The intensified Garmin core technique continues to ravage patient A, who writhes in agony as golden energy and crackling blue lightning surge violently around his body. With only 4 seconds remaining on the critical countdown, Han Li, Damien, and the maid attendant watch the volatile process unfold. The mana crackles with furious orange and red lightning, intensifying as the timer ticks down to 2. A colossal column of golden energy, laced with vibrant blue lightning, surges upward, being drawn into the practitioner. Han Li's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his entire being focused on controlling the overwhelming power. As the countdown hits its final second, a brilliant white aura erupts from his hand, the sheer exertion etched onto his face. A surge of raw, crackling energy erupts, a violent maelstrom of orange and yellow light. The furious electrical discharge intensifies, coalescing into a focused, rumbling beam. It strikes an unseen figure, sending them reeling amidst a secondary explosion of blue and white lightning. Then, a new, potent blue energy sphere pulses, crackling with immense power. A blue-haired mage stands amidst the swirling energy, his gaze fixed downwards. A moment of intense realization or shock washes over the scene. Nearby, a red-haired patient, blindfolded, cries out in pain as the blue energy courses through him. A surge of vibrant blue electrical energy emanates from Han Li's hand, pressing down onto the patient's chest. A sharp gasp escapes George's lips as the current courses through him, his body tensing in agony. Han Li watches the reaction intently, a slight smile playing on his lips as he murmurs, "Rakiel?" George, still reeling from the shock, manages a confused, "Erg." While Han Li calmly asks, "You feel okay, right?" Nearby, a ceremonial staff stands silently, its intricate carvings reflecting the soft light of the room. From across the room, the maid attendant notices the subtle shift in the air, prompting Damien to remark, "Noticing something?" She replies, "We should leave them alone, though." A sigh of relief escapes Han Li, who thinks, "Phew, that was a close shave." He then clutches his arm, feeling a lingering side effect as he mutters, "My body's still numb." The medical treatment for patient George, a vagus nerve stimulation operation, has been successfully activated. Waking up in an unfamiliar bed, a quiet satisfaction crosses his face as Han Li's blue eyes open to the system's confirmation. He has received a bonus of 3 days, extending his life expectancy to 161 days. A confident smile plays on his lips, his white hair framing his face, as the system confirms his success. He has managed to use the Azrahan core technique to withstand intense stimulation, surpassing his own limits. The technique itself has leveled up to single circle level 2, boosting his mana by 130%. The powerful electrical stimulation he endured has imbued his lungs and large intestines with metal energy, granting him resistance to wood energy, a resistance that metal naturally provides. A young man in a red and black tracksuit tumbles through an unseen portal, his hand reaching out as he shouts, "Hey, lazy asses." His red eyes blaze with impatience as he demands, "Take my luggage." The sleeve of his jacket ripples with the force of his sudden arrival, and he stands upright, a red bag at his feet, facing 2 other young men in patient attire. One of them, with light blue hair, eyes him with surprise, asking, "A newbie?" A figure tumbles through the air, an orange-haired young man, proclaiming his relief at no longer being the newest arrival. Before landing with a soft thud, he turns to face the black-haired man, as a sharp click echoes through the room, drawing a startled reaction from the orange-haired patient. Han Li's eyes blaze crimson, his voice cutting through the silence, demanding to know if the newcomer has a death wish for trying to make him the newbie. A system message materializes, confirming a new ability. His liver has granted him 300 HP. Another message follows, detailing further enhancements as his lungs, heart, and large intestines, thrilled by the new addition, also grant him 300 HP. As the system interface flickers, displaying a new message about the liver's birthday party, and another organ receiving an HP boost, bringing his current HP to 1,300, he stares in disbelief, a new internal organ having just manifested within him. He realizes this means he'll be able to gain even more health from now on, An awesome development thanks to the Araman core technique, which has granted his organs extra HP. A shimmering cascade of blue particles drifts across the interface. As he wonders if there could possibly be more such surprises in store, the system's blue glow fades, and he blinks, returning to the reality of the room, only to hear a small voice ask, "Huh? What?" The young patient, George, looks up at him with wide, concerned eyes, declaring that something feels strange with him. Han Li simply looks down at the boy, offering a calm reassurance. "You're not strange." Still feeling a lingering unease, George sighs, hoping he won't lose control again, as Han Li asks if he wishes for him to stay. But with a confident smile, Han Li declares, "You'll stay like this from now on." He emphasizes his promise, "For the rest of your life." A wave of disbelief and hope washes over George as he questions, "What? Really?" His eyes widen in stunned silence. Han Li confirms with a reassuring smile, "Yes, you won't suffer pain anymore." He then makes a bold, almost playful declaration, "If I'm lying, you can take over as crown prince tomorrow." From the doorway, the maids watch the exchange, one of them murmuring, "George." But George, now beaming with pure joy, reaches out to the red-haired maid, exclaiming, "Oh, sis." A flurry of movement and soft sounds fills the air, as George, overwhelmed with relief, throws himself into the arms of the maid, who embraces him tightly. Her hand reaches out, a comforting gesture amidst the shimmering particles of residual magic, while Han Li observes the scene with a subtle, knowing smirk, a quiet hum of satisfaction escaping him. He looks down at his successful patient, the words echoing in his mind, "It's a total success." A self-satisfied thought forms, wondering if everyone had witnessed his triumph, and if it was time to spread the news of his good deed. Meanwhile, a crowd of distressed men, some shirtless and clearly suffering, fills a clinic, a testament to the many who still needed treatment. He muses on his grand plan, promising to cure them all with a touch of extra life, a booming laugh echoing his ambition for a long and healthy future for his patients. Han Li's face twists into a wide, almost maniacal grin, his form glowing with an inner power as his vision for the clinic takes hold. Patient A's eyes flutter open, his vision blurry and his mind reeling. A confused sound escapes his lips, a soft, questioning, "Huh?" The world around him shifts, a fleeting image of two men, one exclaiming, "What?" His thoughts drift, a familiar fear creeping in as he wonders, "Am I fainting again?" Then, a vivid dream takes hold, a celebratory scene where George, surrounded by Han Li, Damien, and other patients, beams with joy, a screen above them declaring, "Of course, after all the stress you've put." The dream fades into a textured haze, and the soft light of a luxurious room slowly comes into focus. Patient A stirs in the comfortable bed, a soft groan escaping him as he begins to wake. His eyes open fully, a weary "Yura" leaving his lips as he questions, "How long have I been out? My body feels so stiff." Stirring awake, he finds himself surrounded by familiar faces, a maid's voice gently asking if His Highness is finally conscious. Still groggy, he blinks, questioning why they are all standing around him when they surely have other duties to attend to. Nearby, Han Li looks down with a relieved sigh, admitting he was utterly exhausted from watching him sleep for so long. The maid adds, that was precisely why she had hoped he would awaken soon. Overcome with emotion, Han Li begins to sob, confessing how hard he had prayed for His Highness to regain consciousness. Bewildered by the tears, the patient asks why he is crying again, only to be met with the shocking revelation that he has been asleep for 2 whole days. As the maid gently comforts the still sobbing Han Li, the weight of the news hits the patient, causing him to abruptly sit upright in bed, his eyes wide with shock. The 3 attendants watch him, their expressions a mix of relief and concern, as he processes the unexpected passage of time. Still reeling from the revelation of his 2-day unconsciousness, Patient A glares at the man before him, demanding to know if he had been trying to get him killed. A look of deep distress crosses Han Li's face, as he stammers an apology, admitting he never expected the unconsciousness to last so long. Despite his anger, a more pressing concern surfaces in Patient A's mind, as he wonders about George's condition. Sitting up in bed, his expression etched with worry, he awaits an answer. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cuts through the tension, as George himself appears, beaming and declaring he is perfectly fine. Han Li stands nearby, his back to the room, a silent observer to the reunion. Patient A watches the young boy, a mix of relief and confusion on his face. As George approaches the bed, he questions the child's unexpected presence. With a slightly sheepish grin, George confesses he pestered someone to bring him to the room. He watches the young boy fidgeting nervously before him, his small hands clutching a simple rope, as if it were a lifeline, and remembers the boy's words, "When you woke up." A small, wooden pendant hangs from the rope, a sudden realization dawning on him. Taking the boy's hand, he asks gently, "Did you have a hard time while I was asleep?" The boy can only manage a soft, that. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Li muses to himself, this might be a bit much for me." His true motivations surface. "I only saved him because I wanted to live longer." He continues his internal monologue. "You don't have to feel moved by my actions." His thoughts are cut short by a voice calling out, Rakiel." Turning sharply, Han Li looks surprised by the interruption. George, now fully recovered, looks up at patient A with bright, earnest eyes, declaring his ambition to become someone great too, and to help others, just as he had been helped. His words resonate deeply, touching patient A. Meanwhile, a small, intricately crafted necklace is examined, its quality noted with quiet appreciation. Later, with Han Li, Damien, and a maid attendant observing, George offers his heartfelt thanks to the group. He insists that the greatest reward he has received is simply seeing patient A healthy. Han Li, standing beside Damien, confirms this sentiment, acknowledging George's recovery. However, patient A, still feeling the lingering effects of his ordeal, clears his throat and requests more time to rest. He sits quietly on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, his hand resting near his chin. A voice breaks the silence, stating, "We'll take our leave now then. Please rest well, Your Highness." As the words hang in the air, the maid attendant and Damien begin their departure, with George following closely behind them. But the young boy turns back with a bright smile, waving cheerfully and calling out, "See you next time, Rakiel." He then continues to follow the others out of the room. As the patient on the bed offers a small, reciprocal wave and a soft, "Yeah, see you," he remains seated, with Han Li still by his side. And soon, the door closes, sealing the room in quiet once more. He idly fiddles with the fabric of his clothes, a soft rustling sound filling the quiet room. A sigh escapes him as he considers his attire, wondering aloud, who would wear something like this? His fingers tracing the simple cord of his garment. The plainness of it strikes him, devoid of any jewels or embellishments. He then turns his gaze towards the window, a soft sliding sound accompanying his movement. Outside, the night sky is a canvas of twinkling stars, serene and vast. Eventually, he returns to the comfort of his bed, drifting off to sleep. After a long absence, a familiar voice echoes through the estate, announcing, "Mother, I'm back." The grand mansion stands bathed in sunlight, a testament to the family's enduring presence. From within, a surprised voice responds, "Son, what brings you here today?" The maid attendant, her expression a mix of surprise and concern, stands at the threshold. Damien, with a hint of amusement in his tone, replies, "What else? I'm on leave, so I came back." He adjusts his tie, a picture of calm confidence, his blonde hair neatly styled. The maid, still processing his words, questions, "Leave?" "Yes," he confirms, "a special." The attendant, surprised, questions the crown prince's sudden decision to grant Damien 5 days of leave. Seated across from the white-haired attendant, Damien confirms the leave, adding that the crown prince said he could take as many days as he wanted. He then remarks that the crown prince seems much better than before. The attendant expresses relief, wondering if that's why the crown prince has been acting strangely. Damien confirms, noting the crown prince has indeed been doing a lot of strange things lately. The attendant questions what kind of strange things he means. Damien explains that the crown prince keeps saying he wants to provide treatment to others, acting as if he were a doctor. Holding up a glass, Damien then tells the attendant to take a look at something. As the attendant processed the unusual news, Damien considered the implications of the crown prince's sudden and extensive leave. Meanwhile, the crown prince himself, Han Li, looked down with a contemplative expression. As outside, a gentle breeze stirred through the palace grounds. And soon, official decrees and announcements began to flutter through the air, reaching the bustling streets where the common folk gathered. A crowd quickly formed around a public notice board, their murmurs growing louder as they read the unexpected news. "What is this?" The poster announced a grand opening ceremony for a free treatment event, listing various ailments from spondyloarthritis to obesity. It was none other than the crown prince, Rakiel Adrian Magentano, offering his services, with the bold claim of being able to fix all sicknesses. From a distance, an observer could only hope that the rumors were spreading as effectively as intended. He stands by the window, a faint smile playing on his lips. A soft sound of a door opening signals Damien's entrance, who respectfully greets his highness. Turning to face him, Han Li asks if he has eaten. Still by the window, he comments on Damien's early rising. As he walks away from the window, the crown prince reflects on the first day of operations, knowing he will need a substantial amount of traditional medicine goods. Damien confirms he has already procured all the requested ingredients. He assures his master of the special care he took in procuring them. Han Li, however, instructs him to acquire even more, regardless of potential panic buying, wanting him to buy as many as he can. Damien acknowledges the order with a hint of concern. A man with a neatly trimmed beard and dark, wavy hair leans forward, his voice laced with polite curiosity as he asks where Han Li learned his unusual methods. Han Li, holding a small jar of dark liquid, responds calmly, wondering if the man is referring to his potion preparations. The man continues, his gaze fixed on Han Li, mentioning the strange practice of relieving pain by poking people with thorns, and admitting he hasn't seen such techniques since his own training. He confesses to not sleeping well lately, his mind consumed by the garden's techniques that seem to defy all scientific understanding, yet he can't quite believe they're real, no matter how hard he tries to comprehend them. A faint, rainbow-hued aura shimmers around Han Li, a subtle sign of his growing displeasure. Observing the shift in his demeanor, the man notes, that Han Li seems upset. He must truly find it pathetic that he cannot decipher the principles behind the medical techniques he employs, especially since he is also a doctor. Han Li's gaze remains steady, his expression unreadable. He then reveals, with a slight tilt of his head, "Actually, I'm from another world." Turning his back slightly, he continues to explain his unique circumstances. "In that place, I'm not the prince. I'm just a normal person named Li Han," he clarifies, his eyes holding a distant look. A faint, ethereal blue glow emanates from his form, a subtle manifestation of his inner power. He made a living with traditional medicine techniques, the same ones he has been using here. The unnamed man, still skeptical, responds, "I brought this up after serious consideration." The bearded man, still skeptical, warns that he would be deeply disappointed if the truth were not as promised. To this, Damien responds, his voice light and teasing, that this is precisely why he chose to reveal the truth as well. He smiles broadly, enjoying the man's visible frustration, who simply throws his hands up in exasperation. The bearded man, growing impatient, demands that Damien stop teasing him and finally reveal the actual truth. Amidst the elegant surroundings, Damien calmly reiterates that he has already told him everything he wanted to know. The bearded man's face contorts in disbelief and annoyance, as he expresses a desire to understand the source of Damien's apparent satisfaction. He points out, with a hint of sarcasm, that Damien is already doing exactly what he's asking for. Han Li, having listened to the exchange, interjects with a puzzled "pardon," before Damien swiftly changes the subject, declaring it's time to move on to work. Han Li looks on, a slight expression of annoyance or surprise crossing his features, as the conversation abruptly concludes. He lets out a soft sigh, reflecting on his journey. He acknowledges that he was able to come this far only because someone had always been there to help him. Now, standing before the grand entrance of his new venture, he can only hope for a successful opening day, wishing for patience, not just trivial annoyances. The clinic sign proudly declares it a place for those with nowhere else to go, and he hopes people won't be deterred by rumors of the Crown Prince's survival. A wave of nervous excitement washes over him, making him feel almost ill with anticipation. He shuffles his feet, a silent plea escaping his lips, begging for success. With a hopeful flutter in his chest, he wishes for an abundance of patience. Finally, with a grand, sweeping gesture, he welcomes everyone to the Sage Palace's traditional medicine clinic, as Damien and the maid attendant watch on. He had poured his heart into this new venture, his very own clinic. Yet, despite the grand facade of the Sage Palace's traditional medicine clinic standing before him, a sudden wave of dread washed over him. He felt utterly doomed, his hopes crumbling around him. As he sat dejectedly on the stairs, Damien descended, spotting him in his moment of despair. "Your Highness," Damien exclaimed, his voice filled with concern. Why was this happening? He wondered, his mind racing for answers. Then, a sudden realization struck him, his expression shifting to one of profound surprise. His eyes widened, reflecting an unexpected turn of events. He was saved. He pushes through the throng of people, a chorus of complaints rising around him as he hears someone demand that he stop pushing. Ignoring the protests, he asserts his position, reminding them that he was there first. The ornate sign above the entrance proudly declares it the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic. Inside, the waiting area is packed, with one patient remarking that the first day is always the busiest. A maid attendant steps forward, offering to take a look at the next patient. Han Li kneels before a young boy, George, who is clearly a patient, as a voice apologetically explains that His Majesty is currently busy. Damien stands nearby, observing the scene, as the boy asks what he should do. Han Li then pleads for an exception, emphasizing the urgent need for help among the many children in this place. He observes the medical preparations, a hint of frustration in his voice as he remarks that this isn't the correct way to prepare the medicine, noting that the nursing staff is still quite disorganized. Acknowledging the situation, he muses that it will take some time for everyone to adjust, confident that he can still get accurate results by checking the overall health report. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, announcing that he has gained enough experience, and that the internal organs are now participating in the pulse reading. The message continues, explaining that this experience, gained while treating multiple patients, has become a new skill, leveling up his pulse reading to level 2. A look of utter surprise crosses his face, as he utters a soft, questioning, "What?" Elsewhere, a group of young men stride confidently down a path, the red-haired leader declaring to his companions, "Guys, time for a blind date. Bring your weapons." As they continue their walk, the red-haired man expresses his excitement, a wide grin on his face. He then boasts to his blonde-haired, glasses-wearing friend, "I already told you. There's no way you'll find anyone more beautiful than me or Yoon-soo, huh?" His confident declaration echoes as they continue their journey, insisting that blind dates are a must. Elsewhere, a man in a dark uniform looks down with exasperation, muttering for everyone to get a grip. The scene shifts to a formal dining room, where a group of men gather around a table, one of them announcing their meeting with an old grandpa. This marks the beginning of a crucial consultation. Han Li's system displays the comprehensive results of his patient's internal organ scan, confirming no abnormalities in the heart, lungs, or large intestines, save for a mild case of constipation. However, The liver presents a different story, showing clear signs of hepatitis, a direct consequence of the old man's drinking habits. The system humorously notes the liver's distress, having endured 50 years of alcohol abuse, predicting its complete destruction within 5 more years at this rate. Han Li's expression is thoughtful as he processes the information, marveling at the incredible detail of the internal organ consultation. He understands that an accurate diagnosis is paramount for effective treatment. His next thought is to quickly awaken the other internal organs. Standing beside the bed, the doctor delivers his diagnosis, informing the patient that his liver is quite damaged and prescribing a minor bupleurum decoction for today. The patient, an older man seated on the bed, responds with a bewildered, "Pardon?" The doctor calmly explains that this damage is why the patient feels so tired and why his face has a yellowish tint, all because his liver is exhausted. He continues, advising the patient to take the decoction for 10 days and, depending on the next diagnosis, he might also recommend a cinnamon twig and poria pill. A sharp, almost painful realization flashes across the doctor's face, a silent acknowledgement of the severity of the situation. He then delivers the crucial instruction. The patient must quit drinking alcohol from today onwards, a command met with a shocked, "What?" The doctor's tone becomes grave as he warns, "You won't make it beyond 5 years at this rate." The patient, now visibly distressed, grabs the doctor's hands, his face contorted in disbelief, as if to say, "You can't eat if you don't drink alcohol?" His composure shattered, the patient reveals his true identity, declaring, "I'm ordering you to keep drinking, not as a doctor, but as your crown prince. If you refuse my orders, I'll throw you into jail." The medical consultation session draws to a close, with the final words echoing through the opulent chamber. A voice announces, "All non-critical patients, please return tomorrow." Han Li, now with striking white hair and red eyes, offers a polite, if somewhat strained, smile to the attendant, remarking, "Great work, Dr. Fishness." The maid attendant bows slightly, her expression apologetic as she replies, "I apologize for the mistake with the medicine earlier." Han Li considers her words, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow as he muses, "I'm not sure if we're doing well." He then offers a reassuring smile, attempting to lift the mood. "Don't worry, you all did great. Let's continue to work hard tomorrow." However, his expression quickly turns serious as he reflects on the systemic issues, acknowledging, since the concept of nurses doesn't exist in this place, it can't be helped. He continues, his thoughts drifting to the potential consequences of their limited resources, but we'd be in trouble if we admit too many patients who require nursing care. A sense of longing washes over him as he wishes for more support. If only Mr. Kim and Ms. Lee were here now. He stands in a stark, modern room, his blue eyes glowing with an intense light, reflecting on a recent lesson. He vows to be more careful next time, a silent promise hanging in the air. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and frantic footsteps echo through a grand hall, a desperate voice calling out, "Over here." A blonde-haired butler, his face etched with panic, rushes forward, clutching a small, red-haired child. He cries out, "Your Highness, there's a patient that needs urgent help." Dropping to his knees, Damien introduces himself as the butler of the Duke Marquis family, his voice trembling as he addresses the royal figure. The child, George, his small face streaked with tears, looks up with desperate eyes, begging, "Please, save my mother, please." A hand reaches out, a soft touch of reassurance. Han Li stands beside the bed, observing the pale, ill woman, while George watches anxiously. He notes her alarmingly high fever, asking how long she has been in this state. Later, he sits with Damien, listening intently as the butler recounts the events. Damien explains that she had been fine just this afternoon, before her condition suddenly worsened. He observes the patient, noting her rapid decline since noon, and a chilling realization begins to dawn on him. The woman's face is pale, her eyes closed, as a dark, ethereal energy seems to cling to her. His mind plunges into a desolate, snow-swept landscape. A vision unfolds of a brutal battlefield, littered with fallen soldiers, a scene of devastation caused by an illness that once decimated 10,000 men. A younger version of himself, with white hair, stares in horror, recognizing the plague as that of Napoleon. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate, snow-covered battlefield, littered with debris and the fallen, as a voice exclaims in disbelief. This grim landscape stretching out endlessly. The sheer number of bodies reveals the devastating impact of an illness that decimated the soldiers. Prompting Han Li to gasp in shock, this is the era of Napoleon. The cause of such widespread death becomes clear as a microscopic view of bacteria appears, revealing the culprit to be epidemic typhus fever, a fatal acute febrile illness caused by Rickettsia bacteria infection. A digital voice challenges his certainty, asking, "Hey liar, are you serious?" But he insists, "Absolutely. I saw the Rickettsia bacteria in the blood that went into the old lady's liver." A digital interface flickers before his eyes, confirming his growing suspicion. This was no hospital, he muses, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Seated on a grand bed, he turns to a nearby attendant, his medical instincts immediately kicking in as he questions, "When was the last time this patient bathed?" He knew he needed more information, a deeper understanding of her condition to truly help. The attendant replies that she had bathed just yesterday, a detail that surprises him. Confirming the patient's recent hygiene, the attendant elaborates on her routine. He ponders this new information, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. It was indeed strange, he thinks, for someone so clean to be afflicted with epidemic typhus. His gaze falls upon a nearby table, reinforcing his observation that everything around her was tidy and clean. Still processing his unfamiliar surroundings, Han Li mutters a promise to himself to be more careful next time. As the stark reality hits him, this is definitely not a hospital. Turning his attention to the patient, his medical instincts kicking in, he inquires if she had been exposed to any harsh weather, like ice or rain, while pondering the situation. A sudden realization or a surprising answer makes him gasp in astonishment. The scene shifts to a memory, where a bearded farmer looks on with a creaking sense of concern. It was probably around half a month ago, at a nearby farmer's place, that a woman, traveling back from visiting relatives, was unable to sleep in the farmer's bed and instead lay on the ground, covered by a blanket. And today, she started having a fever. He sits in quiet contemplation, his mind racing through the patient's symptoms and recent history. The pieces click into place, revealing that the patient, after sleeping at a farmer's place about half a month ago, must have been infected there, given the disease's 15-day incubation period and the symptoms of epidemic typhus fever he now recognizes. A sharp TSK escapes him, confirming his grim diagnosis, as Damien looks on, questioning, infected. The diagnosis is clear. Her illness is indeed epidemic typhus fever, a disease that spreads through lice clinging to human skin and feeding on blood. The patient lies unconscious, her condition dire. As Damien reports, this is really bad. She's been unconscious for 3 days, and in the worst case, she could develop pneumonia, suffer multi-organ system damage, or even have her limbs and body parts rot. He looks down at the unconscious patient, a silent promise forming in his mind to be more careful next time. Turning sharply to the assembled maids, he commands their full attention. His voice rings with authority, instructing them to immediately remove the patient's clothes and cleanse her body thoroughly with towels soaked in warm water. One of the maids gasps, taken aback by the directness of his orders. He continues, ordering them to burn the contaminated items and bury them deep, ensuring no one learns of the patient's illness. Then, he instructs them to bathe themselves and burn their own clothes once their task is complete. His tone hardens, delivering a stern warning of immediate dismissal and punishment for any disobedience. A resolute expression settles on his face, his resolve unwavering. The maids stammer their understanding, and he reminds them, with a pointed glance, that the precautions apply to them as well. Han Li, his white hair a stark contrast, issues a final, urgent command. He gestures sharply, his voice cutting through the air, demanding immediate action from the maid. The maid, along with her fellow attendants, bows low and swift, unquestioning obedience to his highness. Later, a sharp knife lies ready on a cutting board, surrounded by the fresh herbs needed for a potent remedy. He holds a steaming bowl of kudzu root tonic soup, a medicine renowned for its efficacy against febrile illnesses, specifically prepared for a fever patient using the root itself. He leans over the bed, offering a bowl of medicine to the ailing child, assuring him that this will make him feel better and to drink it slowly. As the days pass, the maid diligently continues the care, preparing and administering the tonic. She carefully attends to the child, her expression etched with concern. The routine of care continues without pause. Despite their efforts, the child can only manage a weak groan, his body racked with fever. Sweat beads on his forehead as he struggles, his condition showing no signs of improvement. Observing the child's continued suffering, Han Li's expression remains grim. For 3 days, the dedicated maids had provided continuous care, working in rotating 8-hour shifts. Yet despite their tireless efforts, the child was not improving. His condition was only worsening due to the high fever. Han Li considers the efficacy of the current treatment, knowing that the woodroot tonic soup is typically the best option for this stage of illness. However, he discerns that George's balance of yin and yang is completely off, causing her yin energy to be severely depleted, and understands that he must restore this balance first, before any other treatment can truly take effect. Only then, he concludes, can her body properly benefit from the woodroot tonic soup. A deep furrow forms on his brow as he ponders the challenge, realizing he needs something truly special, something unique to restore such a critical imbalance. Frustration mounts as he berates himself, urging his mind to work faster, to remember. He thinks of others, dismissing them as useless in such urgent times, the burden of finding a solution falling solely on his shoulders. Then, a sudden flash of insight ignites his eyes, as a crucial memory surfaces. Oh, right, there's that place. He calls out, his voice firm. Sir Garden, prepare a carriage for me, please. The secret palace, Moon Baekhyung, is said to hold all sorts of rare treasures and artifacts, and he believes there's a chance of finding the specific herb he needs there. However, only the emperor can enter, making access quite complicated. Yet, he reminds himself, he is the crown prince. Under the pale moonlight, a carriage awaits outside the grand palace. He knew he needed to make use of every resource available, even if it meant asking his father for help. Arriving at the grand palace doors, he stood for a moment, gathering his resolve. The journey through the opulent halls was swift, and soon he was bowing before the empire's ruler, formally announcing, "I, Crown Prince Rachiel Adria Magentano, pay my respects." His white hair gleamed under the throne room's lights, as he maintained his respectful posture. From his imposing throne, the emperor's voice boomed, "Why do you seek me out at this late hour?" Even after all this time, the sheer pressure emanating from his father was overwhelming, a constant reminder of his authority. Taking a breath, he began to explain, "My visit." He finally reveals the purpose of his late-night visit, requesting immediate access to the secret palace vault. Still kneeling before the emperor, the emperor's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know the reason behind such an audacious request. Han Li bows his head slightly, preparing to elaborate. He begins by reminding his father of the traditional medicine clinic he established in the side palace, explaining that a severely ill child of a noble family was brought there just 3 days prior. The emperor, still unconvinced, presses him on the connection to the vault. Han Li clarifies that a crucial ingredient for the child's treatment might be stored within the vault. His father remains skeptical, accusing him of fabricating the story and using the child's plight as a mere excuse to further his own selfish ambitions. The emperor's voice rings with authority, dismissing his son's plea as impertinent. Han Li, however, can't help but feel the old man is enjoying this, resolving to be more careful next time, even as the emperor continues, reminding him that he too is a middle-aged man who has experienced life's highs and lows. Convincing his own father proves to be an immense challenge. Turning his back, Han Li declares there's no time for this, but the emperor's voice follows him, unwavering. Even now, the emperor insists, the patient's life hangs in the balance. His blue eyes narrowed in suspicion, he demands to know how Han Li can ensure his diagnosis is accurate. Han Li can only utter a frustrated that, as the emperor continues his relentless critique, reminding him of his youth spent in illness and with limited education. He questions how, despite all this, Han Li is now practicing medicine. The emperor concludes, his gaze piercing, that he can't help but doubt, unsure if Han Li is properly caring for the patient or if his diagnosis is truly sound. He presses, his voice booming with authority, "If your words are to be trustworthy?" The weight of his presence fills the opulent chamber. Han Li, turning to face him, responds, "I see. You want to test me. Am I right?" The emperor challenges, as Han Li's eyes narrow in resolve. A hand settles firmly on the doctor's shoulder, and the emperor confirms, "Yes." He then explains, "The test is simple. Royal Knight Captain Roberto has been slightly ill recently." The captain, a man with a distinguished mustache and light green hair, stands ready. "Diagnose his current condition," the emperor commands. "If you succeed," the emperor declares, "I'll grant you access to the secret palace vault." Accepting the challenge, Han Li shakes hands with Damien, the emperor watching from his throne. Yet, the emperor remains unconvinced, thinking there's no way he can get it right. He knows the illness is a closely guarded secret, known only to Sir Roberto, his wife, and himself. Han Li, meanwhile, maintains a serious, contemplative expression. After his examination, he delivers a blunt diagnosis: "You have pattern baldness." Both the emperor and Damien recoil in utter shock at the unexpected revelation. Unfazed, Han Li continues his assessment of Roberto, who lies still on the bed. Still examining the patient, he points out the surprising thickness and fullness of the man's hair, before triumphantly revealing the secret, a wig. The emperor's eyes well up with tears, as a voice of exasperation cuts through the air, cursing the asshole father and son for their antics. Tears stream down the emperor's face, as Damien kneels, pleading with his majesty to rise, but the emperor, defeated, simply commands them to leave. Han Li then calls out to Damien, turning to walk away, leaving Damien to curse under his breath, wondering if exposing the man's wig was truly necessary. Despite the recent chaos, Han Li remains focused on his true objective, dismissing the emperor's emotional outburst as he declares his intention to treat the royal knight, but that it's not his main concern. Standing beside a young man with striking white hair and blue eyes, he looks ahead with a shared, determined purpose. Their destination is clear, the secret palace vault. A shimmering, cerulean portal, pulsating with arcane energy, materializes before them, marking the entrance to the vault. Without hesitation, they step forward, their silhouettes swallowed by the ethereal glow. The white-haired man's eyes widen, a dramatic realization dawning upon him. He stands alongside Han Li before a magnificent, glowing archway, its intricate patterns shimmering with an ethereal blue light. As they approach, he recognizes the location as the secret palace vault. An attendant steps forward, addressing him as Your Highness. The two continue their advance towards the grand entrance, as the attendant presents him with an ornate, glowing book, urging him to take it. The white-haired man looks at the object with a questioning gaze, understanding that this is the entrance to the secret palace vault, and the book is essential for entry. As he holds the glowing key, a thought crosses his mind. What would happen if he didn't have this essential item? Meanwhile, a heavily armored guard watches from a distance, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he mutters, "You'll die." Unaware of the threat, he and Han Li stand before the dark, mysterious entrance of the vault. When a sudden system message flashes, revealing that all his attack magic has been deactivated, his mana usage recorded, and he has exceeded the allowed time inside. with only a few hours left until daylight. He gasps in shock, realizing the dire implications of the time limit. Seeing his distress, Han Li, with a determined expression, calls out, "Damien, let's go in now." Without hesitation, the three of them, Han Li, Damien, and the white-haired man, charge forward, rushing into the vault's depths. The armored guard, left behind, watches them disappear, his earlier smirk replaced by a look of utter astonishment, a hand raised in a futile gesture of surprise. Having just entered the secret palace vault, the glowing doors of the intermediate area stand before them, marking the next stage of their challenge. A moment later, a voice echoes, apologizing with a slight chuckle. The unnamed white-haired man laughs, a wide, confident grin spreading across his face, seemingly pleased with the outcome of whatever just transpired. His expression quickly shifts to a more serious one, however, as he realizes his opponent hadn't fallen for his trick. A system message then appears, confirming that he has passed the test and can now enter the basic area of the vault, with the added bonus of taking one item. Below him, Han Li lies on the ground, looking up in confusion, uttering a bewildered, "Pardon?" The unnamed white-haired man looks down at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes, asking if he has any complaints about what just happened. Han Li turns his head away, a resigned expression on his face, admitting that it's not really a complaint. Elsewhere, the Emperor, a Stellian, sits on his throne, a stern look on his face, reflecting on the immense effort it took him to pass a similar test. The Emperor, adorned in his regal robes, reflects on the recent trial, musing that the white-haired man didn't seem to exert himself much, despite the test's difficulty. Yet, a thought lingers in the white-haired man's mind. The Emperor never specified which area he was giving the test for. He grumbles, a slight pout on his face, wondering if the Emperor is simply changing his words now that he's passed. The Emperor's voice echoes in his memory, a playful jab about his shamelessness. Standing in a dimly lit corridor, Roberto observing from a distance, the white-haired man clenches his fist, a thumping beat in his chest, as he concludes the Emperor is quite stingy. He continues his determined stride, his thoughts turning to Roberto, wondering if the knight is truly trying to help him. He decides it's best not to seek out Roberto's assistance, unless absolutely necessary. Approaching a wall-mounted device, he presses his hand against it, a soft beep and whirring sound indicating activation. With a soft, sliding sound, the mechanism begins to operate. In a quiet hallway, Roberto offers a respectful farewell, his words echoing the formality of the royal court. Meanwhile, Han Li and the white-haired man stride through an opulent chamber, their presence a stark contrast to the quiet grandeur. They pause before a massive, ornate door, a low thrumming sound indicating a hidden mechanism at work. Intricate blue energy patterns begin to bloom across the surface, revealing the complex magic woven into the vault's entrance. The sheer scale of the task ahead weighs heavily on Han Li, who sighs, realizing he'll likely be working through the entire night. In contrast, the white-haired man wears a confident smile, clearly pleased with the unfolding events. As a glowing blue portal fully materializes, he issues an instruction, calling out to Damien to assist in finding the necessary items within this new space. Han Li can only stare in exasperation, uttering a single, bewildered question as the implications of the new task settle upon him. A chilling cold permeates the air, as if the very essence of winter has been captured within this space, prompting a surprised exclamation and a questioning retort. The task at hand is clear. Locate any item, reagent, or magic ball that feels imbued with a potent, similar energy. Their locations must be meticulously recorded, to be examined more closely later. As the instructions settle, the unnamed white-haired man turns to Han Li, ready to begin the daunting search. He suggests they divide the vast chamber, taking one side for himself. Han Li readily agrees, accepting his assigned section. A focused intensity sharpens the white-haired man's gaze, as he prepares to delve into the task. He begins his methodical sweep, moving deeper into the labyrinthine shelves, the glowing lines on the floor guiding his path through the ancient, magical vault. As the white-haired man continues his meticulous search through the vault, a faint blue glow emanates from a nearby artifact, prompting him to consider its significance. He muses aloud, wondering if the strange aura is due to the magic area itself, hoping his companion has already finished with his own task. Meanwhile, his companion's voice echoes, demanding confirmation that the locations have been meticulously recorded as instructed. Han Li, focused and determined, stands amidst the glowing artifacts, his expression unwavering. The white-haired man responds simply, confirming that he has indeed followed the instructions to record the locations. Together, they continue their methodical sweep of the vast chamber, examining the countless items stored within. Han Li diligently records their findings on a scroll, a look of surprise crossing his face as he encounters something unexpected. His gaze falls upon another glowing blue artifact, and he questions if there are any items with ice properties within this particular magical area. The white-haired man confirms something, perhaps a location or a previous statement, as he and Han Li continue their methodical search through the vault. Han Li's thoughts drift, wondering if this newly discovered item holds the key to their objective, before he resolves to examine it more closely. The artifact, named 10,000 Year Snow, is a basic shield type of unknown origin, capable of manifesting an ice shield when infused with mana. The circular device, indeed the 10,000-year snow, rests before him. Its simple design reminds him of the mundane buzzers found in cafes. His eyes glow with a faint blue light as he reads the finer print, noting that while it consumes mana to form an ice shield, the fragments left after its destruction are pure mana. He reaches out, pondering why such a seemingly basic item would be so ancient and difficult to comprehend. As he holds the 10,000-year snow, a soft blue aura emanates from him, confirming the description that an ice shield deploys upon mana infusion. The artifact pulses with a vibrant blue light in his grasp. The ancient artifact, the 10,000-year snow, hums with a soft, resonant blue glow. Its light intensifies, the hum growing louder, prompting a question of its true purpose, as if it were something acquired from an ordinary cafe, yet its buzzing clearly indicates a connection to mana. As Han Li holds the glowing artifact, the intensity of the mana becomes clear, and he resolves to try again, slowly, to understand its full potential. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, he finally grasps the essence of the mana, a profound understanding dawning upon him. His hand glows with the same blue energy, as he realizes he can control the artifact's temperature with the same mastery he applies to his own body. The artifact pulses with an even brighter, more controlled radiance, confirming this is indeed the feeling he sought, and he intends to keep going, pushing his understanding further. As Han Li continued his focused experimentation, a soft, shimmering blue light began to emanate from the artifact, sparkling with nascent energy. The energy coalesced, forming a perfect, luminous sphere of mana, its brilliance growing steadily. With a triumphant surge of power, he realized his efforts had succeeded, a quiet exclamation of victory escaping him. The mana expanded, forming a vast, protective shield around him, yet despite its immense size, it felt utterly weightless. Han Li stood at the center of his creation, arms outstretched, effortlessly maintaining the shimmering blue barrier, a testament to his newfound control. He marveled at the sheer elegance of his achievement, wishing he could share this moment with Damien, his thoughts drifting to his friend. A small, perfectly formed mana sphere now rested in his palm, and with a grin, he mused about needing Damien's help once more. Meanwhile, Damien, sensing the surge of mana, or perhaps Han Li's thoughts, could only ponder what his friend was truly thinking. Han Li, holding the glowing sphere, resolved to be more cautious in the future, but his determination remained unwavering, eager to delve deeper into the artifact's secrets and expand his knowledge. He muses internally about the unexpected bonus HP he's acquired, before correcting himself, realizing he meant to address the open wound of his patient. Now, with his hair a striking white and his eyes a piercing blue, he stands in a grand hall, addressed respectfully as Your Highness. As a servant presents him with a chosen item, he inquires, his voice calm and authoritative, if a decision has been made on a particular sword. The blade, sleek and deadly, gleams in the light. Suddenly, his tone shifts, a sharp edge entering his voice as he confronts Damien, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Damien, his face contorted in anguish, can only stammer out his profound disappointment. Now adorned with a regal crown, the prince stands, his new appearance a stark contrast to his former self. As he stands, a voice reminds him, "You need to put down what you have, Your Highness." A soft, almost amused chuckle escapes him as he gazes out a window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in his royal chambers, the emperor stirs in his bed, a troubled sigh escaping him as he wonders, "Why me?" A moment of contemplation passes over the crown prince, a quiet hum, escaping his lips. Later, as he returns, Damien bows deeply, greeting him with, "Your Highness, you're back." Damien's expression is etched with concern, his thoughts turning to the crown prince's unusual interactions with the nobility. He muses, "It's unusual in getting along so well with the nobility. Damien, I shouldn't be too rough on him, should I?" As they walk together, Damien continues, "But he's doing a good job for now, Your Highness." The crown prince sits, looking at a cup, reflecting on his current state. "It's not bad," he thinks, "but it's not my real body either. Now I'm a little more comfortable." A flicker of understanding crosses his face as he concludes, "I guess I can trust him a little more." He stands in a lavish room, holding a tray with a single cup, his posture impeccable. A moment later, a warm smile crosses his face as he shares a light-hearted exchange with the white-haired man. But the tranquility shatters as a sudden, brilliant flash ignites the distant horizon, casting a stark glow over the rugged mountains. From the heart of the light, a figure emerges, shimmering with a vibrant blue aura that leaves fizzling particles in its wake, moving with impossible speed across the landscape. The glowing form continues its rapid trajectory, a small, distant beacon against the vast terrain. From a high vantage point, Han Li watches the spectacle unfold, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. What's that?" he murmurs, his gaze fixed on the anomaly. His gloved hand tightens around the hilt of a weapon, a question forming in his mind. Why is he following out here? With a decisive thud, he lands on solid ground, his boots kicking up dust. Now cloaked in dark attire, he moves with a blur of speed, a faint red aura tracing his determined path. A hand, enveloped in brilliant blue energy, streaks forward with incredible speed, leaving a trail of shimmering particles. The force of the impact ripples outward, marked by sharp red lines that cut through the air. Nearby, a pitcher and cups are violently thrown from a table, shattering as they hit the ground. Han Li's eyes widen in utter disbelief, a surge of purple energy flaring around him in response to the sudden, destructive power. A single word escapes his lips, a choked whisper of treason. A few minutes earlier, Han Li was carried to his room to sleep, as the white-haired man confirmed, "Yes, Your Highness." With a pure heart that sincerely seeks to assist patients in need, Han Li declares he will gladly follow any instructions given without hesitation. The white-haired man then asks, "Can you hit me with your proposal?" As if considering his next move, Han Li's eyes glow with an intense, electric blue light. From outside a window, he makes a shocking demand. "I want you to be my pet, my ice sheep, my slave." The white-haired man inside reacts with disbelief. "Are you serious?" Waking up in an unfamiliar bed, the unnamed white-haired man groans, realizing he needs to be more careful next time, but a deeper thought quickly surfaces. This isn't the hospital. Confused, he questions why he's here. His gaze drifts to the window as he asks if someone is trying to kill him by making him a traitor. Han Li, standing calmly, explains that the unnamed man needed his shield, otherwise he wouldn't survive. The unnamed man's eyes widen in disbelief, repeating the words, "You too?" His expression shifts to one of shared experience as he confirms, "Me too." He then demands to know what exactly is going on with the dinking. He insists on a better explanation, specifically asking about the 10,000-year snow vault, as the shield of ice energy is known to break when its mana becomes damaged, causing fragments of ice energy to fall. He continues, questioning if the product of mana is damaged and naturally disperses with the body, or if it's something that can be consumed recklessly, before stating that he's going to use the medicine formed by the fragments of ice energy. During a training session, Han Li observes the ice shield surrounding his companion, wondering aloud why he doesn't simply lower it for a strike. Without waiting for an answer, he brings his sword down, shattering the shimmering blue barrier with a resounding impact. His companion recoils in shock, uttering a disbelieving, "Oh, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Even as the shield fragments dissipate, the residual blue energy crackles around him, a testament to its recent destruction. Looking down at the empty space where his defense once stood, he remarks that the evidence of its existence is now gone. Han Li then clarifies the mechanics of the ice energy, explaining that to maintain such a shield, one must continuously infuse mana into it. He summarizes their training, asking if his companion understands that the goal is to hit and break the shield with mana. His companion points a finger, warning the crown prince that such an action could be considered treason. Han Li looks down, a determined expression on his face, vowing never to commit such an act. Han Li, still reflecting on their recent training, considers his current financial state, thinking he cannot possibly be penniless. His companion listens intently. As Han Li continues, referring to the ice shield he had just broken, mentioning the companion's shield. A thought crosses his mind, a fundamental rule of negotiation, to strike first to win. He then asks directly if his companion expects payment for being hit. The white-haired man's internal thoughts are clear, picturing himself surrounded by coins, a playful desire for compensation. Han Li places a hand over his chest, and with a genuine expression, he expresses his respect for how his companion takes care of himself, never asking for anything in return. The white-haired man simply looks on, his expression thoughtful. Lost in thought, he considers the implications of his companion's past, pondering the depths of his misery. He recalls the bleakness of Damien's life, a life he now understands was filled with hardship. His brow furrows as he questions if all that suffering could truly be attributed to a mere lack of mana. A vivid image flashes through his mind, his own back, emblazoned with a glowing, intricate mark, as he stands against a horde of monstrous, red-eyed creatures. He remembers the sheer number of foes he faced, their grotesque forms looming in the darkness. Returning to the present, he observes the white-haired man, still in bed, and muses that even in the novel, he was unexpectedly quite the miser. The quiet elegance of the room surrounds them. A soft smile plays on his lips as he stands with a tray, remarking, "You're just like what I've read about." Huh. With a playful arm around his companion, he asks, "What did you expect?" He looks at the white-haired man, a playful smirk on his face, remarking that he already knew of his shamelessness, but seeing it in person only confirmed it. Suddenly, a memory flashes, a brilliant sparkle of light over a vast ocean as the sun rises or sets, then shifts to a scene of intense combat. Enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, the mage charges forward, his voice echoing with a fierce determination, promising extra pay for every strike landed. His form becomes a streak of pure energy, a relentless blue spear aimed at his unseen opponent. But a dark-haired figure, with a stern expression and a weapon held ready, calmly reminds his attacker, "I hope you'll send over my money on time." The opponent's grip tightens on his weapon, a long, dark staff or blade, ready to meet the incoming assault. Before the blue aura can connect, the dark-haired mage unleashes a powerful counterattack, his weapon glowing with a fierce red energy, the impact reverberating with a thunderous crash. Red and blue energies collide in a blinding explosion, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The blue glowing figure is thrown violently backward, his aura flickering as he tumbles through the sky, defeated. A sudden clatter echoes through the room as a cup tumbles from a table. Nearby, Garden's face contorts in a silent scream, purple energy crackling around him. His hand clutches at the air, the words tearing from his throat. Itis. Treason. More objects tumble from the table, his hand reaching out in a desperate, futile gesture. Then, with a soft thud, Garden collapses, unconscious, as Han Li stands nearby. The world shifts abruptly, and Han Li finds himself on crumbling, fractured earth, a desolate landscape stretching before him. The very ground beneath him trembles, breaking apart into dust and debris. Submerged in frigid water, heavy chains bind his wrists, a faint blue aura flickering around him. His legs, too, are shackled, standing on the shattered remnants of what was once solid ground. He swings his glowing blade against the shimmering blue barrier, the impact echoing through the chamber, yet the shield holds firm, prompting him to acknowledge that it won't break with this amount of strength. With renewed resolve, he prepares for another attempt, declaring his intention to try again. A sharp crack reverberates, as hairline fractures begin to spiderweb across the barrier's surface. Observing the damage, he muses that he hasn't even swung his sword with full power yet, while Damien watches from a distance. Damien's voice cuts through the air, urging him to act quickly, to which Han Li calmly responds, "All right." With a surge of power, he brings his glowing sword down in a devastating arc. A brilliant blue aura flares around him, as the blade descends with impossible speed, a powerful whoosh accompanying its trajectory. The impact is deafening, a blinding flash of white light, and a resounding clang as the sword connects with the barrier. With a final, shattering crack, the magical defense explodes into countless glittering fragments. He gathers his strength, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he prepares for another devastating strike. Even as his power surges, a thought crosses his mind. Does he need to strike even harder? He mutters to himself, accusing the unseen obstacle of merely trying to drain more of his resources. With a renewed resolve, he declares his intention to be serious this time. A blinding red blur streaks forward, followed by a violent impact that sends debris flying. He follows through with a powerful, magic-infused kick, the force of it reverberating through the air. His glowing sword then slices through the air, delivering a final, decisive blow. With a resounding crack, the barrier finally shatters into countless sparkling fragments. He lets out a triumphant cry, the air around him still shimmering with residual magical energy from his breakthrough. Around him, the shattered remnants of the ice barrier glow faintly, a testament to his power. With a wide grin, he throws his hands up in celebration, exclaiming that it finally worked. From below, Damien looks up at him with an admiring gaze, congratulating him on his success and wishing him a long, healthy life befitting a royal. Han Li then suggests they collect the scattered ice fragments, preparing to move on. As they walk away, Damien, carrying a bag, glances back and wonders aloud why someone would be sleeping outside. Later, Han Li holds a steaming bowl, a traditional ginseng root tonic soup brewed with kizu ephedra, ginseng, licorice root, licorice bark, ginger, peony root, and Chinese cinnamon bark, ready to consume the potent concoction. A dark, steaming liquid bubbles gently in a bowl, its surface shimmering with subtle energy. Carefully, he lowers a glowing ice fragment into the concoction, knowing this crucial ingredient will complete the mixture. As it makes contact, the liquid swirls violently, a crackling sound filling the air as the energies combine. He then adds another glowing fragment, placing it precisely within a designated circle, a new understanding dawning on him as the system processes the input. The concoction pulses with vibrant blue and orange energy, a testament to its newly enhanced properties. Another system message appears, revealing a new recipe has been developed, the Glow Root Tonic Soup, based on traditional methods. Meanwhile, a cheerful red-haired woman, a supporter, arrives with a delivery, presenting the ice fragment he had ordered to Sir Rakiel. The system interface confirms the successful tonic concoction, marking another step in his mastery of medicinal arts. A system notification appears, offering a skill option for ingredient analysis, and he readily accepts, feeling a surge of excitement. A confident smile plays on his lips. As the system confirms the creation of an ice kikuzi root tonic, detailing its 20% recovery rate, its ability to heal water injuries and reduce fever, and noting him, Rakiel Adria Magentano, as the concoctor, he marvels at the overpowered skill, realizing he no longer needs to be so cautious. This is his own unique ability, he thinks, and it even recovers water energy. As he stirs a large pot, his thoughts turn to Lady Dinrier, his expression hardening with resolve as he declares he can save her now. A determined, almost triumphant smile spreads across his face. Later, he stands in a lavish room, holding a small box, a black-haired man standing respectfully behind him. They enter a grand bedroom where a woman lies pale in a large bed, attended by a maid and a guard who gasp at his arrival, recognizing him as their highness. His footsteps echo softly through the opulent chamber. As he approaches the bedside where Lady Dinrier lies, Damien already present. Damien's voice is hushed, asking, "How is she?" Han Li assesses her condition, replying, "She still doesn't have much energy." "Indeed," Her vitality has plummeted even further, a worrying sign of her deteriorating state. Lady Dinrier stirs slightly, her thoughts drifting to the medicine she needs, a faint hope in her weakened mind. The ice kikuzi root tonic, glowing with a cool, ethereal blue, shimmers on the spoon, its potent energy crackling like ice. Han Li gently brings the spoon to her lips, instructing, "All right, madam, please drink this medicine." She hesitates, noting, "It's a little cold." With a grimace, she swallows the concoction, the bitter taste overwhelming her senses. A small smile plays on Han Li's lips as he reassures her, "Haha, the more bitter a medicine, the more effective it'll be." He settles into a chair beside the bed, Damien standing nearby, both men watching over the recovering patient. He sits in quiet contemplation, gazing out the window, a moment of stillness before the next task. Soon, Han Li is diligently at work, meticulously preparing ingredients, his focus absolute. 10 days pass. The palace staff whisper amongst themselves, barely believing that he's actually making the medicine himself. As Han Li once again sits in quiet reflection, the question hangs in the air. Was he always like this? One of the butlers remarks, "He's a whole new person compared to the sensitive jerk from before." A wave of admiration spreads, with one voice proclaiming deep respect for His Highness. The butler, now fully visible, affirms, "He always believed in His Highness." The collective sentiment echoes through the halls, a chorus of "Your Highness" filling the air. Bound by glowing red chains, his head bowed low, Han Li endures an unseen ordeal. The crimson bonds extend down his form, glowing script appearing on his legs as the pressure mounts. Finally looking up, a weary smile touches his lips, his eyes shadowed with profound exhaustion as he admits the toll it has taken. Yet, a voice urges him on, reminding Rakiel that his hard work will soon be rewarded. A system window materializes before him, confirming his successful use of the ice kikuzi root tonic to cure typhus fever. Another message appears, praising his tireless commitment and self-sacrifice, noting the great respect and applause he has earned from those who watched. On top of the treatment reward, he has obtained a title bonus effect, increasing his request for medical treatment skill by 1.5 times. His eyes widen in surprise, as he processes the implications of this unexpected bonus. The system clarifies the bonus's effect on Lady Dinrier. Her life expectancy increased by 27 years and 3 months, with 540 bonus days received before the title bonus. The system confirms a final life bonus of 8 days, updating the total life expectancy to 146 days. A triumphant notification flashes, declaring the outcome awesome. A manic grin spreads across his face, his electric blue eyes glowing intensely as red chains seem to bind his arm. He exclaims internally, "I get so much more bonus life." Spectral hands appear to clap around him, bathed in vibrant blue and pink light. As he declares, "Ha ha ha, I'll be able to lead you all into even greater misunderstanding." As the last vestiges of night clung to the sky, a lone bird soared across the darkening clouds. Before the first rays of dawn broke over the grand estate, painting the opulent architecture in hues of gold and orange. Inside, the morning light streamed through a window, illuminating a quiet room. He reflected on his struggles, thinking, "I somehow managed to overcome the situation this time, but running the clinic by myself is becoming increasingly challenging." Han Li stood by the window, his gaze distant, lost in contemplation. The weight of his responsibilities pressed down, making him realize, "I need professional nurses." With a soft thud, his feet descended a wooden step, moving forward with renewed purpose. His Highness receives heartfelt thanks from Lady Dinrier, who expresses her disbelief and gratitude for his healing touch. She wonders how she could ever repay such kindness. As a system notification confirms his success, rewarding him with 1,000 gold for impressing them, he dismisses her concerns, assuring her that seeing her recover is reward enough. Later, the three of them sit together, a picture of quiet contentment. Their hands cover their mouths in a gesture of awe or surprise. As Lady Dinrier bids him farewell, only to suddenly call out, "Wait." Her urgent plea catches him off guard, as she declares, "I want to talk to you." He stands, contemplating her words, with an attendant observing from the background. As the carriage prepared to depart, the coachman, a man with a neatly trimmed beard, spoke with a hint of caution, promising to be more careful next time. Then, with a firmer tone, he urged his passenger to get on quickly. The ornate carriage wheel began to turn, signaling their departure from the grand estate. As they settled in, the coachman reiterated that there were important matters to discuss, best done while seated. Indeed, this was a conversation that required their full attention, a sentiment echoed by even the most prominent corporations. The carriage continued its journey, rumbling through a sun-dappled forest, the sounds of nature accompanying their travel. Inside, Han Li sat deep in thought, while Damien, the silver-haired butler, observed him with a concerned expression, a faint sound of unease escaping him. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Damien finally voiced his concern, wondering why his master remained so quiet. The carriage continued its steady pace, the rhythmic motion filling the quiet space. He sits up in a lavish bed, his expression one of dawning realization. His eyes widen in distress as he mutters, "Don't tell me." Looking up, a wave of exhaustion washes over him as he recalls, I spent so many days looking after. Sweat beads on his brow, his face contorted in a grimace of fatigue. The memory of his tireless vigil echoing in his mind, without any sleep. From the side, Damien watches him with a knowing look, a quiet affirmation escaping his lips. I knew it. He then addresses Han Li directly. Your Highness, I was thinking of convincing you. Han Li, regaining his composure, responds firmly. Don't you know I don't charge for treatment? I'd lose customers if word got out that my advertisements were misleading. Damien, undeterred, insists. But your Highness, I'd like to repay your kindness somehow. Damien stands by the bed, listening as the doctor, still recovering, expresses regret for his previous actions, wondering if he should have been more careful. He clarifies his stance, stating that since Damien isn't a patient, he won't accept anything from him. Damien acknowledges the doctor's policy, seemingly accepting the refusal of payment, and prepares to depart. But then, he pauses, briefcase in hand, and begins a new line of inquiry, mentioning something he'd heard. He asks if the doctor is an artist, his gaze fixed on a business card. The doctor's affirmative response seems to confirm something for him. With a determined expression, he proposes a collaboration. A few days later, the world moves on. Days later, life in the bustling city of Frontera continued its vibrant rhythm. The heart of the city, Frontera Plaza, stood as a testament to its grandeur. Within a quiet room, a voice broke the silence, asking if news had spread. Han Li, standing before a vibrant fruit stall, seemed lost in thought. As a nearby conversation revealed the crown prince was seeking a doctor for the side palace, and he wondered why he was being asked about it. His landlord, a jovial older man, chuckled, reminding him of his 5 years of unemployment and suggesting it was in his best interest. Han Li bristled at the intrusion, asserting that his employment status was none of the landlord's concern and that he was not behind on rent. A stark realization flashed through his mind. He was no longer the person he once was. With a determined glint in his eye and a glowing orb manifesting in his hand, he declared he would go get his money now. Cloaked, he moves through a bustling market, his gaze falling upon a basket of apples. His fingers brush against the fruit, and for a moment, his eyes glow with a faint, ethereal light. Above, the sky stretches wide and clear. The scene shifts to a grand, ornate building, its entrance teeming with people. Inside, a woman in a flowing dress and a man in formal attire step through the threshold. The opulent hall shimmering with soft, diffused light. They proceed through the elegant space, eventually joining a long line of individuals. A memory flashes, a formal room where a blonde-haired man congratulates a brown-haired healer, acknowledging his promotion to a professional status. The royal, Damien, then playfully asks, why the long face? A moment of confusion lingers, a soft escaping his thoughts. His gaze drifts to a framed artwork, a striking portrait of a man in a top hat pointing directly forward, as if demanding attention. Another piece, titled Life Trio, depicts a group of figures, their forms dynamic and intertwined. A third artwork captures a solitary figure, hat pulled low, their face obscured in shadow. Finally, a piece named Life Comes Back to You draws his attention, its title resonating with an unspoken meaning. As he stares at the reflection in the frame, the white-haired man realizes with a jolt, this isn't the hospital. He stands beside Damien, a casual smile on his face, dismissing the use of image manipulation as perfectly acceptable, while Damien, unfamiliar with the concept, questions it. Turning to him, Damien then asks if his artwork would truly aid in their advertising efforts. As a golden, ornate frame comes into view, his hand, holding a brush, confirms that it will indeed work. The result is a striking oil painting of a fiery woman, with both Han Li and Damien reflected in its surface, admiring the vibrant work. Suddenly, a hand reaches out towards a silhouetted crowd, a sign above them reading Ganho, as a jarring thump echoes, pulling him back to a fragmented reality. An unseen voice exclaims, praising the work as damn good and demanding to see the Ganho. Beneath an ornate archway, a crowd of onlookers gathers, some drawn by free admission, others by the presence of the crown prince. Damien and another man examine a notice board. The board displays an advertisement for Show Me the Ganho, an oil painting exhibition seeking models, promising a handsome salary and a chance to meet the crown prince, while a small, unrelated thought expresses a desire to become a nurse. A bustling crowd fills the application office for the nurse selection test, a line of hopefuls stretching before a counter where forms are being distributed. Whispers ripple through the room, with many commenting on the surprisingly good salary. One voice notes that a single month's pay could cover 2 years of rent. Among the hopefuls, a cloaked figure, Han Li, considers the possibility that becoming a nurse might finally allow him to afford a small house. His gaze falls upon the application form, specifically the requirements. Applicants must reside in the empire's capital. The text continues, detailing how to apply. Fill out the form and visit the application office for the nurse selection test. Han Li's eyes, glowing with an ethereal white light beneath his hood, widen slightly as he processes the information. He clutches the application form in his hand, the paper crumpling under his grip. A soft chuckle echoes through a lavish room, as a man in a vest murmurs to himself. Meanwhile, a white-haired figure, radiating an aura of quiet authority, moves through a bustling crowd, his back to the onlookers. An aide approaches him, a slight smile on his face, inquiring if His Highness is truly so happy. The white-haired man's face is a picture of pure, unadulterated joy, his eyes wide and sparkling with delight. He stands beside his aide, a hand thoughtfully placed on his chin, a serene expression settling on his features. Nearby, a group of people discuss the benefits of their new initiative, hoping to attract skilled nurses to the side palace. Their voices carry the promise that with more nurses, many more patients can be treated and cured. Overwhelmed by the joyous prospect, he throws his arms wide, bathed in a shower of light and musical notes, a picture of pure elation. Still caught in the vivid dream, he sits on the bed, a hint of regret in his voice, promising to be more careful next time, before the jarring realization hits him. This isn't the hospital. Meanwhile, the butler, observing his master's actions, reflects on how truly incredible he is. Back in his own reality, Han Li stands, his hands glowing with a subtle energy. The butler's thoughts continue, acknowledging that he also pays very well. 6 days later, under a bright, clear sky, the scene shifts to a grand, ornate building. A soft click echoes as someone approaches the intricate window, their sandal-clad foot stepping onto the polished floor, another soft tack, marking their presence. Inside, a vibrant poster catches the eye, boldly proclaiming, "Show me the nurses." The sun continues to stream through the grand windows, illuminating the opulent interior. The grand facade of Theodore's royal palace looms, a testament to the Crown Prince's influence, as the title of the Crown Prince's personal doctor is prominently displayed. From a vantage point high above, he gazes down at the sprawling complex, a hooded figure observing the bustling activity below. A slight groan escapes him, before a determined expression settles on his face, confirming to himself that he is precisely on time. His cloak falls open, revealing a lean physique wrapped in bandages and loose, practical attire, a stark contrast to his usual professional doctor's uniform. Meanwhile, an official-looking man in a sharp suit and bow tie holds a microphone, preparing to address the gathered crowd. With a burst of energy, he commands, "Everyone, attention please." Standing before a grand, ornate gate, he announces the commencement of the first round of the nurse selection test. The test, hosted by the Crown Prince, is poised to reveal the canos, as a diverse crowd watches with bated breath. The announcer's voice booms across the grand hall, declaring the commencement of the first task, drawing out the word with dramatic flair. As he leans into the microphone, his hand pressed to his chest in anticipation. A wide smile spreads across his face, the palace spires gleaming behind him. Before he finally reveals that the next crucial detail will be unveiled in the coming week. The digital interface of a game system displays a character profile, identifying him as the Crown Prince that sells medicine. A decorative title card appears, bearing the words, "How me the Ganho." From a grand stage adorned with festive bunting, an announcer's voice booms, declaring the event to be hosted and sponsored by the Crown Prince. The announcer, a man in a sharp suit, stands before a vast assembly, his voice echoing as he proclaims the start of the nurse selection competition, challenging all participants to show me the Ganos. With a microphone held firmly in hand, the announcer's excitement builds as he announces. The first task is to charge forward to the interviewing test location. Amidst the surging crowd, Han Li finds himself disoriented, a thought flashing through his mind. "I'll be more careful next time." He then realizes, wait, this isn't the hospital. The announcer's voice cuts through his confusion, promising that all successful candidates will become nurses and move quickly to the Crown Prince's side palace. The main building, the designated test location, stands 3 kilometers away, with a strict rule. Only the first 10 individuals from each group to arrive will be interviewed. He questions the fate of the other 90 participants, as a voice booms, declaring that anyone who fails to make the interview will be disqualified. The thought is dismissed as ridiculous, and the command rings out, "All right, Group 1 depart." With a collective shout of effort, the participants surge forward, their footsteps pounding the ground as they begin the frantic race. A chorus of determined cries fills the air, each runner pushing their limits, the rhythmic thud of their feet echoing across the field. Han Li glances towards the officials, who stand observing the chaos, as the announcer's voice reiterates the harsh truth. After this, the rest are disqualified. The 2 officials remain impassive, their gazes fixed on the struggling mass of competitors. A disoriented Han Li stirs awake in a lavish bedroom, a male attendant standing nearby as fragmented memories of a past encounter flash through his mind, leaving him to wonder, wait, this isn't the hospital. Back in the present, the announcer's voice cuts through the air, declaring that the next task will be starting immediately. Before them, 4 plates of various foods are laid out. And the announcer continues, revealing that this will be the second task. Han Li and Damien sit across from each other, diligently eating, each focused on the culinary challenge. However, a thought crosses Han Li's mind, that the food might have been impacted by improper storage. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dark, ominous setting, where a cloaked figure stands over a groaning individual who collapses to the ground. The cloaked figure remains still, their presence radiating an unsettling aura. The dark fabric of their garment seems to absorb the dim light, adding to the mystery of their identity. A sudden, jarring impact echoes through the competition grounds, sending a ripple of alarm through the assembled crowd as many look up in shock. From the shadows, a cloaked figure watches the unfolding chaos, their eyes glowing with an unsettling, crimson light. Meanwhile, other participants, also cloaked, stand around tables laden with various foods, the second task of the nurse selection competition continuing amidst the disturbance. Han Li, standing beside a concerned female companion, turns to her, a worried question escaping her lips about the well-being of those affected. His mind races, grappling with the dilemma. Should he intervene when no one else seems willing to help? The ominous cloaked figure, still observing from a distance, also ponders their next move, a silent question hanging in the air. What should they do? He dismisses the thought, his mind already focused on the upcoming test. A lavish spread of food sits untouched, a testament to the preparations. Yet, a moment of quiet reflection falls over him. As he gazes out a grand window, his attendant, Damien, remarks on his growth, saying, "It was nice to see how much you've grown, Your Highness." Han Li steps forward, declaring, "That's exactly for the test." As they walk, the landlord echoes the sentiment. "It was nice to see how much you've grown, Your Highness." However, the competition, which had been so eagerly anticipated, is postponed to a later date. Outside, Han Li expresses his frustration. "Sir, I couldn't find out what happened at all," while the landlord questions, "Did you find the test?" After the unexpected postponement of his competition, Han Li finds himself in an unfamiliar courtyard, standing beside a bearded man who watches him intently. Footsteps echo as the man addresses him, telling him it's time to get up. Han Li turns to face him, his expression thoughtful. Later, in a different room, a cloaked figure suddenly rises, standing before Han Li with an air of mystery. The cloaked figure holds a small bottle, its contents unknown. With a soft chuckle, the figure admits, "I was a bit surprised. I might have seemed too powerful," as Han Li listens, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Then, extending the bottle, the cloaked figure simply says, "Here, look." Waking in an unfamiliar bed, Han Li finds Damien standing over him, who calmly states he will be more careful next time. A sharp cough escapes him, as Damien continues to observe. Now kneeling on the floor, Han Li listens as Damien reviews his action notes, suggesting a need for proper execution. He then asks if Han Li wishes to be sent to an action school. Considering the implications of his own case, Damien ponders the fate of other candidates if he were to execute them properly. His conclusion is stark: they all failed. Later, Han Li, now standing, reflects that techniques can always be learned. He shares this thought with a cloaked figure standing beside him. The cloaked figure responds, asking if he means the quality of their character is more important. Exactly. That's why I gave him the cut," Damien remarks, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, before adding, Now, let's move on with the next subject." As the conversation shifts, the scene transitions to a serene expanse of blue sky and lush green foliage, revealing a stark contrast to the grim reality of the evaluation grounds, where another candidate lies collapsed on the floor, a chilling message confirming that Group 2-0 passed. The scene repeats itself, a different figure now fallen, as the cold assessment declares, Group 3-0 passed. Yet another group meets the same fate, their failure adding to the growing pile of those deemed unworthy, with the system coldly noting that Group 4-0 passed. Witnessing the relentless failures and the indifference surrounding them, Han Li can only utter, "This is for real." Overwhelmed, he sinks to the ground, the horrifying realization dawning on him that not a single one cared about the person who collapsed. Seeking an escape from the callous display, Han Li turns to Damien, suggesting, "Damien, let's walk a little," to which Damien calmly replies, "Okay." Sunlight filters through lush green leaves, casting dappled shadows across the ground as Han Li and his attendant continue their journey. Their footsteps echoing softly on the paved path, they move through what appears to be a grand garden. Yet, a deep unease settles over Han Li, his thoughts consumed by a perplexing question. He cannot comprehend why his body seems to move without his conscious will. Suddenly, a woman blocks their path, her voice sharp as Han Li asks why no one else is around, and she retorts, accusing him of not being human. His gaze sweeps past her to the distant figures, his mind reeling from her words, wondering what she could possibly mean by such an outrageous claim. The woman's face contorts with raw fury, her anger palpable and unsettling. Her hand shoots out, reaching for his chest, her voice a snarl of denial. Damien quickly intervenes, pulling Han Li back from the enraged woman, who, still bewildered, questions what else she could possibly be if not human. As the truth dawns on him, a chilling realization settles. The woman before them is a werewolf. He winces, a sharp pain shooting through his body, a stark reminder of the involuntary movements that plague him. As the woman before them begins to shift, he wonders aloud, a werewolf? Did she really have a tail, though? Damien, ever the pragmatist, offers a simple explanation. You just don't see them because of those baggy pants. The crown prince, still processing the revelation, muses, I guess even a crown prince isn't safe from the wrath of a werewolf. With a guttural growl, the woman's transformation accelerates, her features distorting into something monstrous. It's a full transformation ability in action. Her muscles bulge, tearing through her clothes, revealing a truly strong body. Her snout elongates, and her eyes glow with feral intensity, equipped with a nose as good as a dog. Observing the fully transformed beast, Han Li's thoughts take an unexpected turn. That's making perfect for a traditional medicine clinic nurse. A small, knowing smile plays on his lips, as Damien stands by, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Han Li muses to himself, relieved that his initial worries were unfounded. He then asserts his status, declaring, "I'm also a citizen protected by the laws of the Empire." Damien responds with a dismissive, "Sure, sure." Han Li continues, accusing Damien, "But you looked at me and transformed into a beast in no time to time." Damien cuts him off, perplexed. "That's..." Han Li quickly dismisses the notion, insisting, "That's just prejudice." He vehemently denies the possibility of transformation, but Damien, with a knowing smirk, teases, "Know that werewolves are not even now. You're looking at me with hard eyes." As Damien's words hit their mark, a rattling sound accompanies an involuntary twitch across Han Li's face, his expression contorting in discomfort. A sharp grunt escapes him as his hand clenches, a vibrant red aura flaring around it, his internal monologue seething, "This asshole." Seeing Han Li's escalating reaction, Damien quickly steps forward, raising a hand to intervene. "Stop. That's enough." Below, a soft green glow emanates from around Han Li's feet, as Damien, his voice laced with concern, calls out, "Why, Your Highness?" After the previous incident, Han Li finds himself resting, while Damien, ever vigilant, reminds him to be more careful next time. A sentiment Han Li echoes, though his thoughts drift to the unusual circumstances of his current location. Damien then inquires about a woman, asking if she is the capital's resident werewolf, to which a guard quickly interjects, offering a formal apology to His Highness. The woman in question, a young woman with earnest green eyes and brown hair, stands before them, her expression a mix of apprehension and respect as she prepares to address the prince. She bows deeply, her voice clear as she offers her own apology for the soldier's disrespectful behavior, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. As she rises, she formally introduces herself as Anise, the daughter of Hashnet, extending her greetings to His Highness. Han Li, considering her, then poses a direct question, asking if she is willing to try for the nurse test. Without hesitation, Anise responds with a firm, "Yes, Your Highness," her resolve evident. Damien, holding a document, confirms the next step, suggesting they start the test right away. Han Li claps his hands together, a bright smile on his face, as Anise looks on, a mixture of surprise and determination in her eyes. A soldier, clad in his uniform, reacts with a surprised, almost disbelieving tone. Han Li, observing the man, reminds him that as a werewolf, he should possess good stamina, though he admits he hasn't witnessed it firsthand yet. The challenge is simple: win a race against this very soldier. The soldier points to himself in disbelief, asking if he's truly the opponent, as Han Li confirms that winning the race will count as passing the first test. The scene shifts to a breathtaking view of a lush, magical garden, filled with vibrant foliage and glowing particles, the perfect setting for a test of speed. Han Li gestures towards a distant fountain, specifying the course. It's about 400 meters from their current position. Anise and the soldier stand side by side, ready to begin, as Han Li clarifies the rules. The first to reach the fountain and return wins. With a determined expression, Anise confirms her understanding, her resolve clear. Her feet, clad in simple sandals, shift slightly, poised to spring into action. Han Li's voice cuts through the air, urging his opponent to prepare quickly. The sound of rustling and movement fills the air, signaling that all preparations are complete. The soldier bursts forward, his powerful legs propelling him into a sprint. Anise watches him go, a small sound of surprise escaping her lips as he gains speed. Han Li observes the unfolding scene with a keen eye. The soldier's muscular form strains with effort, his focus absolute, as he pushes himself. Anise's eyes burn with fierce determination, her voice ringing out with a promise of overwhelming victory. Her body tenses, poised to unleash her own speed. Under a bright, clear sky, the atmosphere crackles with anticipation as a voice calls out, announcing the start of the event. Damien, Han Li, and a soldier stand ready at the starting line, while Anise faces them, her gaze sharp and focused. Han Li's expression is one of calm determination, while Anise maintains a serious, unwavering gaze. He grips his staff, ready to spring into action. As the signal rings out, "Go!" and Anise's eyes gleam with fierce resolve, propelling her forward in a burst of speed. She bursts forward, a blur of motion alongside the other competitors, as the race begins. But elsewhere, a young mage with white hair clutches his head, a look of utter dismay on his face, realizing he's lost his spell. Suddenly, Anise finds herself plummeting through the air, her body twisting as she descends rapidly. The grand structure of the academy looms in the distance beneath a vast, open sky. Despite the unexpected fall, she quickly recovers, landing with a powerful impact before resuming her sprint, glancing back with a worried expression. Her leg muscles tense, propelling her forward with renewed vigor. A decisive footfall sending dust scattering as she pushes off the ground. Clutched tightly in her bandaged hand is a worn, leather-bound book. After her unexpected fall, Anise twists her body with incredible agility, using the momentum to right herself midair. As water splashes around her, she completes the aerial maneuver, preparing for a powerful impact. Her foot connects with the water's surface, sending a powerful ripple outward. Without a moment's hesitation, she breaks into a full sprint, gliding effortlessly across the water. Her gaze fixed forward, Anise pushes herself harder, determination etched onto her face. Each powerful stride sends water spraying, propelling her forward with incredible speed. The world around her blurs into streaks of blue and white, a testament to her accelerating pace. With unwavering resolve, she continues her relentless sprint, leaving a trail of disturbed water behind her. Rapidly closing the distance, Anise begins to catch up to the other racers, her determination burning brighter than ever. Still propelled by her earlier momentum, Anise continues her incredible sprint across the water, her form a blur of motion. A determined glint in her eye, she dismisses her competitor as way too slow. Her conviction unwavering, she mentally declares herself the inevitable victor. The gap between her and the other runner widens, her footsteps a rapid patter across the liquid surface. But a sudden, unexpected strain crosses her face, her eyes widening in surprise. Her foot, adorned with bright polish, slips or impacts something unseen, sending a sharp splash upwards. The impact throws her off balance, and she tumbles backward, crashing into the water with a heavy thud. As she lies submerged, face down in the churning water, the other runner streaks past, leaving her behind. A pained gasp escapes her lips, her expression one of shock and sudden defeat. Lying sprawled on the ground, Anise struggles to regain her bearings after the unexpected fall. A pained groan escapes her lips as she grapples with the sharp ache radiating through her body. Her hand instinctively clutches her shoulder, a chilling thought crossing her mind. Could it be dislocated? She stares down at the cracked earth, the evidence of her impact stark against the path. With a fierce clench of her jaw, she pushes past the pain, determination hardening her features. She begins to push herself up, her muscles straining with the effort. Her hand digs into the fractured ground, finding purchase as she forces her body upward. Finally standing, a vibrant green aura flares around her, a clear sign of her renewed resolve and surging power. Without hesitation, she pushes off, resuming the race with incredible speed, leaving the shattered ground behind. She pushes forward, a fierce determination etched on her face, lamenting the lack of an overwhelming victory. Her powerful strides eat up the ground. As a raw, frustrated thought escapes her mind, damn it. Meanwhile, a young man with striking white hair watches the unfolding events. His presence a sudden shift in the race's dynamic. Anise, still pushing her limits, begins to close the gap on a soldier running ahead. Each footfall a testament to her unwavering resolve. When the white-haired mage suddenly appears behind the soldier, placing a hand on his back and asking, What are you doing? His voice firm, he commands, just shut up and stay still. With a sudden, powerful surge, a blue glowing fist erupts forward, striking its target with a resounding impact. The force of the blow resonates with a sharp crack, sending the soldier reeling backward, a cry of pain escaping him as birds scatter from the sudden commotion. He tumbles through the air, a blur against the distant trees. From somewhere unseen, an observer exclaims in awe, "Wow, awesome. That's it." The white-haired mage then steps forward, standing calmly over the fallen soldier, who lies face down, while Anise is also on the ground nearby. A confident smile plays on his lips as he declares, "You're hired." A heart-shaped pendant, worn around his neck, glints softly. Following the mage's abrupt declaration, Anise finds herself in a lavish room, seated at a grand table with the white-haired mage and his associates. A formal contract is presented, with a voice instructing her to carefully review the hiring terms. Anise takes the document, her expression betraying a slight apprehension as she notes its complicated appearance. A reassuring voice encourages her, telling her there's no need to rush and to take her time going through it. Later, Anise stands before the white-haired mage, now seated on a grand, throne-like chair, his associates observing the scene. Seated beside him, Anise continues to ponder the contract, a thoughtful hum escaping her lips. From the mage's perspective, her qualities are undeniable, her skills and aptitudes are truly outstanding. Beyond her abilities, her personality is also deemed perfect. He recalls a past encounter, a moment of realization that had struck him with profound clarity. Even as she tended to his wounds, a faint smile had played on her lips, a subtle hint of something more than mere healing. Though her assistance was undeniable, she had ensured the process was anything but gentle. Back in the present, the white-haired mage observes Anise, who is now seated across from him, reviewing the contract. His associates, Han Li and Damien, stand silently behind him. A thought crosses his mind, a quiet lament for the rarity of such unique individuals. Indeed, it would be beneficial to have more people with her particular blend of skills and personality. As Anise continues to scrutinize the document, the mage inquires about her progress, asking how she finds the contract. After a moment of consideration, she responds that it is acceptable, but expresses a desire to add some additional clauses. She considers the implications of the conversation, her expression thoughtful as she murmurs, "Is that so?" Before her curiosity takes over, wondering aloud, "What are they?" The white-haired mage listens intently, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Anise then clarifies, her voice steady. "Actually, I am the leader of a tribe of about 50 people." His expression shifts to one of deep consideration, processing her unexpected revelation. A moment later, his eyes widen in genuine shock, the implications dawning on him. He leans forward, a single question escaping his lips. "There are so others of your kind?" Still processing the revelation, the white-haired mage, seated on the bed, muses aloud. "Miss, your recap has said that, right?" He then conjures a whimsical image of 3 stone gargoyles, his thoughts drifting to a more amusing scenario. No one would be able to resist having S-rank nurses. A playful smirk touches his lips as he continues. "So, please allow them to take the nursing test." He gestures towards her, his expression still lighthearted. "Come to join my S-ranks." Anise, however, remains serious, her gaze fixed on him as she begins to explain. "Please help resolve a problem that our tribe has had since birth." Her voice carries a plea, revealing the depth of her concern. The mage's hand rests gently on her arm, his expression shifting to one of thoughtful inquiry. He considers her words, then asks, "A problem you have? Are you lacking in rations?" His gaze remains fixed on her, awaiting her response. "What is it then?" she asks, as Anise explains that her tribe has faced many unfavorable situations because of this particular problem. The core of their struggle, she continues, is their tail. His eyes widen in surprise, a single question escaping him. "Your tail?" "The problem," Anise clarifies, "is that their tails move by themselves, a small, fluffy creature demonstrating the involuntary wagging." He tilts his head, still confused, wondering if that's truly a bad thing. "No," she replies, looking down at her own visible tail. "The real issue is that they can't hide their emotions." She continues her explanation, a soft exclamation escaping her lips, making them easy prey for those who would exploit their emotions. She illustrates how their tails betray their true feelings. The white-haired mage, observing her, asks if this is why she wears such loose clothing. And Anise confirms, explaining that even when tied, their tails move too strongly to hide their excitement. Even bound, the tail wiggles with a soft rustle, proving her point that their tails will always find a way to express themselves. The white-haired mage considers this, wondering if he's encountered a race that lives by its own unique rules. He then proposes a drastic solution, asking if they've considered cutting their tails. But Anise sadly replies that they've tried, only to find it impossible to walk properly or live a normal life without them. The tail, she explains, would regenerate in less than a month. She giggles, comparing the rapid regeneration to that of a lizard. The white-haired mage stands in his study, arms crossed, deep in thought. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening with a faint blue glow. He clutches a medal, the weight of the problem settling heavily upon him as he considers the implications. The thought of the S-rank nurses he needs for his research flashes through his mind, a desperate measure tied to this impossible task. Anise, standing beside him, adds a new detail, admitting she has never personally attempted to regenerate her own tail. Overwhelmed, he buries his face in his hands, utterly lost on how to proceed. The medal gleams, a symbol of the immense challenge he now faces. Han Li found himself in an unfamiliar room, a thought echoing in his mind that he had never tried treating a patient like this before, as a dark-haired figure stood nearby, their back to him. A wave of distress washed over him, his hands flying to his head as he grappled with the implications of his current situation. His formal attire, a black jacket with a striking blue cravat, remained impeccable, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. Later, seated at a table with the same dark-haired individual, he proposed an idea, asking how they would feel about someone acting as a society guardian for their group. The other man's hand rested on the table, his voice questioning the meaning behind such an offer. A vision of an ornate tribal crest, adorned with small, shadowy cat-like figures, appeared, as Han Li clarified his intent. He would use his power and authority to support their tribe. The image then shifted to a close-up of several dark, furry legs and paws, belonging to the very tribe he pledged to protect. Anise, considering the proposal, politely declines, explaining that such a temporary measure wouldn't address the fundamental problem. A soft click echoes in the room, as she implies the alternative could lead to an even more dire outcome. Han Li, standing before her, clarifies his intent, stating he didn't come seeking a mere temporary solution. Anise looks up, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, asking if he truly desires a solution to their fundamental problem. He confirms, addressing her respectfully, as Your Highness. Anise, taken aback, finally relents, then asks if he truly intends to assist them. His response, though cut short, implies there is no other viable option. Anise asks if he has something else in mind, and he honestly replies that he does not, causing her to reflect on his straightforwardness. She thinks that if he were the type to guarantee success with mere words, she would have been disappointed. Han Li then states he will take his leave, reminding her not to go anywhere except the side palace, to which she agrees. He then exits the room, closing the door behind him. Han Li stands over the bed, a hint of concern in his voice as he promises to be more careful next time, while the white-haired mage on the bed suddenly realizes his surroundings are unfamiliar. Covering his face in despair, he laments over certain talents, too precious to lose. His voice rising to a scream. He can't fathom how such abilities could come so naturally to his best nurse. Still clutching his face, he wonders aloud what he can possibly do about those peculiar tail muscles that seem to have a will of their own. Having fallen from the bed, the white-haired mage now lies on the floor, looking up at Han Li. His face remains etched with profound distress. A close view reveals the tension in his neck and shoulders. A soft sound of frustration escapes him, his white hair falling across his face. Still reeling from his recent confusion, the white-haired mage's brow furrows in deep thought. As he pores over ancient texts in the library, lamenting that he has searched everywhere, yet still has no idea what is happening to him. The vast shelves of the library tower around him. When suddenly, a deafening shout echoes through the quiet space, revealing Han Li, who unleashes his "Your Highness" shout skill at full volume. The white-haired mage recoils, clutching his ears, demanding to know if Han Li had startled him on purpose. Han Li simply stands below him, a knowing look on his face. Before asking what problem has him so preoccupied this time, hinting at an inability to accumulate mana within his body. He sighs, feeling the stress of the situation, and remarks that he will likely develop wrinkles from the constant fright. His companion, however, counters that he would instead suffer from various illnesses, then questions if it is not His Highness's decision to determine such things. The white-haired mage, clearly annoyed, wonders why his companion believes he has the authority to dictate what would or would not happen. He then points out that frowning constantly would also lead to wrinkles. His companion, undeterred, explains that once wrinkles appear, they are impossible to get rid of, and suggests he simply stop frowning. The conversation continues, with the white-haired mage's frustration growing. As his companion maintains a serious expression, a subtle sound of exasperation escaping him. The white-haired mage internally acknowledges his companion's obviousness, yet feels a strange sense of gratitude at the same time. He dismisses the concern about his appearance, declaring that wrinkles are fine. Han Li, however, insists on a solution, suggesting fillers or Botox. Confused by the unfamiliar terms, Han Li questions their meaning. The white-haired mage reacts with alarm, explaining that such things are terrible and should never be used. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, and he cries out in shock. As the words hang in the air, Han Li's mind begins to connect the dots. The answer strikes him with chilling clarity: botulinum toxin, the true name for Botox. He recalls it as the most potent paralyzing poison ever discovered by humanity. And it is this very toxin that causes the muscle tails of werewolves to move involuntarily. He considers the implications of his recent discovery, realizing he can now directly apply local paralysis to that muscle, and he has just the poison to use. Meanwhile, the white-haired mage, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, begins to issue commands. He turns to Han Li and Damien, instructing them, "Garden, I need Damien's venom. You kept it safe in the secret vault, right?" As a faint blue aura begins to emanate from his form, the mage confirms, "Yes, bring it to me." His eyes gleam with an almost manic intensity. As he adds with a wide, unsettling grin, "And bring me to Agni's room." As if counting steps, a soft internal rhythm of 1, 2, 3, 4 echoes in Han Li's mind, even as he lies in bed, surrounded by the white-haired mage, Damien, and Anise. A soft knocking sound then breaks the silence, pulling him from his slumber. Anise, standing by his bedside, questions the late-night intrusion, her voice sharp with concern as Han Li pushes himself up. The white-haired mage, however, cuts to the chase, declaring he has found the solution to the condition Han Li had inquired about, urging them to depart. With a soft rustle of fabric, the mage and Damien turn and begin to walk away, their footsteps echoing softly. Han Li watches them go, a quiet determination settling over his features as he realizes he was the one who truly needed to find them. The first crucial step is to determine the exact location where this mysterious procedure will take place. A low hum begins to emanate from him, and a vibrant blue energy flares around his hand, spreading down his arm and across his leg, enveloping him in a soft, ethereal glow. As the vibrant blue energy envelopes her, Han Li begins his analysis, confirming his initial observations. His vision penetrates deep, revealing Anise's skeletal and nervous systems glowing with an ethereal blue light. And he realizes the flow within her body is fundamentally different from humans, noting a completely new blood vessel leading to a tail. Beyond the unique location of the governor vessel, however, the differences aren't as pronounced as he might have expected, though the Changqiang and Yaoshu acupoints on her hip are notably further apart than a human's. The white-haired mage, observing the scan, offers a wry comment, preferring to hold his tongue on further details. Ultimately, he concludes that despite these unique traits, she remains largely similar to humans. With the analysis complete, Han Li turns to Anise, making a direct request. He asks her to transform into her wolf form. Anise looks back at Han Li, a determined expression on her face, as he considers his next move, knowing he must quickly locate Damien and the others to proceed freely. With a focused gaze, Anise begins to shift, her form blurring as the transformation takes hold. A soft, shimmering light envelopes her, her human features rapidly giving way to something more primal. Her hand elongates and thickens, claws emerging from her fingertips. The transformation continues down to her foot, which now resembles a powerful paw, etched with glowing, intricate patterns. Her face contorts and reshapes, culminating in the fierce, fur-covered snout of a wolf. Her arm thickens with muscle and fur, the wrap struggling to contain the surging power. Finally, her leg completes its transformation, now a powerful, digitigrade limb ready for action. As her transformation continued, a dark, flowing energy swirled around her, coalescing into a new form. Ethereal blue particles danced in the air, marking the completion of her shift. However, the white-haired mage observed her new, smaller stature, remarking, "Grow as big as I thought you would. You're just like Denshel." He hummed thoughtfully, adding that she was too small to even ride, like a mere puppy. The young beast folk responded with a frustrated growl, but the mage simply pointed out her lack of control, her magic running wild. With a light touch, he playfully pushed her back, the force sending her stumbling. She let out another, more intense growl, her frustration mounting. The white-haired mage, however, merely laughed, offering a light-hearted apology. Ultimately, he overpowered her, leaving her as a small, defeated wolf amidst scattered items. Waking up in an unfamiliar room, the white-haired mage finds himself in a luxurious bedroom, attended by Damien, and realizes this is certainly not a hospital. Meanwhile, Han Li, deep in thought, acknowledges the successful recovery from the recent fight, but a more complex issue weighs heavily on his mind. With a glowing device in hand, he apologizes for the delay and prepares to begin a thorough checkup. Back with the white-haired mage, he sits at a desk, contemplating the precise amount of poison he might need to use. His gaze falls upon a box filled with various vials, the crucial question being the exact quantity required. Holding a single vial up to the light, he needs to identify the ingredients of this particular poison. Han Li, still pondering the complex issue, considers whether he needs to consult Kuzmin, who is currently imprisoned. The white-haired mage continues his meticulous examination of the vial, his focus unwavering as he seeks to understand its composition. Ultimately, the purpose of this potent concoction is revealed. It is for Agni's Botax. A man with dark, slicked-back hair and sharp eyes watches intently from the shadows. He thinks to himself, he can't be trusted. Reaching into a cell where the white-haired mage lies, the man offers a vial, and the mage, desperate for a solution, takes it, believing it will help. But the moment it touches his lips, a violent reaction seizes him, a choked gasp escaping his throat. A sharp, internal jolt reverberates through his body, as his very organs cry out in alarm. His heart, his lungs, his large intestine, all screaming, "Are you crazy?" Even his liver joins the chorus of protest, before a blinding light erupts from his form, illuminating the dark space. Above, Han Li, Damien, and Anise gather, their faces etched with concern as they look down at the source of the golden glow. Anise voicing the obvious question, "He just ate poison, didn't he?" "Someone has to do it," the man with the top knot declares. "And who else will determine what poison it is if he eats it? I'm the one. Who will summon a monster?" He continues, his voice firm. "Just summon a monster and feed it the poison." The white-haired mage recoils, a small, fluffy creature beside him. "What? You want to feed the small and cute summoned monster poison?" The man with the top knot looks around, a hint of challenge in his eyes. "Aren't you guys going a little too far?" A sharp, metallic sound rings out, accompanied by a flash of blue light. Han Li, Damien, and Anise, along with others, react with visible shock and dismay, one of them exclaiming, "Gah, it's on your own. Think that's too far." Undeterred by their reactions, the man with the top knot continues his explanation. "There are summoned monsters whose specialties are analyzing ingredients." He finishes, his voice rising. "That includes poisons." A searing heat emanates from the depths, a chaotic swirl of orange and red flames crackling with raw energy. As the white-haired mage stares, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror, uttering a choked, incredulous question. Han Li's expression shifts to one of utter bewilderment, as he processes the implications of a specialty focused solely on ingredient collection. A system message flashes, revealing a new entity, Liver, who casually mentions meeting him in a system waiting room. Still reeling from the unexpected information, Han Li questions the very concept of such a place. The system responds with a straightforward explanation, defining the waiting room as precisely what its name implies, further elaborating that he himself had been dormant there until his awakening. The message continues, listing other vital organs like the heart, and then the lungs and large intestine, implying that all these entities were once occupants of this mysterious waiting room. As he lay suspended within the glowing chamber, a single thought echoed in his mind, prompting him to sit up and address the luminous tablet in his hands, wondering if the other dormant internal organs were also part of this mysterious system, just like the humans awaiting rebirth. His grip tightened on the device, his gaze unwavering as he sought answers. He pressed further, demanding to know the nature of this system, only for the tablet to display a curt refusal. "Don't ask me anymore. I can't tell you even if I know anything." The glowing red text on the screen solidified the boundary, declaring that a strict restriction was placed on that information. Undeterred, Han Li shifted his approach, asking if he could at least be told the part that analyzed ingredients, while a young man with striking black and yellow hair looked on with a clear expression of annoyance. The young man, Liver, crossed his arms, his frustration evident as he flatly refused, muttering his displeasure. Han Li could only watch as the tablet displayed a whimsical illustration of internal organs, along with a message suggesting they were enjoying the current situation, with a string of mocking laughter. A low growl of frustration escapes him. As his thoughts turn to the infuriating entities within the system, he mutters under his breath, calling them these assholes. His voice rising, he challenges them directly, declaring that they can keep quiet all they want. Standing before a glowing blue interface, he leans in intently, his frustration boiling over as he pinches his nose, demanding they tell him what he wants to know. The system, personified by Liver, responds with a taunting message, asking if he heard it, and if his brain, lungs, and intestines are enjoying his breath scent. A cartoonish representation of lungs appears on the screen, emphasizing the system's playful yet irritating message. Overwhelmed by the bizarre interaction, he groans, his mind reeling at the mention of his lungs. Meanwhile, Liver, accompanied by another system entity, casually wonders aloud if they don't have enough oxygen. His internal organs, the system declares, are panicking because of his actions, and he can feel it, a deep, unsettling tremor within him. A choked gasp escapes him as he struggles to articulate the source of his agony, his lungs burning with a desperate plea. As he collapses, writhing on the ground, Liver and another red-haired entity look down with detached amusement, the system's voice echoing, "We hear you." His face contorts in a scream of pure frustration and pain, cursing the system for the torment of his dying lungs. Ignoring his pleas, the system calmly displays a new message, revealing a trait of the summon that analyzes ingredients. As if in response, a vibrant, golden light begins to coalesce, swirling with magical particles and dynamic energy, until it fully manifests into a peculiar, glowing sunfish-like creature, its form shimmering with ethereal light. Staring at the newly appeared entity, he can only utter a single, bewildered question. A sunfish. The newly manifested sunfish-like summon floats into view, its large blue eyes blinking curiously as it emits a soft, questioning sound. The strange sound echoes, a simple bow, hanging in the air. Han Li stares, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, as if the creature is trying to initiate a friendly conversation. He looks down at the glowing sunfish, his hands clasped in a gesture of utter bewilderment, as the summon continues its soft, repetitive calls. The bow sounds persist, filling the silence of the room. Then, a slightly more emphatic bow rings out. As if on cue, a second, small, hamster-like creature appears beside the sunfish, its own high-pitched aegisome, joining the chorus. Han Li stands utterly exasperated, hands on his hips, as the two adorable, yet utterly baffling, summons float around him, chirping their distinct sounds, bobok, and gwism, amidst a shower of sparkling particles. A hand offers a small, red, berry-like object from a box, inviting the creature to eat it, noting its delicious taste. Han Li holds the two small, adorable summons, the sunfish-like bobok and the hamster-like gwism, as bobok makes its characteristic sound. A system message flashes, displaying a cartoon image of a crying figure and questioning the origin of such heartlessness. The small red object in his hand begins to glow, hinting at bobok's inherent ability. The sunfish-like summon opens its mouth wide, ready to consume the glowing treat. With a distinct chomping sound, bobok devours the object. A bright light envelopes bobok as a system notification confirms it has gained the skill Fire Breath, followed by Han Li's exasperated internal thought about bobok's Korean preference. A faint glow emanates from his hand, reflecting the magical energy of the skill acquisition. Later, utterly drained, Han Li lies in bed, while the two small summons, bobok and gwism, sleep peacefully beside him, making soft, contented noises. He stirs, a wave of exhaustion washing over him, and a quiet thought escapes his lips, wondering if he'll be more careful next time. But the reality of his situation quickly sets in. He feels as though he's dying, and a chilling premonition suggests someone else will soon follow. As his eyes snap open, a brilliant blue light flares from within them, radiating an intense energy. A system message then appears, confirming that the immortal sunfish, bobok, has successfully used the skill, Revive, LV.1. With a soft flutter, bobok's tail twitches, signaling the activation of the Revive skill. A strange sound emanates from the summon as its mouth opens wide, revealing a long, pink tongue. Han Li, now sitting up, can only smile wryly, realizing he'll have to document this bizarre event in a journal entry. He looks down at bobok and gwism, who appear to be apologizing, and he can't help but feel a mix of exasperation and affection for his unusual companions. It seems bobok has already written over 1,000 journal entries, detailing the life and times of the immortal sunfish. And not just that, but the entries also include all the traits of what bobok eats, almost as if the summon is snitching on someone. He holds up a glowing, heart-shaped object, a thought forming in his mind that this is truly extreme. As he realizes he can now accurately produce a venom that weakens Botox, in an amount sufficient to paralyze a giant troll. His mouth hangs open in disbelief at the implications of his new ability. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, calling out to Sir Garden and questioning his presence at such a late hour. He stares, a surprised chuckle escaping him as he wonders if yet another summon has appeared. The new arrival, a small, fluffy creature, had simply sought him out overnight. A wider grin spreads across his face as he muses that he must be quite popular with summons, laughing heartily at the thought. Damien, however, remains perplexed, simply asking why he is laughing. He speaks of a great person who laid the very foundations of the empire, prompting Damien to question who this individual could be, to which Han Li confirms it was Lord Frontura, the estate developer, who built the empire's foundation and was known as a sunfish monk. Han Li recalls the ancient records, confirming that this monumental figure was, in fact, a summon. He ponders the sheer scale of such an achievement, wondering if the sunfish monk truly possessed such immense greatness. Damien, in a moment of playful exasperation, reiterates that the sunfish monk was indeed the empire's founder and was even considered the most popular among all summons. Confused by this unusual descriptor, Damien asks for clarification on what most popular among summons could possibly mean. With a surprised expression, Han Li quickly interjects, suggesting they set aside the debate for now. Damien, startled by the sudden change in topic, quickly snaps to attention, offering a swift and respectful affirmation. The air crackles with his sudden movement. Sunlight streams through a grand window, illuminating a spacious, ornate room. Through a nearby hallway, Han Li and Damien walk with purpose, their steps echoing softly. Observing them from a distance, Anis can't help but wonder, even after all he's endured, if he truly possesses the ability to set things right. Suddenly, Han Li stands before her, his voice firm as he declares he cannot allow her to leave. He urges her to consider her current state, asking if she is truly certain of her intentions. Anis hesitates, her gaze falling as he continues, acknowledging that she witnessed his demise. With a somber expression, he offers a sincere apology for the trauma she endured. Anis remains silent, her back to the viewer, processing his words. Anis offers a knowing smile, a quiet thought passing through her mind. Years earlier, Han Li had introduced himself as the main doctor for the Crown Prince, Pierrot Garden, believing his introduction was complete. Shaking hands with an unseen figure, a formal greeting sealing the arrangement. Now, facing Anis, he apologizes for her having witnessed his death, then asks her to listen carefully, hoping she won't be too surprised by whatever the Crown Prince suggests as he steps closer. Anis recoils slightly, questioning his words, her feet shifting back. He assures her that once she hears the treatment method, her opinion might change, his back to the door, leaving her to ponder the implications as she looks towards the door, before finally asking what exactly this treatment method entails. Anis, her expression a mix of relief and urgency, steps into the room. Inside, Han Li sits calmly on the edge of a large bed, several figures standing respectfully behind him. He gestures towards a nearby chair, inviting her to sit. Her brow furrows with concern. She asks if he truly found a solution so quickly. A confident smile plays on his lips as he reassures her, urging her to trust him. Still hesitant, she insists on knowing the method first, her voice laced with apprehension. He leans in slightly, a knowing look in his eyes, observing her nervousness. Then, with a sudden, unsettling grin, he produces a glowing vial, explaining that the treatment begins with her drinking this poison multiple times, a chilling proposal. Anis recoils in shock, but he only laughs, adding that he will then inject the poison directly into her, his words echoing with dark amusement. With a wide, unsettling smile, Han Li declares he'll be more careful next time, his words carrying an ominous undertone. He then turns to a small crowd, beaming as he asks, "What do you think? Cool, right?" But Anis, still reeling from his shocking proposal, can only think, "Cool, my ass." Her face contorts in disbelief as a dark-haired man with a neatly trimmed beard watches her with a concerned expression. Her hand clenches tightly on her thigh, a silent testament to her inner turmoil. The bearded man's gaze remains fixed on her, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a group of servants stands at attention, their loyalty unwavering, as if to say, "Trust His Highness." Han Li's confident smile reinforces this sentiment, a silent command to trust him. Yet, a chilling thought echoes through the air, a stark reminder that the Crown Prince isn't the only one who's here. A sudden, overwhelming realization washes over her, her eyes widening in terror as a desperate scream tears from her throat, the words, "It's everyone," echoing her profound distress. A figure plummets from a high window, tumbling through the air outside a grand building. Meanwhile, inside a lavish room, Han Li sits on a large bed, while a brown-haired individual stands beside him, expressing a need to be more careful next time. The brown-haired figure, with distinct pointed ears, looks down with a worried expression, a sudden realization dawning upon them that this is certainly not a hospital. Han Li, however, offers a reassuring smile, telling them there's no need to overthink things, just to trust him. A faint, golden glow emanates from Han Li's clothing, subtly highlighting the intricate details of his attire. The brown-haired individual's eyes narrow in contemplation, muttering that Han Li doesn't look particularly trustworthy, yet deciding to give him a shot nonetheless. Standing alone, looking down, the brown-haired figure considers the implications of Han Li's success. Turning their back, they voice a desperate hope that if he succeeds, their tribe will no longer have to suffer because of their tales. The young woman considers the proposal, acknowledging that even if it's dangerous, it's better if she goes. Her expression resolute, she continues, believing that with his help, they might just be able to do it. She concludes, "All right, let's do it." Han Li, a faint smile playing on his lips, gives a reassuring gesture, simply saying, "Good. Now." He is then attended to by several maids, who help him into a fresh, white coat, while the young woman watches from the background. Soon after, she too is surrounded by maids, who carefully dress her in new attire. A soft, shimmering light fills the space, signifying a passage of time. Later, the young woman lies in a luxurious bed, her long, brown tail draped over the covers, a clear sign of her unique heritage. Han Li stands by a large window, gazing out at the world beyond, deep in thought. He finds himself in an unfamiliar room, a sudden realization dawning on him. As he processes the situation, Damien, Anise, and another man look on, and he mutters, "I'll be more careful next time." A powerful blue aura begins to emanate from his body, swirling with intricate patterns as he thinks, "Wait, this isn't the hospital." The energy intensifies, concentrating around his hands. A brilliant flash of light erupting from his form, enveloping his entire body in a vibrant, crackling blue and yellow aura. The raw power radiating outwards. A glowing orb forms, a manifestation of his technique, as he acknowledges, "The Abraham Core technique is incredible." He marvels at the profound realization that acupoints in a body really exist. Even with his vast knowledge, he acknowledges the difficulty of seeing acupoints. As most people, even those with modern medical training, couldn't perceive them. This was the very part that always troubled him when he practiced medicine, for he had always believed they existed, but could never truly see them. But now he can. It's time to begin the procedure, his glowing hand holding a delicate needle. The first target being the Shinshu point, 15 centimeters deep. Simultaneously, a surge of energy accompanies his action. A system message confirms the activation of a discharge function in slot 1. He begins the intricate procedure, discharging precisely 0.1 milliliters of the muscle-paralyzing poison that had been stored within the circle slot. A faint groan escapes the patient as the energy flows, and a soft, green glow emanates from his hand, indicating the successful application. The subtle hum of magic fills the air, a testament to the delicate balance of power being wielded. The brown-haired patient, lying prone on the bed, gives a slight twitch, a subtle reaction to the precise manipulation of their body's energy. Next, he focuses on the Mingmen point, precisely 2.1 centimeters deep, his fingers glowing with a vibrant green as he channels the energy with expert control. Then, moving to the Yadianquan point, 2.4 centimeters deep, he continues the delicate work, the green mana flowing steadily from his fingertips. The patient twitches again as the mana begins flowing down the entire length of their spine on both sides, a powerful, restorative current coursing through their body. The patient's tail twitches, a subtle tremor indicating a return of sensation, a faint resistance building within the paralyzed limb. It seems the procedure is already soothing the tail and restoring its strength, but this is precisely where the true challenge begins. Han Li, his hand glowing with focused mana, understands that merely paralyzing the tail is not enough. The most crucial aspect is to maintain that paralysis for the patient's entire life. With precise, rhythmic movements, he continues to channel energy, his focus unwavering. A thought crosses his mind. It's already recovering? Its recovery ability is tremendous. However, he had already anticipated this challenge. His eyes narrow with resolve. It's time to speed things up. A surge of vibrant blue mana erupts around him, intensifying the procedure with renewed vigor. He continues his meticulous work, targeting the Yaoshu point, and then, with utmost precision. His eyes glowing with intense mana, he prepares for the next critical step. As his hand hovers over the patient's neck, he focuses on the Naekdong point. Meanwhile, the patient's mind races, wondering if this human had just stuck a needle into the back of her head. She had asked him to stop her tail from twitching, so why was he messing with her head? The confusion was palpable. Han Li, sensing the persistent resistance, muses to himself, Despite his efforts, the patient's tail continues to twitch, a clear sign of her incredible regenerative abilities. The subtle movements betray the challenge he faces, even as he targets crucial points. Despite the patient's tail continuing to twitch with stubborn regenerative energy, Han Li finally pulls back, throwing his arms wide in a triumphant declaration, proclaiming the procedure complete. His chest heaves with the effort, a clear sign of the immense mana expended. As he then settles onto the bed, a small, fluffy creature nestled in his hand, assuring the patient, "It's over. You can relax now." A single foot, still tense, twitches slightly as the patient processes his words, a quiet question hanging in the air. "It's over?" The procedure was a success, a voice declares, prompting her to question if it truly finished that quickly. She looks down at herself, wondering aloud how it could have been so brief. A voice then asks if there is anything different with her tail. A sudden realization dawns on her, a gasp escaping her lips. She sits, examining her tail, and confirms that nothing feels different at all. Her feet dangle as she muses that her tail should feel colder, given her current state. Her eyes widen in alarm as she realizes it isn't moving. The doctor then calmly explains that he tricked her nerves and paralyzed her tail. She turns to face him and Damien, utterly bewildered, asking for clarification. Her confusion quickly turns to disbelief as Han Li explains that he has redirected her tail's nerves to her left pinky toe, inviting her to try moving it herself. A pity for a tail indeed. The realization dawns on her, a magical, fantastical truth that leaves her speechless. Her eyes widening with a mixture of shock and dawning sorrow. Tears begin to stream down her face, a silent testament to her profound distress. The weight of the situation settles upon her, her expression a mask of utter heartbreak. Observing her reaction, Han Li looks away, a subtle shift in his demeanor. He acknowledges the immense sadness and contempt she must feel, a burden he now carries. Yet, he concludes, she probably won't have to worry about that tail again, a cold comfort for her loss. Tears still streamed down her face, but a sense of profound gratitude filled her voice as she offered her thanks. However, Han Li, standing calmly beside her bed, cut her off, reminding her that with her recovery, it was now time to fulfill her end of their agreement and sign the contract. The memory of his words echoed in her mind. She had promised to do whatever he wished if he successfully treated her tail. Looking down, she heard his voice again, insisting they finalize the contract first. A wide, almost unsettling smile spread across Han Li's face as he gestured towards the document with his pen. She remained silent, her expression unreadable as she contemplated her options. With a solemn, resigned look, she prepared herself for what was to come. For the Crown Prince was no ordinary person, and his demands would surely be significant. A grand, domed building stands majestically under a clear sky, its elegant architecture a testament to its importance. Inside, a wave of boisterous laughter echoes through a lavish chamber, as Han Li, Damien, and a stern-faced man in dark attire share a moment of unrestrained amusement. Their polished shoes stand firmly on the ornate flooring. Before a voice cuts through the mirth, inquiring, "Are you truly that pleased, Your Highness?" Han Li, a wide smile gracing his features, confirms without hesitation, "Of course." The three men turn, continuing their conversation as they walk down a grand hallway, the topic shifting to, "We're talking about." Meanwhile, in a brightly lit hospital corridor, several nurses attend to their duties, one patient resting on a gurney. The conversation from before seems to connect to this scene, as a nurse is heard exclaiming, "Having so many B-rank nurses." More nurses are visible further down the hallway, their presence underscoring the scale of the medical facility. He walks down a long, ornate hallway, his back to the viewer. A faint blue glow emanating from his eyes as he considers the task ahead. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, his thoughts turning to the 50 werewolves he now oversees. Meanwhile, within the newly established medical facility, staff members are diligently taught basic medical knowledge and first aid, among other things. Their training progresses steadily. They learn to differentiate and store medicinal ingredients, prepare tonic soups, and apply bandages with precision. All the necessary training to operate a modern hospital has now been successfully completed. Later, Damien approaches him, reporting that a new shift rotation is needed. A satisfied smile plays on his lips, a quiet affirmation of his efforts. Indeed, the Side Palace's traditional medicine hospital is now fully operational, with medical staff diligently attending to their duties in a pristine, high-tech environment. It appears to have been upgraded, perhaps even transformed into a cutting-edge healing laboratory. With a soft thrum of energy, he gently touches the small summon, his fingertips glowing with a faint blue light. His eyes glow with intense satisfaction, declaring the outcome absolutely perfect. A final pulse of magic confirms the successful completion of the tail paralysis procedure for the summon and 50 other werewolves. Remarkably, there are no negative side effects from the procedure, meaning no further medical treatment is required, and his internal organs are metaphorically giving him a standing ovation. In a recovery room, the brown-haired beast folk and other werewolves are seen recuperating, their expressions relieved, confirming the procedure's flawless execution. A strange sensation ripples through his core, causing Han Li to hum thoughtfully as a system message appears, revealing that a member of his internal organs, one that possesses the earth element, is stirring. He watches, surprised, as another message clarifies that this element has woken due to a noise from above. Suddenly, a vibrant green eye, glowing with an inner light, manifests before him. Followed by a startling declaration, his stomach has opened its eyes. Before him stands a small, blonde-haired child, clutching his belly and proclaiming himself a baby stomach in desperate need of delicious food. Han Li, taken aback by the sudden manifestation, muses on the idea of a baby's stomach, finding it somewhat endearing, even as his thoughts drift to potential meals like fried pork cutlet. The personified stomach, now visibly excited, eagerly anticipates fried chicken, stretching his arms wide in a clear demand for sustenance. Still reeling from the sudden personification of his stomach, Han Li finds himself consumed by an overwhelming, almost magical, craving. His internal hunger, now a distinct voice, demands with childlike insistence. Pizza. Give them all to me.